Hello, so we are live, and this is episode 4. I hope I got the number right of Bad Apologetics. And today, what we're going to look at is, I give it a weird title, something like special pleading for why my religion is different than the other ones. And so I think that the overarching theme we're going to be looking at here is like the kind of symmetry between arguments used for various religions, whilst kind of ignoring the fact that the exact same arguments are used by other religions, and the special pleading in that saying, well, it's all right when I do it, but it's not all right when they do it, kind of thing. Any comments on the general theme, James, or anything like that?
Yeah, when looking up videos to discuss for today's session, I was just struck by how the approach of someone from one religion to respond to different religions is often very similar to how atheists respond to that religion. And I think it's an interesting case study. Well, these different videos are interesting case studies in terms of people have probably heard of the adage that everyone's an atheist about lots of gods. Atheists just sort of go one god more, so to speak. And I've actually always found that to be a bit silly. And in some ways it is a bit silly, but I think there's a kernel there in terms of how do people rationally respond to other belief systems. And I think it is interesting to look at the similarities that exist between atheists responding to a religion and then people of other religions responding to that religion. And you'll see some of that in some of the videos we look at. Also, I guess the other aspect that we're looking at is sort of special pleading. So people making I mean, it's not necessarily always exactly the same people because we've got videos from lots of different people, but the general idea that adherents of a particular religion often make arguments to defend their religion or in support of it. But then when attacking or criticizing other people's belief systems, they'll use arguments that could easily be redeployed against them, or they'll use inconsistent standards that if they applied to their own religion would undermine theirs as well. So we'll see lots of interesting examples of that.
So the first category in like our little table of data that I've got,
we should probably say that the previous few videos, Bad Apologetics videos, we focused on a small number of fairly long videos, whereas this one we're doing something a bit different. We're going to look at lots of much shorter videos. So that may be potentially slightly confusing if you're like coming and going from the stream or watching bits of it. But hopefully there'll be we'll try to keep a consistent thread going through it. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
That's what we're doing.
No, I was just thinking, like, I guess I'll probably copy and paste a link to like these videos and the categories and stuff in the description if anyone is interested. But the first argument type or category is sort of literary devices, therefore God. If literary devices, then God, something like that, where people are saying, in my particular holy book, there's such complexity, such beauty in the way the sentences are arranged on the page or something like that, that it can't have come from any other source than a divine source. And so the first one that we've got here is a Mormon argument from Chiasmus.
People have wondered what to make of the Book of Mormon's use of chiasmus since its discovery in 1967. Some have seen it as compelling evidence of the Book of Mormon's authenticity. Others have supposed that its presence proves next to nothing. Carefully evaluating the Book of Mormon's unique use of chiasmus can help readers answer this question for themselves. For example, it's important to recognize that the Book of Mormon contains literally hundreds of chiasms.
So that's me too fast, sorry.
Even though these numerous chiasms have varying degrees of legitimacy, their sheer quantity makes it less likely that they are collectively a product of random chance. Readers should also consider that many of the Book of Mormon's chiasms are orderly, complex, precise, and comply well within criteria used by both LDS and non-LDS scholars. Statistical analysis has even demonstrated that several of them are highly unlikely to have occurred by random chance. We should also pay attention to how Book of Mormon authors used chiasmus in distinctive ways. Nephi's intricate chiastic memoirs can be meaningfully contrasted with King Benjamin's classical and pure use of chiasmus, and also with Alma's much more creative and personal chiastic structures. As far as ancient origins are concerned, chiasmus was arguably a dominant, if not essential, element of Hebrew writing during Lehi's day. If chiasmus were to be absent from the Nephite text, it might be seen as a deficiency. Yet the Book of Mormon's use of chiasmus nicely matches its high frequency and unique style in the Bible. It also fittingly matches its use in ancient Mayan texts, demonstrating that it appropriately fits its claimed ancient literary settings in both the Old and New Worlds. Overall, the Book of Mormon's extensive and unique use of chiasmus offers evidence that its text is orderly, complex, consistent, and beautiful. It is evidence that its multiple authors carefully implemented this literary style on certain types of occasions and for particular purposes. It is evidence that whoever wrote the Book of Mormon was likely very familiar with the use of chiasmus in the ancient world. And when viewed collectively, it offers good evidence that Joseph Smith was telling the truth about the Book of Mormon's miraculous discovery and divinely inspired translation. And now you know why.
So, like, I mean, I guess mostly in this one, what they're saying is somehow this verifies the historicity because someone sort of couldn't. I mean, they've not said someone couldn't make it up, but they're saying, you expect these features. But then that last point of it verifies that it was divine as well. I don't really understand how, like I could make especially when I read some of these chiasms and I see the way that they've been done. I feel like I could just start like making them up if I wanted to. And I've actually considered doing an experiment where, and I thought this could be the most dangerous experiment in the world, so I probably ethically shouldn't do it. Where like you look at almost the common theme between like Christianity, Islam, Mormonism, etc., and you kind of like adopt the same literary features. You kind of explain away, why the other religions and stuff exist, and create this new religion. But I think it could be so dangerous if it did kick off and people start believing in it. But that's to one side. I just find this interesting, like, because I don't think it shows anything much more than that the Book of Mormon contains chiasms. Like, do you have thoughts on that one? There's maybe not that much content.
Yeah. So just to basic definitions, a chiasm is a type of literary device where you repeat an idea or a type of phrasing, but not the exact wording. So you saw some of the examples there where it had a sort of an indented structure, where it's like A, B, B, A. So you say something, then say something else, and then kind of repeat the second thing, and then the first thing comes again. And of course, you can have more layers than that. So the idea from something like this video is that, well, although they didn't make all of these arguments, Joseph Smith was uneducated. So if he just wrote the Book of Mormon himself, how would he have come up with these many, many different and often complex examples of chiasms? And then they said there were different forms of them by allegedly different authors in the Book of Mormon. There's obvious parallels here to arguments made about the Quran, but Christians sometimes make similar claims about various books in the Bible as well. I think it raises an interesting question as to what can you infer about a book just by analyzing its literary structure, or particularly can you infer that it's divinely inspired or something like that. And I think the real challenge from these is how do you determine objective criteria. I think that the problem with these is that the criteria are defined after the belief. So the belief is that the Book of Mormon is inspired, or the Quran is inspired, or whatever else. And then you look at that and find things that are interesting in it, or different, or whatever, and then set those as the criteria and say, this is how we know that it's inspired, because it shows these things. But there's potentially dozens or hundreds of things that it could have shown, but it didn't. And those criteria were just ignored because the criteria came after. We'll see this repeatedly in other videos as well. The criteria that clearly come after the belief.
Yeah, it's kind of like like in other areas of thought maybe where it's difficult to find like a criteria of something, and people either can go with like a particular example of something or or generalize the rule, but there's problems with going with each of those routes. But it's almost like, well, if I just suppose, because I already know that this one is divinely inspired, I can take this particular case, reverse engineer it, and then I've got my examples. And I find something this is tangential, but something I've been thinking about recently is in these kind of religious conversations, it seems more like what we're all doing almost is working from like a different set of presuppositions and then saying, look, my one's just more coherent. Like, here, I'm just offering to you like a more coherent account of everything that we know about the world. I think that's almost all that's kind of going on, and maybe, so maybe in a sense, Christians, Muslims, Mormons can't be blamed when when it bears out that in a way they're kind of begging the question and falling back on these presuppositions of what they believe. But I guess as well, one thing to show, maybe in showing the symmetry between these arguments, is like, well, now I'm aware of that, what can actually account for like this same phenomena occurring in Islam, but Islam also not being true and me not believing it? What can and I think that naturalism offers that. Yeah.
Let's look at some of the others.
Sure. And this is from I went on like an Islamic apologists stream the other day, and they argued very similarly from literary devices.
And what these people did is they studied Islam, and the Dutch gentleman, politician, who was originally with Wilders in the far right movement there, he wanted to study Islam, to write a book against Islam, to try to stop the spread of what he thought was an evil religion within his country and within Europe. So as I was explaining, there are multifaceted reasons to believe the authorship of the Quran from a divine source. If you look at the work of Professor Raymond Farin, who wasn't even Muslim, when he looked at the structural elements of the Quran, but during his studies, he becomes a Muslim. Both non-Muslim academics and Muslim academics who study the Quran, and they say, you know what, actually there's no other explanation other than this has come from something supernatural. This could not have been created by Muhammad.
Can I? Who was the guy, Abbas? You mentioned a guy who studied the literary devices and stuff as well.
Professor Raymond Farin.
Raymond Farin.
Interesting. Similarly, you do find something called ring composition or concentric patterns in classical Arabic poetry. You find these similar patterns in stories, in poem literature, and it's definitely, you find them in Arabic literature. What differentiates the Quran is the amazing interconnection, the way it's so much more densely interconnected. This is what I think studying the Quran, for me at least, it definitely strengthens my belief, or just the Quran is a miracle. But these patterns do occur in Arabic literature. This is a simple example of the same pattern, ring composition or concentrism in a pre-Islamic poem. That you have these same literary or symmetrical patterns occurring in the Quran, I believe, but of course in much more complicated or dense or interconnected ways. But
I think with this one, what I find interesting as well is you've got like a little bit of the strong oral tradition within apologetics, where the apologists present it one way as being so clear-cut, decisively in favor of Islam having these special things. The academic who looks at it is aware that actually this exists in all sorts of other non-Quranic texts, but from the time period and the region, but yet still somehow it just kind of is like well, it's it's better with my one for these sort of almost trivial reasons, like there's more of them, or I don't know, maybe I'm being unfair.
What I think is really interesting about, in fact this applies to a lot of these sorts of arguments, but especially the literary stuff, is how there is there's a clear blind spot, and the blind spot seems to be something like not thinking about what the baseline might be. And what I mean by that is there's a claim that Joseph Smith couldn't have written the Book of Mormon because of all of the things in it. There's a claim that Muhammad couldn't have written the Quran because of all of the literary devices and so forth in it, and likewise for other texts. But what people don't ask, or rarely, is how do you know what the baseline is of what Muhammad could have written without divine intervention, or actually dictated because he didn't write it himself, or what Joseph Smith could have written without divine intervention, or what anyone could write without divine intervention? Like, how do you know? How have you established the baseline of what you're comparing it to? And what it seems to be is just an argument from lack of imagination. I can't imagine how he could have written this, maybe because I couldn't have written it. I don't know where they're getting the comparison from, but therefore I see divine intervention, or I see a divine kind of imprint in this. And I think also another claim that I want to pick up on, which is that one of them claim that the more he studies the Quran, the more convinced he becomes of its divine origin, or something along those lines. That's something you hear about in pretty much every religious tradition. They'll say that about their texts as well. And it basically, to me, just seems to be it's almost classical confirmation bias. But the more invested I become in this, the more I look for patterns and look for meaning in it, then the more I find.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know if you saw there were some examples I put in that were kind of a little bit outside of, maybe a bit more cult-like, where people are saying very, very similar type things to this that we might come on to intersperse later on. But, right. I think we'll probably get the gist of this one pretty soon on. We might not have to listen to the full thing.
Math proofs the Bible. What speed do we want to use so we can... I guess it might depend a bit on the video. This opening is something else. Wait, what? I mean, the thing is, Christians generally say that men did write the Bible. It's just they were divinely inspired. I feel like that's... But there are people who... I mean, apparently the maker of this video doesn't even like to say it that way, so... What weird font is this?
If I just like bought a stack of paper from like a supermarket and wrote the number 7 on every page, does that then make it? It must have been like very weird.
Well, 7 had a meaning in ancient
that culture,
Israeli culture. So I'm not like, why does that have to have a divine origin?
Yeah,
like literally any symbol could have a meaning in a culture and be used a lot. I don't even see how that is remotely an indication of divine source.
Well, I take it back. I'm convinced.
What have you done?
Anyway, yeah, but maybe we'll just call that one a day.
Oh, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, basically, it's.
I haven't seen that one. Oh, it's back.
Yeah, it's just like 10 minutes of this sort of thing. You know, various numbers. 10 minutes per draft, 40 hours per week, 50 weeks a year. This would take it 56 million years to accomplish by random chance. Like, it's just, yeah.
Again, there's no standard here. How many 7s would we or any number? Because I mean, it could be any number, right? How many would we expect to see in a text as long as the Bible if it wasn't divinely inspired?
Yeah.
How many of these 26 named writers? Oh, they're just doing more numerology stuff. I see.
Yeah.
How many of these coincidences? Like, what's the set of possible coincidences, or like possible whatever they want to call this, numerical interesting things, and then how many of those do we see? Because there's no criteria that are advanced beforehand, then you can't even evaluate how likely it is under like the null hypothesis that men just wrote this. I mean, obviously the Bible code stuff is a bit more fringe, but it still suffers from it's still the same underlying problem. There's no criteria advanced independently of the thing you're trying to test.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you seen some of the stuff that's come out of, after the last American election as well, where people have been, I've seen a similar type of thinking where people have been like looking at, like the numbers of votes and things cast in certain states and been like, making
I've heard
similar...
of that. I haven't really looked into it because
yeah,
I
there's
value
only
my
so much
sanity,
time, right? Yeah. I found some of that stuff also like of a similar character. Like there's in the set of
let's begin with Bismillah, the first verse of the book, which is found exactly.
Stop. So like in the set of all number of votes cast or something per state or something, like you'd expect a certain distribution of numerals which of numbers which begin with a particular numeral or something, and you don't have that distribution. But then it's like that particular statistical rule only applies to like randomly generated data, for example. And it's like, well, is voting randomly generated? There's so many questions. I was speaking to someone about this at my old work, which I've just left, and saying, well, which of these is the more simple explanation for the data that we have? That Biden just won, and there's polarization, so people report and stuff, or that there's like collusion across all that. It's like, well, that's way less simple. How can you account for the distribution of the numbers of votes cast and so forth? I'm just my weird, I've not quite woken up yet rambling is to do with like I don't think these are features that just apply to religions. Like I think it's politics, it's everything. Right. Just so I'll put down the speed.
114 times in the Quran. Bismillah is the most frequent verse in the Quran. It sounds like this: Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Bismillah is a perfect example to reveal the mathematical phenomena. Bismillah has 19 letters. It is easy to count even if you do not know Arabic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Damn, I can count that high.
These are numerical values of each letter. By adding their values together, we can determine the values of each word and total value of all words. Their value, 102, 66.
Wait, where did these values come from? I mean, I don't know Arabic, but is there where do you get 200 from? There's not 200 letters in the Arabic alphabet.
I have no idea, but I can tell you something where obviously I must be better than God because I can express this in like way denser notation. Like I can just use the sigma symbol, right? And
summation, yeah. Well, let's see where this is going.
9. Total numerical value of all words, 786.
Damn, not 786.
Bismillah has 4 words, 19 letters. Total numerical value of Bismillah is 786. This 6-digit number is divisible by 19 without a remainder. Let's rewrite the sequence number of each word in Bismillah and after it, number of letters in each word.
Wait, is he saying
I've already lost as to how many operations he's performed at this point?
Is he saying this number has a prime factorization or something? Like,
well, I noticed that he put 19 in as he put 19 in, and then there was a. Oh no, I suppose it's still. No, never mind. What I was going to say is not true, but let's see where he's going.
This whole sequence is an 8-digit number divisible by 19. If we add the number of letters in each word to the number of letters in the next word, we will get a 10-digit number divisible by 19. If we add the numerical value of each word to the number of letters in this word, we will get a 15-digit number divisible by 19. If we add the numerical value of each word to the numerical value of the next word, we will get a 16-digit number divisible by 19. If we write the number of...
Why is there like Russian mumbling or something in the background? Like this?
Yeah, that confused me. Also, when did people get the ability to do calculations to get 16-digit numbers like that? Like, God was planning ahead 1,000+ years when people would have the computational ability to do this. And he was doing that so that to demonstrate the divine origin of the Quran. But this is how he decided to do it instead of, like making specific predictions about the structure of DNA or, predicting the distance of Pluto or, things that would actually be demonstrably impressive instead of this unbelievably, I mean, my brain is way too small to understand all of this. It's way beyond, it's completely lost. It's just like, how can anyone think that this is? Oh dear.
Yeah, but I suppose the point is that, like, just in the previous video, right? You've got like the Christian doing the exact same. It's not like this is unique. Like, you can do it with the Bible. I'm sure you can do it with like probably like Harry Potter or something if you do that in Hebrew.
People have,
but
yeah,
right.
Letters in the word, then the numerical value of each letter in this word separately. Then
oh my
God! Each word will get a 48-digit number. If we write after the numerical value of each letter a sequence number in Bismillah from 1 to 19, we will get a 62-digit number.
62-digit number.
But like, why? Yeah, it's that point. Why would a God do this, and why is it useful? Like, why? Why do I?
The
care?
dumbest way to demonstrate the divine authenticity of a text.
Like,
these 62-digit numbers that have 19 as a factor. It's like, what?
But why do I care about 19? Like, it can't have been, like, tell me how to like not get a bacterial infection when I like tread on when I get cut in nature or something. Not.
I mean, again, I was just thinking about this the other day. Suppose that I could only get a confirmation of a religion through an ancient text. How would I? Because a lot of atheists say, "Oh, well, if God appeared to me or something like that," but I don't think you need to go that far to say what evidence would be necessary, right? Let's suppose it can only be through a divine text, but there's so many things that it could be. And I was just thinking that a description of the structure of DNA, you just have like a diagram or a verbal description, bond lengths and so forth, and angles. It wouldn't have made any sense back then, of course, but it wouldn't matter. We'd see that and say, no, absolutely no way that could have been known at the time. Or scientific constants, medical discoveries. There's any number of things that you could have put in there, or things that happened on the outside of the world that couldn't have been known about. These would have all been like very demonstrable ways to show that it could not naturally have been done. But
or
instead,
we could have just written the number 19 rather than like all these.
But instead of those things, what we have is these completely ridiculous or like really subjective. The chiasmus is maybe not as ridiculous, but it's just really subjective as to why that should be a criteria. And so all of these different examples that we've just had, again, if God wanted to show that these things were divinely inspired, it would make more sense to me that he would show something that is like clearly and demonstrably impossible for the alleged human author to put in there. And that would clearly distinguish between the hypothesis that this was man-made versus divine. But instead, that you never see that. There are just no examples of that. They're always really obscure or highly conjectural or really subjective. And that just seems to fit a naturalistic hypothesis to me way better.
Yeah.
And most people agree with this about other religions, but when it comes to their religion, they don't apply the same reasoning. So, anyway, that was, I enjoyed that one. Let's move on.
I think this may be the last one in this particular category.
But I'd like to review again something I think it fits this topic so perfectly, and that's certain constants of the universe. And it turns out that of all those constants we talked about, there are two constants that are dimensionless, and one of them is pi. We've all dealt with that in school. It's the relationship between the diameter and the circumference of a circle. And it's a strange number. We'll come back to that in a minute. The other one you may not have run into unless you've been in a very advanced math, and that's a thing called E, the base of what they call natural logarithms. And there are two key verses in the Bible about creation.
Sorry, these aren't constants of the universe. These are just mathematical constants. I thought he was going to talk about like C or the fine structure constant or something, but that's just a nitpick.
Something interesting I found the other day was my high school physics book from when I was like 13 or something. I found this really interesting. We were told to do a piece of art about physics on the cover page or something. And what I'd done, one of the things was like, I'd done like the 10 commandments, but it was like laws of nature. And I thought that was really interesting. But I thought it was interesting that I in my education, I was thinking about physics as that as well. Like, rather than it being like us providing descriptions of observations, it was like us discovering the code that instantiated the universe or something. Like we're hacking into it. We're discovering the the constants that are set in the universe, or like in the machine that the computer's running on or something. But it's not. I think now I don't think it's even like that. I think it's like we're just providing these weird descriptions, and they could be completely kind of wrong, or I don't know. Like I'm opening a can of worms there. Sorry, I don't want to.
Yeah, we'll do fine tuning in another episode.
Yeah.
And the equivalent in the New Testament, John 1:1. They both announce the creation. It's interesting if we examine those two verses very, very carefully. First verse, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. If we look at that in the Hebrew, remember it goes from right to left. Every letter, both Hebrew and Greek, have the peculiar characteristic that every...
And this is interesting, isn't it?
What about it?
Well, these two dots underneath here, I think that this form of the way that the Hebrew is written is the like when the beginning rather than the in the beginning one.
Those diacritics show the vowels, right? Because normally Hebrew doesn't have vowels shown. I don't read Hebrew, but that's my understanding.
I don't particularly well at all either, but my understanding is that these vowels were like introduced in like the 1700s or something like that, and the interpretation is that this is like when God began the creation or something like that into English with those vowels, which is interesting, which is why which I think is actually, if you're going to be a Christian, it's probably better, because then you can like argue the creation process. In Genesis, what the creation is like God just giving proper function to things that so like you've already had evolution and stuff happening, and then it's almost like this naming process of like functions and things, which
that doesn't work for creating the heavens, though, does it?
Yeah, it's difficult. He's assigning the function of the heavens to this pre-existing stuff, right? And then you've just got a get out of everything. I think it gives you more leniency. So as more discoveries come about the way the world is, you can make it up, retrofit it better. But
every letter has a numerical value, and you can take advantage of that in a number of interesting ways. In this case, if you take the number of letters in Genesis 1:1 and multiply that by the product of the letters, and you do the same thing, you divide it by the number of words and the product of the words. See, every letter and every word has a numerical value. If you go through and apply those and take that quotient, you come up with 3.1416, which happens to be the value of pi.
Well, I mean, 10 to the power of 17 is not in pi, so I'm not sure where that goes. But also, this is pi to what? 4 significant figures? Sorry, 5 significant. Right. Well, it depends if you count 3 or not. Now, there's a list on Wikipedia of the dates at which pi was known to different degrees of accuracy. Presumably, God knows every digit of pi. And so if he wanted to show this, why couldn't he have just put in somewhere, 20 digits of pi? That's definitely more than were known at this time.
Right.
He could have just had the, write the numbers down there instead of having this.
Isn't it recorded as 3 in like Kings or something? Isn't it? Don't they give the, don't they give the number as 3, which I think is like an approximation that was pretty much used in the.
Well, that's correct to one significant figure. So, But yeah, he could have just easily given it to arbitrarily many, and yet this is the best that they can come up with. I don't even understand what that equation meant, because I don't know what the product of a letter is. But anyway, I don't even want to think about that.
The product of a letter. Yeah. Right. And then, what's it? This one. Do I remember?
Radha Swamiji. My question is, all religions have one sacred book that they respect, like the Bible. What is the Bible of Hinduism?
Just like when you get a machine, you have a manual that explains how to use it. Similarly, God has sent us into this world, and he has the...
I just want to say, I just want to poison the well before we start. Like, the way this guy has this, like, kind of fake smile when he says some things that just gives me like I'm lying vibes. I don't know, this is a bias I completely accept that I have, and it might be wrong, but like I just get this like vibes from whenever this guy smiles, that like he kind of it looks to me like he knows he's like just said something that is like not true. It's like all these people are buying it.
So I think in another life this guy might have been a used car salesman. I just get that vibe. And maybe he would say that as well. I don't know. Would have to ask him about his reincarnations.
Yeah.
manual, which is the sacred book, right? And then there are the teachers, which are the prophets who came down. So religious traditions around the world have had their sacred book. Christianity has the Bible. Islam has
that smile.
the Quran. Judaism has the Torah. Confucianism has their own. Taoism
The
has
Analects of
Tao
Confucius.
Te Ching. Sikhism has the Guru Granth Sahib. Buddhism has the Tipitakas, the three baskets of knowledge. And similarly, the Parsis have their own, the Zend-Avesta, etc. So what is the book of the Hindus? The book of the Hindus is the Vedas. And this is based on a very subtle concept. According to the Hindu philosophy, knowledge is eternal, divine knowledge. Just like God is eternal, his knowledge is also eternal. Ever since God has existed, his knowledge has existed. So to say that there is a holy book that exists since such and such period in time seems a little illogical. What about the people who came before that? They had no access to being saved. If there's a sacred book that is the basis of being saved, then what about the people who came before that? Right?
Isn't there something in the book of Romans about this? What of Adam then? What of Abraham's faith?
Yeah, that's a good point. I've noticed that Hindus like to point out the antiquity of their faith as sort of holding that over other religions. I've seen that elsewhere as well. This is another point that practitioners of different religions will pick things that are. I guess we'll see more of this when we get to why we're special. There's a series on those, but they pick something that is distinctive about their faith and then hold that up as being very important. When again, it's sort of a question as well, how would we know if we were just looking at different religions that that's the important thing? Christians like to say that their faith is, the founding is unique, is much better historically documented, for example, than say Buddhism or certainly Hinduism or even Judaism, arguably. Mormons like to talk about how it's even better documented. We have statements from the witnesses and so on. So I mean, everyone can find something about their religion to hold up as being particularly special. And again, it's a similar point about that criteria is always arrived at after the fact.
Yeah.
Right. So there must be some knowledge that has existed ever since God has existed. Our scriptures say that eternal knowledge.
Did you notice the circular argument that he gave there as well, where he said, it was like so there must be some knowledge that has existed since eternity, because any knowledge we have from God must be eternal, because God is eternal. Therefore, it is like, yeah.
Well, Muslims would be all right with this because they think the Quran was like, how do they say it exactly? The Quran is eternal, but it was made by God, but it's existed like eternally with it. I don't even, you'd have to ask a Muslim scholar, but I've heard something like it. Maybe they talked about this when you had a chat with them. I don't remember.
I think they mentioned it, but like I had such a bad weekend because after that as well, I spoke to some guy and I'm trying to get a hold of the video because he recorded it and I didn't for like 2 hours. And he was trying to tell me that worms were like one-dimensional beings.
Okay.
Right. I'm the king of tangents today, but like, yeah, he was like, just like he invited me on to interview me about something, and then basically preached to me for like 3 hours about all this crazy stuff he believed. And like after 2 hours, I was just like, no, you can't do that. This is crazy. Like worms aren't. I was like, first of all, worms aren't one-dimensional beings. Mammals aren't two-dimensional beings. Like all of us are three-dimensional beings: humans, mammals, worms. Like worms have proprioceptive nerves. I'm pretty sure like they're aware where they are in like three-dimensional space. And then there was just all this crazy stuff this guy was saying. I think he was trying to like argue. I don't know what he was trying to argue for, but it was after that conversation with the Islamic apologists, it was very painful for me.
These Vedas was not the name of a book. They referred to God's knowledge. Every time God engages in creation, he manifests that knowledge. And then that knowledge was coming down through the ear. The guru would speak it to his disciple. The disciple would hear it and pass it on to his disciple. That is how the Vedas were coming down. And since they were coming through the ears, and the ear is called Shruti, hence another name for the Vedas is Shruti. However, 5,000 years ago, Vedavyas, who was an avatar of God himself, he felt that the people of Kali Yuga will not be Shruti Dhari. They will not have the capacity to hear and remember. So he put that knowledge into a book. He wrote it down. And that became the physical Vedas. That is the Bible of Hinduism, the physical Vedas. The world says that the most ancient scripture in history is the Vedas. But we say, no, that's an inaccurate statement. Don't say most ancient. That means it had a beginning. This is the eternal scripture which has ever existed. And that is why what the Vedas are explaining is not Hinduism is...
This guy, poor guy. I know exactly what's happened in his life.
But the word Hinduism came up later in history. It was a name that was given when the invaders came to conquer India. All those who were on this side of the Hindu Kush were called Hindus. But the word Hinduism is not there in the Vedas. They talk about Sanatan Dharma, the eternal religion. The eternal principles, the eternal science of how to purify yourself, how...
The eternal logos. I was actually thinking as he said this is like a powerful argument for why Jesus needed to incarnate. The eternal logo, for like Philo's Judaism of the logos incarnating and being there from eternity and stuff like that. But I don't know why I included this one in this. Sorry. One. Yeah, you go.
No, it's interesting. I've been thinking about, I just watched Inspiring Philosophy's video on the Tower of Babel, or one of them. Right. I think he's got more than one. But more generally, I've been thinking about, I guess, Old Testament mythology, or like maybe Judeo-Christian mythology, you might say, and how, there's still a lot of people who want to interpret that in a literal way or literal-ish way, as in these things happened historically and so forth. What I find interesting is often the lack of awareness is that pretty much every other culture and religious tradition have their own mythology, like creation narratives and narratives about how gods have interacted with them over history. We just heard a little bit from this guy about some from the Hindu tradition, but they exist in all world traditions. I mean, of course, that's not an argument in itself that one of them can't be true, but I think it casts things in a very different light when you realize that there's all sorts of very strange stories and claims that are made, and similarities and differences, and like, how can we establish that one of these is the correct one? What would you look for? But most people don't even seem to think about that. It's just like, well, here's the one that I know about. All the other ones are weird and silly, but mine, well, you can make sense of that if you look at archaeology and, interpret it in this way. It's just a very clear double standard, right? Because, Christians wouldn't even dream about trying to look into these sorts of things and try to see historically how they work out. Like, it would just never occur. I mean, maybe there's one, but, overwhelming majority of even like apologists would just never even dream of doing that sort of thing as it being even remotely relevant or interesting.
Yeah, I think when I was a Christian, I got as far as like I'd say, well, all these religions are making mutually exclusive claims, so it just means they can't all be true at the same time, but I've got the right one. Whereas, but the problem with that is like, it's this asymmetry then of like the kind of criticisms that I'd levy against the other religions and not then turn against like the own evidence I had for Christianity. And I think then what's on offer is that, through what we know about sociology, about human psychology, about study of like comparative religions and stuff, we know these kind of phenomena just seem to kind of like be things that humans come up with over time, and we can explain all this on naturalism. It doesn't exclude, maybe there is some kind of God that exists or something like that, but at least given the best of our knowledge as humans today, we should probably sort of withhold judgment on which one of these is true. That maybe that's the interpretation that I'm offering of all these data points. I'm kind of saying we should just withhold judgment and say.
Well, I think that's where we differ a bit, because I would say that we should conclude that none of them are true, not with certainty, but with enough probability. Yeah. But that's sort of.
I mean, that might be right.
That's sort of but that's sort of a separate point. It's more what I more want to focus on is just a Christian looking at this, or a Muslim looking at the video we just watched, for example, thinking about how they would respond to what this guy was talking about. But then you could basically take what this guy said, replace a few keywords here and there, and it would be not. I know less about Islam. You could probably apply it to that, but definitely you could apply it to the story of God in the Old Testament. So it's not substantively different. It just, I think it will seem really strange and different because it's a different tradition.
Right. So what's this video? Oh, we're coming on to the trilemmas now. And we've got
these are good.
3 trilemmas. So we've got, which one?
Trilemma of trilemmas.
Christianity, Mormonism, or Hinduism, or Islam.
Oh, here we go.
To me, as you read the Gospels, it's obvious that Jesus claimed to be God. As you read
to me
the writings of the apostles, the disciples, the epistles, they truly believed that Jesus was God in human flesh. When you read the writings of the early church fathers, it becomes very clear that they truly believed he was God in human flesh. And yet a lot of people will say, no. He was just a good man. He was a good moral teacher, a good religious man. No, wait a minute. You can't say that about Christ when you take into consideration what he claimed about himself. Let me show you how I worked through that. And what helped me here was some things that C.S. Lewis taught in his writings. I call it the trilemma when it comes to the claims of Christ. So follow with me. It'll take me several sessions to do this. First, Jesus claimed to be God. Now, there are 2 alternatives to that. His claims were either true or his claims were false. If his claims were false, then there are 2 alternatives. 1, he knew that they were false, or 2, he didn't know they were false. Now, if he knew his claims were false, then that would have to mean he made a deliberate misrepresentation of who he was. And if he made a deliberate misrepresentation of who he was, then that would mean he was a liar. And if he was a liar, then that would mean that he was a hypocrite. And if he was a hypocrite, that would mean that he was a demon out of the pit of hell. And then that
Whoa, that was a bit of a jump. Aren't all of us hypocrites? Wouldn't that just mean he wasn't perfect?
Well, you've maybe just figured out the secret.
He was overselling the case a little bit because, he thought, I don't know, you have to ask him, but don't we all have a narrative in which we're the hero and we can justify ourselves? That doesn't make us demons out of the pit of hell, does it? I always, when I'm hearing this, like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Demon out of the pit of, whoa, where do you get that from? Anyway, let's see what the other alternative is.
Died for it. Jesus claimed to be God. His claims could either be false or true. That dilemma leads to another dilemma. That his claims, if they were false, 1, he knew that they were false, or 2, he did not know they were false. That would mean that he was sincerely deluded on the level of a man who would call himself a poached egg. Now, if he was deluded, then it would have to mean that he was a lunatic. And if he was a lunatic, then isn't it amazing? The teaching of a lunatic accomplished more good than a sane person's teaching ever has in history.
Wait, what?
Hello, Gautama Buddha. Yeah, like this is another repetitive feature of human cultures over time. Seems to be that occasionally someone like Muhammad or the Buddha comes along and sort of comes up with some teachings that seem to revolutionize religious beliefs for a particular culture.
I mean, Jesus only did that much good if you kind of already think he was the Son of God, right? Otherwise, you probably think it's a mixed bag, because you wouldn't, like a non-Muslim wouldn't say the same thing about Muhammad. They might think, well, some of his teachings are good and some were bad, and it's a mixed bag. So I think that part is clearly question begging, saying that he did that much good. But also, like name any big religious or philosophical teacher. Like, you pointed out the Buddha. The Buddha thought he was enlightened. Like, was that? He said he was enlightened. Was he lying, or was he as a lunatic as a poached egg? Or was that the same about Joseph Smith? Was that the same about Muhammad? Like, apply this to every other teacher. I also noticed that the term lunatic is never defined when I hear this, and it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just an insult to say that someone's crazy. I wonder if they actually think that everyone who believes in demonstrably false things is like actually a lunatic. Like, for example, young Earth creationists, are they all lunatics because they believe something that's demonstrably false? If you don't like that example, like pick any example of something you think is demonstrably false. It's just a very odd argument. But anyway, we've heard the Christian version. Let's look at the other versions.
Oh, crikey.
Oh, people! I have something very important to say to you. Please gather around and lend me an attentive ear. You may
I get so frustrated by like loud noises and people drawing a scene and stuff. I don't know how much of it's like British culture. I don't know how much of it is like me being slightly on the spectrum or whatever. But if this happened in public, like this would freak. Like I would be so unhappy with this happening.
I have noticed in the Muslim world, people have been going crazy. People have died, houses have been burnt, and everybody is in a state of chaos. Why is this the case? Because one of the best men to have walked this planet has been insulted and degraded. We had this vile expression of speech, this degradation, this manifestation of immorality. It was a disgrace to any civilization to present a video about a man that billions of people love. Any civilization, whether it's the West or the East, disagrees with this vile degradation. It's a manifestation of dishonesty, of vileness, and immorality. And we are here to tell you who this man was. Because people degrade this man because they don't know who he is. And this man is Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, upon whom be peace. So who was Muhammad? Muhammad was a man that came 1400 years ago into an environment in 7th century Arabia where men were burying their daughters alive, and he stopped this evil practice. When women were being abused, prostitution was rife. It was everywhere. There was injustice. There was economic injustice. And this was the reality of 7th century Arabia. And Muhammad, upon whom be peace, came and brought peace and tolerance and justice, not only to the 7th century, but to the whole world. But you may be saying to me, so what? Many people may have done this. But the argument is that this man, Muhammad, upon whom be peace, he had a claim. Not only did he do all these amazing things, but he said, I am the messenger of God. I am the messenger of Allah. So as rational human beings, and we're all thinking human beings, we're all intelligent in our own unique way, we all adopt a sense of common sense. We will never cross the road blindfolded. We'll cross the road using our senses. So let's use our minds and approach the claim of Muhammad, upon whom be peace, in this way. So he said, I am the messenger of God. Let's test this out. We know there are 4 options. He was either lying, he was deluded or crazy, he was both lying or deluded, or he was speaking the truth. These are
I respect that he puts a combination hypothesis in here. He was lying and deluded. I think that's an important clarification that we actually missed in the first one, so props to that.
I want to say, like, I think this guy's got a great beard, just before we say anything about his thoughts.
Together as thinking human beings to see who Muhammad was. Was he a liar or was he speaking the truth? The first option, he was a liar. I'm going to argue to claim Muhammad, upon whom be peace, a liar, is equivalent of claiming that no one on earth has ever spoken the truth. No one. Because the psychological profile of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam does not fit the profile of a liar. Why? Because he was tortured. He was.
One thing I think as well is, I notice in like Christian groups, there's like in-group and out-group language. I wonder if that is why, if there's a similar thing going on with when Muslims like say, you know, like all the kind of Arabic words interspersed with the theology and stuff as they say things, they sort of repeat them in Arabic. I don't know if it's like in-group signaling or something like, but it's really, I always find it really weird because to me as an outsider, it contributes like nothing. It doesn't help my understanding.
I noticed this as well in watching other videos. So Jewish rabbi tend to do this in some of the videos that I've seen. I think it's pretty common in a lot of religions, actually. I think I've seen it in Hinduism, Buddhism as well, although I'm less exposed to that. I think so. Here's my guess that it relates to being so pretty much every religion has a sacred language, the language in which the sacred texts are written, and that's used for like prayer and things like that. So Hebrew or Islam or Sanskrit. As being examples, and so that's so closely bound up with people who study the texts and the theology that it's just become part of it. And I think that that's the case in Catholicism as well with Latin, but it's not really the case in Protestantism for a whole bunch of complicated reasons, and so that's not really done. And so it's a bit, so you get that, I guess, distinction there. I mean, for religious movements like Mormonism, where the founder spoke English, obviously it's a bit different again there. But yeah, I've noticed that as well, and I think it's actually really off-putting to outsiders because it adds nothing, and it feels like it just is a distraction, and is like obviously not trying to communicate with me when he says those things, because they don't mean anything to me, not just at a semantic level, but just like, I don't know, emotionally or whatever. It's just whatever. Anyway, I picked up on that as well. It's interesting.
Boycotted. He was so hungry, he tied 2 stones to his stomach. He saw his beloved companions being murdered and tortured. He was boycotted from his beloved city. He was harmed so much that people used to step on his neck and almost break his neck. He was stoned by the people he loved, children, and he loved children so much. He was a mercy to children.
Like, in what context are people stepping on his neck and almost breaking it? I'd like to read that story.
So given some of the claims against him, we might want to rephrase he loved children so much. Just word of advice.
But he was stoned by children for hours because he went to a town in Arabia just to call them to what? The belief in the one true God, in the belief in La ilaha illallah. There is no deity worthy of worship except the deity, Al-Ilah, Allah, which means the deity. This was his message, but he was starving. There was no smoke coming from the house of his wife for 6 months. So we see the calamity, the chaos, all for a simple, profound message. Also, he was offered riches and power and money and women and glory.
And Satan took him up to the top of the temple and he said, "You can have the world."
Also, did he get pretty much all of those things? Muhammad, I mean.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know enough about Islam. Like, did he?
Well, he had a lot of wives, and he was certainly by the end of it very influential and powerful.
Yeah, did he set up a kingdom out of Mecca or whatever in the end? I don't know enough to be able to effectively critique.
Anyway, that was later, so I guess his point about suffering still holds.
Simple, profound message that is so intuitive to all of us. La ilaha illallah, which means there is no
intuitive
object
to me.
worthy of worship but the deity himself. That was the reality. But also even more profound, we know the Prophet Muhammad, upon whom be peace, he was a statesman. And there were battles, and these battles were to defend the Muslims and the non-Muslims. Because under the Medinan state, we had to protect everybody within that state, even the non-Muslims. This is why the Prophet Muhammad, upon whom be peace, said, whoever harms a...
So I guess the Roman Empire must be from Allah as well. And, Pax Romana or whatever must be...
I think I have heard Christians argue that before.
I think this is the problem, was like when I was talking to those Muslims the other day, and they just say, like anyone, they kind of, any example they like, they just say, yeah, they were a good Islam, they were a good Muslim, they were just submitting to God. And then, but then when it's after the revelation of Muhammad, they're like, oh no, because they've not submitted to God's revelation of Muhammad, so now they can't be Muslim. But it's like, but they're doing the exact same thing. Like they're worshiping Yahweh, or they're submitting to God. Like you just said, these people in the past were submitting to God. But yeah.
Non-Muslim under our protection harms the Prophet himself. So when he was fighting in the Battle of Hunain, the thousands of arrows were coming and his companions had to inevitably almost retreat. He still marched forward and he said, I am the messenger of Allah and I am not a liar. Look at the bravery. Does this befit the profile of a liar? Does this fit the profile of Allah? No, it doesn't. And this is why, if this is true, then we could never claim he's a liar. To claim Muhammad a liar, upon him be peace, is to claim no one has ever spoken the truth. Because no one has done all of this just for a simple
I don't think that follows, mate. Muhammad didn't tell the truth, therefore no one has ever spoken the truth. Could you help me unpack that one?
It's fascinating to me how similar this argument is to the argument made about not even so much Jesus as the early as his disciples who suffered persecution because of their claims about he'd risen. The argument he was making there, it's almost exactly the same in structure. I'd be very interested to hear. I mean, I guess this is kind of what we're doing now, but if you could get him to look at what the Christian apologists say about the disciples, and then vice versa, we probably wouldn't have to do anything because they would just make both of our cases for us. I would predict.
Well, we have the Mormon version as well.
Joseph Fielding Smith, the 10th president of the LDS Church, said that Mormonism must stand or fall on the authority of Joseph Smith.
This is actually an anti-Mormon video, but the reason that I put it in is just because the first part of it puts the quote. I couldn't find the quote from a pro-Mormon video, so we just have to watch like the first minute or so, which because Mormons do make this case, but I couldn't find it in a good video.
He was either a prophet of God or he was one of the biggest frauds this world has ever seen. There is no middle ground. The Bible clearly warns that there will be false prophets who will deceive many and gives two simple tests to distinguish the true from the false. These tests are objective. And
I think this is a good one, actually, because this guy seems to be arguing from Christianity. And it's like, from Christianity, but I'm sure he'd accept the same things about it's like, now just turn this skepticism against Jesus as well. Like,
well, it took me about halfway through the video to realize this was an anti-Mormon video because I thought it was arguing in favor of it. Well, let's hear him out for a bit more.
To distinguish the true from the false. These tests are objective and do not involve praying or internal feelings. First, if they give even one false prophecy, then they are not sent from God, even if their other prophecies come true. So here is one example. In 1844, Joseph Smith prophesied that his son David would be a church president and king over Israel. David, however, was never even a member of the LDS Church, much less a president or king of anything. And there are dozens more false prophecies about the return of Christ, the building up of Zion, temples, and other cities, the destruction of the U.S. government and other enemies, and the fate of...
Just like in Revelation, just like in Matthew, just like in Mark.
Well, yeah, but you see, those things all will be fulfilled at some point, or they were fulfilled spiritually, which is exactly what the Mormons say about all of these. And I think he mentions that briefly.
Certain church members, etc. Mormon apologists have defenses for all of these, insisting that Smith never made a false prophecy, but also insisting that true prophets can make false prophecies. But even if one can accept the explanations for each of Smith's prophetic failures, there still remains the second biblical test of a prophet. False prophets lead people away from the true God. And this test is only possible if God preserved his revelation of who he is in the Bible. So here are some examples of how the prophet Joseph Smith led people to a very different God than did the prophets of the Bible. The biblical God has been God unchanged since eternity. The Mormon God used to be a man who worked his way up.
We could probably stop it at this point because I think this is actually misinformation, at least in parts of it. Some of the claims there aren't even Mormon teachings. But I think the interesting part there is, the Joseph Fielding Smith quote is, I think, a very good statement. That's more of a bilemma because I think he was a con man or he was from God. But Mormons make the same argument. And also what he was saying about, the comparison of the biblical God and the Mormon God, at least a bunch of that stuff was coming from the Old Testament. But as I think we'll see later, plenty of Jews say the exact same thing about Christianity. They'll say the Yahweh and then the Christian God, and then all the differences, Yahweh is one, whereas the Christian God is three, and all of these other things. So it's fascinating how, Jews will defend the Old Testament and critique Christianity. Christians will defend the Old Testament and New Testament and critique Mormonism. And Mormons will be fine with all three, but they're not fine with Islam. And everyone has their own set of things that they're okay with, and then they use the same arguments that atheists will to critique all of the others. It's so interesting to see these next to each other.
So the next category that we're moving into is this idea of eyewitness testimony, that eyewitness testimony makes things more reliable somehow, more truthful, makes supernatural claims more likely to be true. I'm just going to nip to the loo quickly while I play this one as well, because I'm going to die if I don't or something.
I'm happy to answer this week's challenge. I get some version of this challenge emailed to me consistently. I think if you're going to write a book in which you're going to assess the gospel accounts as eyewitness testimony, you shouldn't be surprised that people are going to challenge your first premise, which is that these are even eyewitness accounts to begin with. So I'll read the challenge as it's offered. Christians like to call the gospels eyewitness accounts, quote unquote, but why should we take them seriously as eyewitness testimony when the authors don't say anything about being eyewitnesses, and the accounts clearly contain descriptions of events like the virgin conception, birth narratives, and private moments of Jesus that the authors could not have personally seen. So here we have two, I think, levels of objection that I get some version of these stated in some similar way consistently. The first is, well, gosh, it's not written in first person. These accounts aren't written in first person. Like Luke, for example, writes a portion of the book of Acts in first person narrative. And there's really no overt statement, either at the beginning of the book or elsewhere, that places the author as an eyewitness specifically to a certain account. You might see that, for example, in other current narratives, where someone says, yeah, then I saw this. And you don't see those kinds of statements in the scriptures. But I think if you look at the actual genre of literature from the first century, I think this does fit well within literature, even when it's written by eyewitnesses who are more modest about their role in the narrative. I think, but more importantly, you have some internal evidence in the scriptures. For example, take a look at how the Apostle John ends his account. He says this, describing himself as the disciple who is testifying to these things and wrote these things, and we know that his testimony is true. And this idea that you're using the word testimony really implies you've got something you've seen that you can then attest to, like you would in court. And so I think this is something that is consistent.
This is the interesting thing then. He's kind of like smuggling in that the supernatural claims are true. If he can make it look enough like eyewitnesses, then eyewitnesses are accurate. Like, you know, like then what's recorded must have actually happened in a sense. It's impossible, like, without entertaining the possibility that people are eyewitnesses to some things, and then those eyewitness reports are sort of perhaps people's recollection of them is faulty in some way, or maybe it's not true, and that's just not really being entertained here. Yeah, I don't know.
Then with other statements on the part of John, let me go to scripture here on my computer. In 1 John 1, verses 1 to 3, John says this: what was from the beginning, what we have heard, what we have seen with our eyes, what we have looked at and touched with our hands, concerning the word of life, an expression that John also uses in the opening chapters of the Gospel of John. It says later in verse 3, we proclaim to you also. Now, I do see a lot of folks, skeptics especially, who will try to separate the Gospel of John from the later letters that are attributed to John. And I often wonder if this is just an effort to kind of make the more overt statements of eyewitness testimony and kind of extricate them from the Gospels, because if the Gospels really are eyewitness accounts, we can evaluate them, and it turns out if we do evaluate them, they come out pretty well. So I wonder sometimes if the motive of trying to separate those texts is really for the purpose of separating more overt statements about eyewitness testimony. I don't know. But also you see this resonates with what Peter says in 2 Peter 1, for we did not follow cleverly devised tales when we made known to you the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, but we were eyewitnesses of his majesty. Again, a direct claim of eyewitness testimony. And even Luke, let's go back and make a clear statement here. We aren't claiming as Christians that Luke is an eyewitness. But it does appear that Luke has access to the eyewitnesses. And so he's recording eyewitness observations that he had direct access to, even if they aren't.
So I thought what he's saying here, though, is important to compare to things like this.
I've seen a few strange things. I've experienced phenomena that I can't explain.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Here in America?
A few things here in America and a few things back at home, and it's intriguing and it's powerful.
So you believe in the concept of UFOs? I mean, in the mysteriousness. I mean,
in the mysteriousness, whatever they are, I don't know, but I've seen one. You know, I've seen one right above me, and if I got a tennis ball out, I could have hit it with a tennis ball. And
hang on, just for the record, we'll get this on tape. No substance was involved.
No substance was involved. No substance was involved at all.
You sure it wasn't somebody from Take That trying to beam you up?
Tell you what, that Howard's got some incredible technology if he has.
So you know, is that better or worse than the type of eyewitness test fit for us today that we have in the Gospels? And what does J. Warner Wallace make of that? You know, has Robbie Williams really seen an alien UFO?
There's so many claims of these sorts on YouTube for starters, but also that have been documented in other contexts, paranormal, religious, and otherwise. I don't really understand the focus on eyewitness testimony because it's so unreliable in many ways, but also there's just so many cases of people claiming to see and experience all sorts of bizarre things. And I just don't, like reading in the Gospels, while it says that they had access to eyewitness testimony, or like it makes it sound like they did. Well, of course, they say that they're trying to convince you that Jesus is Lord. Like, what did you expect it to say? To include a lot of doubts and caveats and a careful accounting of the sources and where things fall are a bit less well evidenced and where it is well evidenced. The argument is a bit bizarre. It's like, hey, look at this first century anonymous Christian propaganda. It comes across like they really know what they're talking about. What else would you expect it to come across as? Especially because this is the surviving propaganda. We don't know what else was around that hasn't survived.
So this one then is Mormon Eyewitness.
Joseph Smith claimed that he translated the Book of Mormon from a set of golden plates that were given to him by an angel. After the translation was complete, Joseph said he returned the plates to the angel, making them unavailable today for examination. This account may come across as a little too convenient and lead you to wonder, is there any evidence that the plates existed at all? Introduced at the
something that comes to my mind where, as I watch all of these various religious videos, all for religions that I think are not true, it's just the amount of human effort, time, money, creativity that's been put into not just the arguments, but the production value, the animations, and wow, imagine if all these people were as enthusiastic about coming up with a different treatment for bacterial infections than antibiotics or something, or I don't know, I just think imagine if we could get excited about that collectively as we do about making animations for apologetics and if all our bookshelves
all the
in
theological speculations. Yeah, it makes me really sad actually to think about all that. It's such a waste.
Beginning of every copy of the Book of Mormon are the testimonies of the 3 and 8 witnesses. These 3 witnesses, Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Harris, wrote that they were shown the plates by an angel, who also attested to them that Joseph Smith translated the book by the gift and power of God. It would be easy to say that these 3 men conspired with Joseph Smith, only giving their testimony of the angel and the gold plates to perpetuate a scam. But that explanation loses its strength when we consider that all 3 men eventually...
Oh, the guy in the top right, he's got my haircut, right?
You wouldn't want to cross him. He looks pretty grumpy.
They all look quite serious.
Well, people didn't smile at photographs back then, but
yeah,
that guy looks like he's going to murder you.
But that explanation loses its strength when we consider that all 3 men eventually left the church, having at some point fallen out with Joseph Smith. Oliver Cowdery and Martin Harris later rejoined the church after Smith's death, but David Whitmer would remain estranged for the rest of his life.
Yeah, after he bloody murdered someone or something.
I haven't heard of that.
Oh no, I'm just because he's so angry.
Oh yeah, well, good. Maybe that was the reason. I don't know.
Smith. All 3 maintained their testimony of having seen the angel and the gold plates. In fact, David Whitmer famously went out of his way on numerous occasions to give interviews and correct newspapers he felt had misrepresented his testimony. Once he wrote, "Those who know me best know that I have always adhered to that testimony, and that no man may be misled or doubt my present views in regards to the same. I do again affirm the truth of my statements." The fact that these men never wavered in their testimony of the plates dismantles the claim of collusion. After all, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain by maintaining their testimonies after falling away from the church. And yet...
But did anyone stand on their necks until they were almost dead? Because that would really tilt the balance for me.
Oh dear.
Each, independently of the others, insisted that their published testimony was true, whatever their disagreements with Joseph Smith may have been. With collusion being highly unlikely, others have questioned whether the 3 witnesses could have been hallucinating. Some sources quote the witnesses as saying that they saw the plates with their spiritual eyes, or with the eye of faith, which some take to mean they only imagined the plates and the angel. But that sort of language is scriptural in nature, and doesn't automatically imply hallucination. Rather, it means that the witnesses were prepared for a visionary experience in the scriptural sense. David Whitmer made this clear in an interview published in 1888. Of course, we were in the spirit when we had a view of the plates. For no man can behold the face of an angel except in a spiritual view. But we were in the body also, and everything was as natural to us as it was at any time. Whitmer insisted.
And also, it should be remembered that Christians at this time have very distinct concepts of imagining something compared to witnessing, a vision from God. And it wouldn't have made sense for them to use the idea of having a spiritual vision if they were just imagining it, because then they would have said they were imagining it, right? So you can clearly see that by choice of words that it must have been a vision from God.
I don't know if you want to comment on this comment, James.
Mainly because of how early the Book of Mormon was written, like within 30 to 40 minutes of Joseph Smith's angel plate experience. I don't really understand the comment. The Book of Mormon was written mostly in a period of a few months. And it was some time after Joseph Smith originally, supposedly got the plates. There are people who argue that the time span in which he wrote it, in fact, this was something that I believed when I was a Mormon, the time span in which he wrote it was too short. He could never have written it in that short a time span. But being the sort of person I was, I actually did the math and worked out how many pages it would have been per day. And then factoring in that the original version had like heaps of spelling mistakes and typos and didn't have verses. I'm getting a bit of feedback.
Okay, is that from me? Let me.
I assume so. I'll just keep going. But yeah, and the original, what he originally wrote, didn't have any verse demarcations, or I think, I can't remember if they were chapter demarcations. But anyway, it was very different to the version we currently have. So basically, it was like a first draft that he did in 3 months, and it comes out to like a very reasonable amount. I mean, Joseph Smith was a good storyteller. There's no question about that. But it's not like, it's just easy to say that something's not possible, but it's actually much harder to show that it wouldn't have been possible when you actually try to work out what might have been possible. Anyway, that's a bit of an aside here. But I want to hear about the rest of this video.
Have I fixed the feedback issue for you?
Yeah, I haven't heard any, so we'll push on.
Hallucination during the vision, saying, "I saw with these eyes." One might still not be convinced by the witness given by Cowdery, Harris, and Whitmer, thinking it sounds too ethereal with an angel showing them the plates. This is where the testimony of the 8 witnesses comes in, as they were given the simple, straightforward opportunity to handle the plates directly. No angel arrayed in glorious light is described by Oliver Cowdery. They simply wrote that, "As many of the leaves as the said Smith has translated, we did handle with our hands. And we also saw the engravings thereon, all of which has the appearance of ancient work and of curious workmanship." Once again, collusion is unlikely, given that 3 of the 8 witnesses were either excommunicated or left the church. And as with the 3 witnesses, they never recanted their testimony as published in the Book of Mormon. To explain the testimony of the 8 witnesses, some think that Joseph Smith fabricated a set of tin or lead plates that he used to trick them with. However, there is no credible historical evidence that Joseph Smith somehow faked a set of plates, let alone that he had the wherewithal to do so. Martin Harris, before he became one of the 3 witnesses, held the plates while they were in a wooden chest, and knew that they must have been either lead or gold, but rightly added that Joseph had not enough credit to buy so much lead. This theory also ignores the testimony of those who saw the angel. If we only had the testimony of the 3 witnesses, you might be able to dismiss their vision as a hallucination. And if we only had the testimony of the 8 witnesses, you might be able to say that they were being tricked by bogus plates. But combined, their testimonies support the claim that Joseph not only had plates with the appearance of gold, but also that those plates were divinely given. If the official testimonies of the 3 and 8 witnesses are not enough, there are also the testimonies left by other secondary witnesses who encountered the plates. For example, Josiah Stoll.
I want to comment as I hear this as well, just how much better this is than the evidence for Christianity and the gospel accounts and so forth. We've got newspaper clippings. We've got also, like, imagine if there was like, the Judean Times or something, and you could see, like Matthew and Mark have a big bust up over atonement theology and go and write the separate gospels. I
know, it's unbelievable. It's so much better than anything we have for the resurrection. Like, Christian apologists like to argue about how, we've got this creed that Paul preserves that dates back to within a few years, or maybe it's even a few months, although there's no real specific evidence of that, but it dates back really early to afterwards. And it shows what the disciples believed and were teaching. And, I just, compared to what we have here, where we have everything quite precisely dated, certainly way more precisely dated than we have in the case of Christianity. Everything is like named. We know the individuals. We have their testimonies from later on. They corresponded with people. We have the signed witnesses and reports of what they exactly saw. And I'm really interested to know, because I mean, obviously, as an ex-Mormon, this is of particular interest to me, but I think it's one of the best attested of these sort of miracle type claims. And I think most Christians just dismiss it. They just don't find it interesting at all. So I'm interested, what do you think about this, Nathan? What do you think happened?
I mean, I don't know exactly. Anything I offer, I'm aware is going to be like a just so story, because I just don't I don't have access to it. But I think I could provide several explanations. I mean, it seems like at some point someone has made something up, because like I don't think Reformed Egyptian exists as a language, as far as I'm aware, for example. So I think somewhere in the chain there's got to be someone involved making something. Maybe there's like lower quality metal plates with just nonsense scribbled on them or something that someone's offered, and people have genuinely seen it, and then they've projected their experiences of, because there are times I remember being in church, for example, where I was like convinced that God was actually working through like the way that the light was coming through the stained glass window or whatever. And I'm aware that someone can be worked up into, or someone who's in like a religious fervor can then be interpreting signs as being laden with. So all it would have taken at that point was, for someone to present me with some random metal tablets that were given to them by an angel, and I might have accepted it and believed it or whatever, and gone, wow, they really are golden. There's no other explanation. So I think it's possible that these people were being completely honest, but were just sort of, like it's almost like a fake barn example or something, just from the worldview they're working for, which has all these entities in of angels and divine revelation and so forth, that they've kind of they're driving down the street. There's this fake barn. They've gone, yeah, that's just another barn, and they're not like lunatics or anything. They've just been genuinely deceived, and that's how I'm interpreting it. But
well, but you're not really answering the question. Is Joseph Smith is Joseph Smith the prophet of God, or is he alive from the pits of hell, or is he as what was it again? As crazy as I forgot what's the phrase he used. A
poached egg.
A poached egg, that was right. Yeah, as loony as a poached egg was, or whatever it was.
Well, I'm going to say he's as crazy as a poached egg, and he's from heaven.
Okay. Yeah, but I just think that it's I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said. I think it's actually an interesting question from a psychological, sociological point of view, how to account for these. I don't have the full answer either, but I think what's really unsatisfactory is that most people would just have no interest in it at all. They'll just say, oh, they all lied. But that's right. Just as plausible as saying that all of the disciples lied and faked the empty.
I don't think they're lying, though. I think they could be telling the truth.
I don't either. But like that's one cavalier response that you can just say, oh, they were just all lying. But Christians wouldn't accept that of the disciples, and they'd say it's grossly implausible. Likewise, Muslims about Muhammad and his early followers. And yeah, I don't think it's that plausible either. Or you could say that, Joseph Smith was just completely crazy, although that doesn't account for the physical plates. But then also they're not going to accept that like Paul was completely crazy, or that Muhammad was crazy, or the Buddha were crazy, or whoever else. So I'd really like to have more conversations with Christians about this, because I think it's probably about as good evidence as you get for a sort of reasonably mainstream religion. And it's still rejected by most people from other religions, right? And I think rightly so, because there's a whole bunch of problems with it. Ultimately, what I think where it comes down to is they'll just make theological arguments against why Joseph Smith can't have been a prophet.
Right.
That's what I find tends to come down to, which is super interesting, because you can make that against Jesus as well. And it also shows that it's not about the evidence, it's about theology, which has been my position all along about these sorts of arguments. You don't believe on the basis of the evidence, you believe on the basis of what theology you find persuasive.
Yes, yeah.
And we'll see some more of that later.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I just got a news pop-up for my American people who are watching, that a Trump rally in Washington has turned violent and someone's been stabbed. No. So if you're American and you have to pause this to go and participate in the Civil War, then... yeah, such a mess over there, and I'm sorry that your politics is like that currently. Yeah, is Australia particularly polarized?
Well, not anything like to the extent it is in the US. Unfortunately, we do import a little bit of that sort of stuff, which probably happens in the UK as well. But I mean, what we're talking about is not unrelated to this, because a lot of Trump support comes from evangelical Christians, I think very disappointingly, and also a lot of Mormons as well. Utah voted very heavily in favor of Trump, which I think is pretty diabolical, because he's about the least Mormon person you could imagine. Except for apparently he doesn't drink, so maybe he's got that going for him. I don't know. But anyways, I guess the point I want to make about that is that I think these, like a lack of critical thinking and inability to see other points of view, does spill over into many facets of life, including politics as well. So that's kind of why we're doing this sort of thing.
Eyewitness testimony, of course, is the single greatest cause of the conviction of the innocent. And what's fascinating about that is that we have now 30 years, more than 30 years of fantastic research from experimental psychologists who have, recreated crime scene, recreated events, and played around with which different way we do a photo array or a lineup, and different techniques that are used correlate more with accurate and reliable identifications, and which techniques lead to errors. And a number of reforms have been adopted by federal commissions and the American Bar Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, lots of policing entities, based on really good scientific research. I mean, a lot of this research, there's meta-analyses. That's where you pull together lots of different studies, and you have a lot of confidence that certain things are real effects. And I'll give you some examples that may surprise people. For example, before you show somebody a photo array or a live lineup, you should tell the witness, we're now going to show you some pictures or people. Please keep in mind that the real perpetrator may or may not be in this photo array or lineup. And if you don't make an identification, don't worry, the investigation will continue. Just giving that warning dramatically reduces incorrect identifications without really reducing correct identifications. And that's of extraordinary importance, obviously, in terms of being able to go out, find the real perpetrator, and not arrest the wrong person. There's lots of reasons we think that this warning will reduce error. Certainly, it inhibits people from guessing, and there's kind of a natural inclination to do that. Another reform that's of really critical importance is that the person that administers the lineup of the photo array should be double-blinded. That is to say that the person should not know who the suspect is. And that's important for many reasons, not the least of which is the possibility of feedback, confirming feedback. What, again, meta-analyses have shown is that if you say to somebody, you picked that number too, good, or give some kind of confirming feedback, whether you're a law enforcement person or somebody else, frankly, what this does is it can falsely inflate the person's certainty that they made the correct identification, the witness's belief that they had a good opportunity to observe, the witness's belief that they were paying attention when the crime was committed. All of these factors, by the way, certainty, opportunity to observe, paying attention, are all factors that the courts used to be using, or use, frankly, in trying to weigh the reliability of identification when we know that, let's say, some suggestive procedure has been used. So confirming feedback, or even just the use of an unduly suggestive procedure, can falsely inflate these so-called reliability factors, certainty, opportunity to observe, attention paid. And the legal tests are out of whack with what the scientific evidence shows.
So the reason I just wanted to include that was to show, even in modern courts of law, right? There are problems with eyewitness testimony, and when we're going back thousands of years, are people thinking about this when they're thinking about eyewitness testimony, when they're collecting, even if we assume that what's really going on is people are going, the evangelists are going around collecting eyewitness reports and so forth, is any of this skepticism being applied to anything that anybody says, if that sort of thing is happening?
Well, there's no reason to think that it is. I think that's a really good video, and I document much of this research in my book, Unreasonable Faith, where I look at eyewitness testimony and the many problems it has. And I think one of the interesting things is that in religious contexts or spiritual contexts, it's always a highly emotive and charged and environment or setting that's imbued with meaning, and there's no sense of like objectivity or trying to avoid sort of biasing people or leading them to think a certain thing, and there's no attempt to like corroborate afterwards in terms of how are we sure about that. It's exact opposite of all the things you would want to maximize the reliability of these things, of the reports being veridical. Especially then when people report what they experienced sometime afterwards and having talked with each other. And it's interesting, when I mention these sorts of things, I haven't had a lot of detailed feedback about the sort of things that I talk about, but the few Christians who do talk about this, what they usually do is they just try to find reasons why these findings would not apply in the case of, for example, the disciples and the experiences of Jesus, because there are always some differences, of course, like it's not a murder investigation and it's not a laboratory setting or whatever else. I mean, of course there are differences, but I mean, I guess the problem is that there are a lot of other aspects that are similar, and a lot of reasons to think that many of the same mechanisms would be at play as are at play in the other circumstances. And to me, it really diminishes my confidence in, well, eyewitness generally, but then especially when eyewitnesses are reporting things that are so out of the ordinary. Like a man rising from the dead, for example, or other sorts of miracles. And I think you really do need very strong evidence to overcome the unlikelihood of those sorts of claims. And eyewitness testimony alone, I think, almost never can provide that. Unless it's very carefully controlled. Like, for example, you can get the eyewitnesses to write down very shortly afterwards what they experienced separately from each other. That's not perfect, but like that would be one mechanism. So there's things you can do there, but I think this is really important to consider. And most religious people, in my experience, have very little interest in any of these findings.
Yeah, I think like it's interesting that, for example, in the Gospels, it'll say things like, we've written these things so that you might believe in rather than it saying, well, this was kind of weird. So what we did was we all sat down and we thought, can we apply skepticism to these claims? And what came through is true, that we just couldn't be doubted. Like they could describe like a process. I obviously, this is all completely different culture and it's very biased of me to think this way or whatever. But it's just, it's clearly like the sort of thing where people are just like caught up in an event and all human biases are engaged. There's no like bias reduction involved in that process at all. So even if Christianity is true, I think you'd expect to say, well, there's a large amount of like false stuff in there if it's like really is eyewitness testimony and collecting the accounts of people who were there and so forth.
Well, and there's stuff in there that no eyewitnesses could possibly have known. Like discussions between the Sanhedrin and the Roman authorities, for example. I don't remember which gospel. I think Matthew might have some of that. Maybe some of the others. I mean, you just have to invent eyewitnesses that aren't mentioned or appear in the story in order to explain where these accounts come from. So, I mean, and that's not a problem unless you want to say that they're inerrant, which maybe we should do a whole discussion on that. I think it's such a silly view, but anyway, let's move on. Bigfoot, yes.
Is this it? This is the spot. That's where he came. He was up there.
We're standing on the spot, John. Will you run us through exactly what happened?
My uncle, he was up here with the sluice box, and I was kicking rocks over and sucking the silt out. And he saw some motor and says, see that stump we had lunch at yesterday up there? And I'm like, yeah. See what's standing there? That's a big bear. He says, no. Here, take the binos. So he gave me the binos.
Binos.
More than the bear. It's a great big squatch. He would have had to have been 9 feet tall.
I love how matter-of-fact John is. I mean, in Oregon, seeing a Bigfoot's kind of like seeing a bear or a deer. There's nothing that strange about it.
For about 20 minutes, my uncle goes, well, go back down there and start dredging. And he was still standing there another 10 minutes or so watching. And then he just turned around and he walked right over the ridge top and back down, and he was gone.
John, you said, you're standing there, you look out, you're seeing a Sasquatch.
Yeah.
And you just go right back to work?
I didn't take my eyes off him the whole time, no. I mean, my uncle said, go back in there and go to work. I'm like, okay. He said, if you tell people think you're crazy. And, besides the prospecting, he had other businesses that were his private businesses. And he didn't want anybody, to affect his business. People think he saw Bigfoot. You're nuts.
Listening to John, I'm having difficulty believing his story. He seems too nonchalant. So to put him to the test, I asked him to take me exactly to where he saw the
Hang on. That's the reason the field biologist has trouble believing his story, because he's too nonchalant about it. That's the reason she finds it unbelievable. I think.
Yeah, I know, right?
Seriously. Oh dear. What is there anything? I haven't seen this one. What happens? What happens afterwards?
I don't know that there's anything.
No, I'm sure it's not interesting.
Okay, so I know he was looking through, like you said, these 12x28 binoculars, but just standing here looking at you guys, I can tell that you're a person. I can see John's sunglasses. I can see your belt cliff. I mean, there would be no way to misinterpret it as a bear.
Yeah, and really, at this distance, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me you'd be able to tell if it was a human being in a ghillie suit as well. Yeah. Like you clearly saw hair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The closeness of this encounter utterly eliminates any possibility whatsoever of a misidentification of a bear.
Wow.
Anything like
Utterly eliminates any possibility whatsoever. I'm convinced.
Now, if only it was that simple with the Gospels, right?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate these sort of shows have infiltrated some of these documentary channels, but we should get the UFO guy on here as well, the aliens, ancient aliens guy. But yeah, there are lots of sightings of Bigfoot and other sort of, I guess that's not paranormal, that's, what's the word? Cryptids, there's another word. I forget the word. Anyway, but you could make very similar arguments about this that you could make about, appearances of Jesus. You could say, well, this guy, he is in the woods a lot. He knows the difference between a bear or a guy in a suit and, a Sasquatch or something totally different. So he's not going to misidentify it. And it was too close. And why would he make it up as well? Like, what does he have to gain from that? You could make all of these same arguments.
You could persecute him, right?
Well, I mean, we're laughing at him, right? I'm pretty sure lots of people laughed at him for saying this.
I mean, he said the business was going to suffer as a result of seeing a Bigfoot.
Also, I'd be interested. So I suspect that, for example, if some Christians were trying to discredit this, they would say, well, actually, he gets publicity and, he likes the attention. They come up with reasons as to why he might lie, even if maybe he does get some negative attention as well. The thing that I find interesting is that you can make that argument about religious figures as well, is that they may get negative attention, but they get lots of other sort of attention as well. And I think that there are certain types of people who like being in a position where they have a lot of followers who, or even not even so many, but they have devoted followers who, listen to their every word and things like that. And I don't think that motivates people to just make up things. Well, maybe it motivates some people, but I think it's more of a contributing factor, that it's sort of psychologically something that they're getting out of it. And so it helps them to convince themselves that what they're doing is true. But I guess the point is, again, that it's sort of a motivated skepticism. When you want to believe that someone has negative motivations, you'll come up with negative motivations. But when you don't, you'll just say, no, they couldn't have been lying. They couldn't have been crazy because, look how reasonable they are and so forth. But when you apply that to other people, it's sort of much easier to be more nuanced about it and come up with explanations as how that could work, right? Because this guy didn't seem crazy. So he's not a lunatic. And
he'd have a Bigfoot t-shirt on though, didn't he?
Yeah, I noticed that. But anyway, you can make a simplistic trilemma argument about any of these things, but when you actually are skeptical about it, it's pretty easy to see that doesn't really hold up because it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to be this close to the camera for the focus issues that are... So the next thing...
we don't want to lose all our viewers.
They just shut up every time I do this. There's this guy called Gavin Hurleyman who's a Christian apologist, and non-ironically, he's always got his camera like this. It's quite funny. Anyway, the next category is the we are different. And I can't remember exactly why I included this one, but I think this one was pretty weird. So
Galactic Federation of Light? What is this?
Galactic Federation of Light message of August 5th, 20. This is a channeled message that was channeled during a recent quantum session. The Galactic Federation of Light came through. It is time to show the way, because you know the way. You have been guided, and you are protected, and you are needed now at this time. This message is for the Twin Flame Collective. You are being called first. You are trusted. You have been trusted with this knowledge, and you are divinely guided. Show yourselves and know thyself. The first step in this is to love yourself and to heal yourself. Do not fear. Do not be afraid of the dark. You are the way shower and are entrusted with divine purpose. You are the light. You are loved, and you are loved. You are here for this mission, so keep going. You are being guided. You are being protected. I repeat this, you are being protected. We are all one. There is a big change that is coming. Do not be afraid of it. We cannot disclose details at this time, but we will be showing you the way. We love you all very deeply. We are all in this together. Again, I repeat this, know thyself. The bridge to the light is through your own light and love. God is always with you. How can you prepare yourself for what we say is coming? You need to forgive, just as you have been forgiven. The suffering that you have endured is the intercession that is needed for the wounding. So again, I repeat, the suffering is what awakes you, and is the intercession for the wounded. Trust in the process and heal. Again, I repeat this, know thyself. Be in the present moment. Be in the here and now. Give it all to him. Give it all to God. And this is to...
So this is interesting as well, because as we scroll through, you can buy some stuff. We are truly on this journey. We are truly doing it. This is real. We are not. So
how many views does this video have? So this is a UFO
40.
cult.
Yeah.
So this is. I thought this was just a spoof thing, but it's real.
Yeah,
this is a real UFO cult.
Yeah, because someone tried recruiting me into this when I was like 15 on the internet. This is how I'm aware of this.
I see. I have heard of, or at least a group related to these. I don't necessarily. Which later split into two different. Anyway. But apparently these guys, or predecessors of these guys, made a bunch of predictions about alien landings or something back in the 90s.
Okay.
Which of course failed, and then they had to deal with that. But it's an interesting case of the cognitive dissonance and failed prophecy thing, which I think is fascinating in its own right. But I don't really get the whole text reader aesthetic. I mean, can they not
well,
find
it's clearly
anyone who
just someone typing it. Like, it's, like I could do, and this is what I mean by like I could do this, and yeah, it's so. I don't know, like...
You are the way showers.
And it's the way that the language just sounds... like know thyself. That's like Socrates, right? And then like you've got like follow love. Or something. Like it's like a mishmash of like these memes of like memes from philosophy and religion and with aliens.
Well, that's what people have always done, right? They just combine things that they're familiar with and reconceptualize it in a new way. I mean, the interesting question is, why is this less plausible than God incarnating as a man, but also being God, and then dying and rising from the dead for our sins? Like, why is this less plausible than that? I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not saying that Christianity is as plausible as that. I'm just asking, what criteria do we use to establish one is more or less plausible than the other? Because, I don't know exactly what their beliefs are. Something about aliens coming to bring us into something with them or whatever. But, like there could be aliens who would want to do that for all I know. I don't have any reason to think so. But like, why think it's that crazy? And they could communicate with someone if they wanted to, presumably, like just as God could communicate through a prophet. Like if you think through it, what are the criteria that are being used to establish that this is complete ridiculous, whereas more mainstream religions are more plausible? Sometimes partly one of the reasons I say this is because sometimes apologists joke about, well, the only thing that atheists can come up with to explain the resurrection is like alien intervention, and I've put it out there that that as far as we know, there's no reason to regard that as less plausible than a divine miracle, unless we make certain assumptions beforehand about God wanting to do this. I don't actually see a reason. Like, all you just need to assume is that aliens exist and they have a reason to raise Jesus from the dead. But that's just the same as assuming God exists and would have a reason. Like, why is one more plausible than the other? Anyway, so I'm not saying there's necessarily no way to respond to this, but it's just a different way of, like, it's an outsider way of looking at it. Like, how do you actually establish the criteria that are being used to make these plausibility claims?
Yeah.
Christianity at its core the same as other religions? If you could put it in a pot and boil it down, wouldn't the remainder smell, look, and taste the same as Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, and the rest? What is religion? Just as we refer to our minds as being thoughts and ideas beyond the electrical impulses of our physical brain, the major religions propose that the human's true essence is their soul instead of their physical body. But just like our physical bodies, the soul also has needs, or it will starve. Each religion...
You are wearing a hat, James. Now, on that dualism, isn't that sentence sort of nonsensical?
Oh, I see. My body is wearing a hat. Is that what it should be?
Yeah, like it seems like the person is completely dependent on both the physical and mental attributes that we kind of give to someone. Like, if we're going to use this kind of like everyday language argument for dualism of you are not just your physical neuron impulse pulses, whatever, action potentials or something like shouldn't it be the case then that I shouldn't be able to provide like predicates to you that are physical? Like I shouldn't be able to say like you are wearing headphones or something, because you're not, like your soul.
Yeah, good question. I just think the way the guy ate the bread was really creepy. Maybe that was just like devouring it like a vampire or something.
The major religions propose that the human's true essence is their soul instead of their physical body, which, just like our physical bodies, the soul also has needs.
It's gonna be nice.
You've clearly never seen me eating bread. No, well, yeah. When V keeps like bringing me breakfast in the mornings and give it like, which is really nice. But yeah, I'm trying to like deliberately do it off camera because like I probably eat like that.
Guidebook of that spiritual plane that helps lead our starving souls to soul bread. Aren't these guidebooks all the same? The historical Jesus of Nazareth told a story about a father, 2 sons, and a family business. It was custom that the sons would split the business when their father died. But the younger son said to his father, "I can't wait for you to die. Give me my money now." Seeing his son's true heart, the father gave it up to him. The son...
Seeing his true heart? How did he see his true heart?
It's also interesting. Apparently, Jesus told stories in which people wore glasses and like 20th century clothing.
Yeah,
the setting feels a bit off to me.
Relatable.
It's a nitpick.
He turned his back to his family and hit the road. Far away, he partied like an animal, eating and drinking and seeing prostitutes, until suddenly his pockets were empty.
Yeah.
In desperation, he found a job feeding pigs. But the country's economy crashed, and he couldn't even make enough to feed himself. Now broke and starving, he found himself craving the pig's slop. When it suddenly...
This is just the way I remember Jesus telling it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing about economic crashes in this story. Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Food back home. What do you think? Did this father let him back into the house? As long as the
Yeah, of course. Like on a secular ethic.
son works hard to pay his father back, then he should be able to get a place at the family table again, right? Let's see how Jesus ended this story. The son decided to return, admit his wrong, and ask his father for a minimum wage job. But still a ways from home, his father spotted
Minimum wage?
him, and that...
They've really modernized this story quite a bit.
Remorseful, the son began his plea. "Dad, you shouldn't even call me your son anymore." But the father put a fine robe on him and a ring with the family crest. He told his workers, "Get the best meat and prepare a welcome home feast, for this son of mine was dead and has come to life again. He was lost and has been found." Although Jesus told this as a story, he was...
This is such like culty love bombing weirdness that's like they've built in theologically with the you get a right white robe and like you're cleansed and the Father loves you and like I don't know, like I find like it's kind of like it could be like an interesting story, and then like the interpretation of what it means as you start understanding is like weird culty love bombness.
Well, again, it's people on the inside just can't see it that way. I'm not necessarily saying that Christianity is like a weird love cult thing, but the point is a lot of the language could be interpreted that way if you were looking at it that way, but people generally don't. But I think that says more about cultural norms rather than the actual fact of the matter, because people never want to give like cults or new religious movements the benefit of the doubt. They're always fringe and kind of weird. But just because something's been around a long time doesn't automatically make it more reasonable, right?
Is actually presenting his view of the truth. In the story, the father represents God. So is Jesus seriously teaching that God forgives selfish gluttons before they repaid their wrongs against him and others? Judaism teaches that one can atone for their wrongs by changing their behavior, praying, and doing good deeds. Islam says we can move towards paradise by performing the 5 pillars. Hinduism claims that if we store up enough good karma, we will reunite with Brahman. Buddhism says we can enlighten and discipline ourselves into nirvana by practicing the 8-fold path. But in this story, the father embraced his son and fed him before he did any work. Why? Because in Jesus' view, it's impossible for a person to repay God for their bad deeds. God is a perfect judge who cannot be bought off with anything that we have to offer. Jesus said that when we die, we will face God with all of our deeds laid out. None of us is completely morally perfect, and none of us will stand a chance of justifying ourselves. Then, is there hope for us? Jesus believed so, and staked his life on it. He claimed to be God in human form who came to pay our moral debt with his innocent life, so that if anyone truly believed and surrendered to him, they would receive a full pardon from God and the power to change how they live. Other religions teach that our own self-sacrifice can pay our debt, but Jesus taught that only God's own self-sacrifice can pay our debt. All other religious founders claim to be guides to lead our starving souls to bread. Jesus claimed to be the bread our souls starve for.
Wow, that is one of the worst descriptions of the four of the world religions that I've ever heard.
I was just ready to get into some uplifting hymns there at the end. I was like, it's like the peak emotional experience of the sermon, right?
Oh, praise the name of the Lord our God.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably doing as much persuasive work as anything else. I don't know as much about quite what Jews say about this, but definitely Muslims don't think that you can just like work your way to God. They think that there are things you have to do, but like God's still, God's still infinitely merciful, and that's still a big part of the picture. You'd have to get a Muslim theologian on to articulate that exactly, but yeah, I don't think they would accept that. And then to throw in the Eastern religions like Hinduism and Buddhism as if they're even trying to answer the same question. Like, especially Buddhism is not trying to answer the question of how to make you right with God in any remote way. It doesn't even believe in a God in anything like the same way. So this is one of the things, maybe I'm just more attuned to it with Christian videos for a bunch of reasons, but I think you find it elsewhere as well. The brief summaries that are given of other religious beliefs are almost always terrible. Which really irritates me. One of my points is always to try to give a fair a fair presentation of a viewpoint, especially ones that typically don't get heard fairly. So, that's why Christianity is different from all the other religions. Now let's see why. What's next on the list?
But it also sounds like they have got a weird conception of justice there as well, right? Like you can come up with all these weird edge cases, where people don't seem to get, or justice doesn't seem to be done. But
Back. Now we'll take your questions. If you have a question yourself, send it to us at quaranspeaks.com. So, Dr. Shabir, the question that we have today is,
this guy.
What is so radically different and unique about Islam and its scriptures? So, in other words, the viewer goes on to say, what does Islam have to offer than other schools of thought?
Well, if we take atheism, Islam offers us belief in God, which is rationally based belief. In terms of humanism, Islam gives us the humanism, but also with belief in divinity. In terms of secularism, Islam gives us a scripture which tells us that God actually does have a plan for us, so that we do not just govern our lives as if God does not exist. We include belief in God in fulfilling our material needs. In terms of other religions, the scripture of Islam, to me, shows itself to be a scripture from God. We can see that this is God's handiwork from many different perspectives. And on this show, we are going to explore a wide variety of reasons for believing that the Quran is the word of God. In terms of the theology of Islam compared with other religions, I find the religion of Islam to have a very rational theology, the belief in one God, as opposed to some confusing and conflicting, contradictory concepts that we hear about God. The belief in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as a messenger from God, gives Muslims a moral guide and an exemplar by which to live, a real human being like us who serve God in the most perfect way possible for his time and place.
And Prophet Muhammad is only mentioned in the Quran, not in the other scriptures, or he is?
We find mention of him in other scriptures as well. And so all of these are confirming reasons, are evidence to confirm the Muslim position that the Quran is the word of God, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a messenger from God. And I want to add here very quickly the practical life of a Muslim. Of course, some people might have interpreted Islam and make it impractical and sometimes impossible to live by. But when we understand the Quran well and the life example of the Prophet, peace be upon him, we see a simple, natural, and practical way of life.
Thank you very much, Dr.
You're welcome.
What? A simple, practical, and natural way of life. Having your neck trod on, as the other guy was saying, everyone around you dying, conquering kingdoms. What? Yeah.
Yeah, so again, emphasizing things that he argues are importantly distinctive. The oneness of God is one that Muslims talk about a lot from what I've seen, as well as the idea that, and he kind of referenced this, but that Islam is gives more of a total guide to life. That like there's more of a communal element, and that Islamic law plays a bigger role than anything in the New Testament does compared to Christians. So I think that's maybe what he was sort of referring to. That's another thing that I've heard spoken about as well. And yeah, it's just, I mean, the whole issue of that Muhammad wasn't claiming to be like the bread itself didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. That's not what it was about, right? Whereas that was the selling point for Christianity.
Yeah, it hasn't lifted my spirit as much as the Christian one, right?
Well, maybe you're just not receptive.
Yeah, that's.
There are several significant differences between
Bit quieter this one.
the Buddhist teachings and some of the other major religious schools. First of all, there is no belief in a supreme God. Secondly, there is no belief in an eternal soul, something which is permanent, something which survives.
It's interesting doing this actually, because you can see how much like none of them actually understand each other's positions as well.
Yeah.
After death and goes on to another state. And thirdly, there's a doctrine which we shall come to called conditioned genesis.
I can't even hear what he's saying. What was the doctrine?
Yeah, it's a conditioned genesis. I don't. It is quite quiet. Let me see.
Conditioned genesis. Is that? I've heard of. I'm trying to remember the term I've heard. Oh dear, that is a dependent origination. Yeah, that's the term. It's the same thing. Yeah, that's what I've heard it described as.
Expressed very simply, it just means that everything arises from a cause. It doesn't sound particularly impressive, but when you look at it and you begin to understand the implications, it's actually very profound.
See, once you achieve nirvana, you speak very quietly, because I'm being silly.
The Buddha himself.
Who on earth filmed this? Who filmed someone from behind when they're talking away from you? It's the stupidest.
Well, someone who has removed themselves from all attachment to desire for people to appreciate the video.
No attachment to good filming technique.
He said, if you think of a candle, flame, the flame may go out because the wick is exhausted, or the oil is exhausted, or a gust of wind blows it out. Can you say, where has that flame gone?
Yes.
All you can say is the conditions which were supporting the flame have not changed. But you can't say the flame has gone to the north or the south or the east or the west. Similarly, after the death of the body of an enlightened being, it was one of the questions he never wanted to get into to try to answer. It's probably too complicated a question for us to be able to understand the answer. There were 10 questions that he refused to answer, because he said we don't need to have an answer. Right, be back to work.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think Buddhism is one of the religions that often gets short shrift in Western conversations about religion, and summarized extremely poorly. I think you'll notice that the way it was briefly summarized, and granted it was short, but even so, the way it was briefly summarized in the Christianity video had almost no connection to anything that was said in this video. Because Christians like to think about Buddhism, in my experience, as trying to give an answer to the Christian question, which is something like, how do we make humans right with God, or something along those lines, which it just isn't trying to do at all, because Buddhism doesn't really believe in an overarching transcendent God in the same way that Christianity and Islam and so forth do. Yeah, it's just a completely different belief system, and it appeals to different concepts like dependent origination we had here, and there's a whole bunch of other things as well, a different metaphysics surrounding it, which if you want to understand it, you really have to at least make some effort to understand and sort of being able to articulate. Now again, I think it's there's no reason to believe any of it, right? Or for the most part, apart from there's the general good advice, good ethics side of most religions, which is good stuff. But then the metaphysics behind it, I don't think there's any more reason to believe that. But I guess you still have to, if you want to say that my worldview is better than yours, you need to know what you're comparing it to. And again, the Christian seems to, and the Muslim and everyone else wants to judge their religion by the standard set by their religion. Because if you take like the Buddhist standard and say, well, you know, how does Christianity respond to the, you know, the problem of the cycle of rebirths? It's like, well, Christianity just doesn't believe that that's a thing. Likewise, just Buddhism doesn't have an answer to the question of how to make us right with God, because it doesn't believe in a same God in the same way.
Yeah, that's it. That's interesting. I think Buddhism, like you were saying, I think some of them have these interesting points where like the Christian, like I love the Christian ethic of like, love your neighbor as yourself, or love your enemy. And I love like the thing in Islam where it's like, it just means submission to God. And if I interpret that as like submission to the highest good that you can see, something like that. And I think Buddhism has some really interesting practical advice about psychology and stuff. The problem is that when you start conceding these points to them, they import their metaphysical baggage with it of what it means internally. And so like you almost can't say to the Muslim, oh, that's a really beautiful idea, because to them, like, submission to God means like praying 5 times a day, living under Sharia law, doing this and that. And it's like you can't just be like, it doesn't even mean, that sentence just doesn't mean the same thing almost.
Why should I believe Swedenborg?
Oh, Jesus, that's loud.
I say don't believe Swedenborg, but I will say believe yourself. And how can you really say that you're taking it seriously, whether you believe or not, if you won't investigate everything, all the evidence, all the ideas? And I will put to you that without taking Swedenborg as any kind of figure worthy of reverence or any kind of supernatural, any kind of wise sage, just take the ideas that he has, try them in yourself. Try the idea of looking for heaven and hell in your own mind. Try the idea of pursuing innocence. Look at God through the way he tells you to do it. Forget that Swedenborg even exists. Sit there with those ideas. Watch the change that happens in you. Watch the leverage that gives you. Watch the way that it colors the way you see life in the world, and watch what happens to your mood, and watch what happens to your ability to make sense of things. Forget that Swedenborg's even there. Don't take anything. Forget the spiritual experiences if you want. Just take the things you can test in the lab of your own mind. What does it do for you? And then let me know if you feel like you want to go back and trust him more. Woo! Like sort of an aggressive elevator pitch for that. But right, because
it was good.
Just having it, like, let's trust what Swedenborg said, because he's Swedenborg. Like, I like Swedenborg, but no, you can't just trust him because he's Swedenborg.
Well, I love the idea. I love what you said there, because it took me quite a while being around this material before I realized, oh, wait, there's like a test version. Like there's something you can do. There's stuff you can try.
Yeah.
You can experiment with prayer and see whether it's answered or not.
Yeah.
You know, there are things that you can try. You can try, oh, I'll have this thought, or I'll try thinking this, or I'll try imagining that this is the case. See how that works out for me. And I do find that very appealing, because like the guy with the wig who lived centuries ago, like it doesn't matter. And it's a kind of claim that's very hard to, well, how do I know? I wasn't there.
The Stockholm Fire, I don't know.
I don't know. I wasn't there. I never met him, you know.
Neither does anyone else.
By putting those things to work, seeing that they help me, seeing that they explain, even the weird things will explain reality or human. I'll end up in meetings sometimes and I'll think, wait, this is just like that memorable relation. You know what I mean? Like it explains reality to me. And that's endeared me to Swedenborg. But you're right. Practice first, and then, you know, faith comes later.
What I feel like is the strength of the Swedenborg material is that it doesn't depend on, or there's not a load-bearing column, which is believe in the reverence of Swedenborg. It's nice that he was all smart and invented all these things to do mining with.
And that you can look him up in Wikipedia, you can find him.
He was a real guy, and that he knew how the world worked and all that. But it doesn't. This stuff isn't in my mind when I'm reading Swedenborg. It's not. If there's plenty of people that have great resumes that I don't give their stuff the time of day, because I start to read it and I just don't feel like there's anything there. So I love the idea of go find out if you like it. And some things will hit you in a certain way as certain things have really hit me in a certain way. That gives me sort of this affirmative opening to even the things that I don't necessarily intuitively feel like are amazing right away. Okay, you have really good. I really liked, you know, the other movies you made, so I'll watch this one all the way through.
I'll watch this one, right?
And
that's right.
And I will say, hanging out, I often think about when I'll have some really good reading session with Swedenborg, where it makes sense, where it feels alive to me, and it's like, this is it's like I'm seeing this right in front of my face. This is obviously how it works. I will sort of make a note of, okay, so I'm 34 and it's still working for me. Like, how long can you be immersed in this stuff before it starts to show its age or fall apart? And so far, it's still alive.
Yeah.
And you could say I'm already sold and died in the wood, but I have access to the internet. I'm not living in a gated community.
Do you use that interweb thing?
I figured it out the other day.
Good.
All I'm saying is I have access to a lot of competing worldviews. I could go, I see all the things all the time, but I still find that what ties it together, what makes the most powerful sense to me is the Swedenborg. That's why I go and look like a fool talking about Swedenborg online, because I think it's good.
Yeah.
Because the ideas are good enough to convince me to stick around.
Yeah.
This is fascinating. I know effectively nothing about Swedenborgism. I've heard of it before. Apparently, it's really small. There's like, 10,000 in the US or something like that.
I think it was like really big in like the 19th century because there's like these Swedenborgian churches that are abandoned all around like Manchester, where I am. Like they're literally like almost like archaeological sites and stuff because they built like these round brick churches. But yeah, so it's interesting because it sounds like maybe that wasn't a very good one for the why we're different category, but again, it sounds like what's being described there is just this sort of confirmation bias of like, here's a good way of me figuring it out. Like, begin to color your worldview with it, and then you see it more and more, and then.
I think that was fascinating because if you just delete the references to Swedenborg, it's really unclear. You could have been speaking from almost any religion, right?
Yeah.
Like you read the text and you see, and sometimes you'll get more out of them, sometimes you won't. I think really almost any religious tradition, I think, could say something very similar to that. And also something else that I sometimes think about is that naturally we focus on, the big religious traditions, but how do we know that if there was a true religious tradition, it wouldn't be just a tiny splinter group somewhere else that barely anyone's heard of? I mean, all religions started that way. So, is there anything ruling that out, that like if there was a true church or a true revelation, that it couldn't just have a few tens of thousands or a few thousands of members around the world? Like that, I mean, I don't really think that's likely, but it's not obvious why that couldn't be the case, so to speak. And I think that's an interesting sort of skeptical result, in the sense that you could just never possibly analyze every religious movement that was even, like, you could maybe have some idea of the main ones, but there's so many that are that small that, which is maybe an argument for why it couldn't be. But then you run into similar problems with other religions as well, that people from whichever one you pick, there are people who never heard of it. So
on this Hinduism one, is it from 4 minutes or to 4 minutes?
It's from 4 minutes. Yes, this is an interesting, I don't know how far exactly, but she starts saying some interesting things around 4 minutes.
A very quick example, that what goes around comes around. It's much deeper than that. Basically, all the Eastern religions, including Buddhism,
I'll be
Jainism,
back in a sec.
of course, Hinduism, the umbrella is Hinduism, and they come under those, under the umbrella of Hinduism. They all agree that we have some part of us that transcends the death of the body and takes us into further bodies. So in the same way, Swamiji and other masters describe how you discard one set of clothing and put on another set, or you move from one room to another room. That is basically this body. That's what it is, because you will come back. This isn't your only life. So being that karma is a huge, deep topic, I just wanted to give an overview of what it is. So, basically, when you go from one body to the next, when you leave this body and move on to the next one, you're taking a little bit of baggage with you. And that's what we call karma. So when you take that little bit of baggage with you and you bring it into the next body, into your next life, that is going to affect you. So if you've gone through any major trauma, let's say, for an example, in your previous birth, then you're going to carry that with you in the next birth. So the thing we need to do is complete those things. We need to complete those so we can move on and evolve as human beings. So I can give one example. There was a woman who had visions and also had confirmations from various Akashic readings, and also Swamiji she talked to, but she knew in her past life she committed suicide. And in one understanding she had and vision she had is, and also at her birth, she understood that the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck. And she understood that she hung herself in the last life. So then now that trauma is coming with her. So in this birth, she had a very difficult birth. Luckily, she made it, and she's a wonderful person. But she had the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck. So it's not only what goes around comes around, but what you carry with you, you'll take again and again with you. So what we want to do is lighten that luggage, lighten that baggage until there's nothing left. Because then we can move into the realm of moksha, liberation, which is the jumping out of that cycle of life and death and joining with the source once and for all, returning back to the source from which we came. We all have that spark of consciousness within us. We're all connected to the source with that. And that is what the whole, what we're trying to do, the whole purpose of life is to return to that state, to that understanding, that connection, and that oneness. So with Hinduism, that is also unique, moksha, liberation. You don't find that in the other patriarchal religions, obviously, because you just die. You're either good or bad in this life, and you're judged at that at the end of your life, and you go to heaven or hell, and that's all. Bye. Oh my God, it's very depressing, you know. Or if you're an atheist, you don't believe there's anything out there. You just return into the dust, into the cells that you were born from.
Or a Buddhist could believe that, right? Like, and is there anything you want to comment, by the way? Like, I guess this is interesting because this is very different. Like, it's trying to answer very different questions to all of the other ones, which is, again, this is almost like a blind spot for all of them. It's like almost what they've done, almost what they all do is like, let me tell you what the problem is, and here's the solution, and then they sell it to you. But like, they're almost like completely oblivious to the other problems that the other worldviews point out, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I found it fascinating that she found the idea of heaven or hell in Christianity or Islam to be, I think she said, depressing or something similar to that, which I've not heard. I mean, I don't know many Hindus, or I've not known many, and even fewer who I've really talked to their faith about. But this idea that, yeah, that she has a very different emotional reaction to that than a lot of people do. And as you point out as well, that she sees Hinduism as being different because it's focusing on these different sort of questions, the cycle of rebirth, and it's sort of solution to that. I guess that's sort of the difference between the Abrahamic and the Dharmic faiths, Buddhism and Hinduism, both of which have somewhat different but somewhat similar answers to the cycle of rebirth, whereas the Abrahamic faiths have different answers to how we reconcile ourselves with God and sort of what's happening to us after we die. So you notice the commonalities and differences there because of their different religious heritages.
Well, this is something I've been thinking about, right, as well, is that I don't know if you're familiar with an anthropologist who died this year called David Graeber, who was quite interesting. I listened to, he gave a Google Talks thing because he wrote a book called Debt, the First 5,000 Years, and how intricately the concept of sin seems to arise alongside societies where they were sort of implementing debt-based economic systems. So you see, like in the ancient Near East, these monetary systems emerging, which seem to have like crediting and debting, and then the idea of morality becomes like intertwined with the idea of like paying your debts, and then you see this theology emerging around like paying your debts as well. And I wonder if like, I mean, this is pure speculation on my part, because I've not done any studies. I'm not an expert in any of these areas, but I wonder if like if you could then say, well, you see these differences between the questions that these Eastern religions are answering and that these Western religions are answering because of these different fruiting grounds for the ideas and the cultural backdrop and so forth.
That would be very interesting. I think it would be hard because we don't have a lot of information about the origins of these sorts of ideas, but that would be fascinating. Another thing I'm interested in is comparing, because basically the Abrahamic religions originate from the Near East, the Dharmic religions originate from India, and those are sort of two of the main old world origins of civilization. But the other one is China, of course. And there are no major world religions that originate from China. Probably the biggest one would be Taoism, but that's pretty small even in China, as people who like explicitly identify as Taoists, and I think very tiny in the West. Some people call Confucianism a religion, but personally I don't think it really counts as a religion. But even there, it's sort of interesting as to how that line is blurred. And the tradition in China seems to have been a lot more about more what we would call political philosophy in the West. Certainly Confucianism falls into that, but also like legalism and some of the other traditions. And Taoism sort of like is more what we might call metaphysical, but it's just very interesting to me how different peoples and different cultures have approached these sort of questions of transcendence and meaning and the relationship of that to society and ethics in
and come up with completely different answers.
Well, not just different answers, they come up with different questions, and then of course different, and then variations on the answers to those questions. And then what most will do is focus on what makes theirs different from the others, and by their own criteria in terms of what's important.
Oh, muted.
Now, if you live according to the Torah to all those 4 departments, you will be labeled a righteous person. If you feel in one of the departments, it doesn't work. You technically have to be good in all 4 of them. Now, when I see the word Torah, I had to go to the word of the Torah because Judaism is very unique. There's nothing like it, past or present. Why? What makes Judaism is very unique? All other religions, they were started by one man or a small group of people. Judaism is different. Judaism, we had what we call nationwide revelation. Our sages estimated there is 3 million people. There were 3 million people at Sinai. How do we know 3 million? Because the Torah said there was slightly over 600,000 men between age of 20 and 50. So if you count their wives, their children, their younger sisters or brothers, their grandparents, you can come up with 3 million people easily. So the Torah says that our Creator Hashem instructed Moses for everybody to wash themselves, to be clean, to wash their clothing, and everybody want to do Mount. It says every person witnessed what happened at Mount Sinai. And the Creator starts speaking, and everybody heard the voice. Not one person, everyone. And the Torah says, you heard the voice of the Creator, you saw the fire, you heard the thunder, you heard the shofar going louder and louder and louder. And that's what makes us unique. Now, God said, why am I doing that? So if your son or your daughter or your grandchild is going to ask you, Dad, Grandpa, were you there at Sinai? You're going to say, yes, I was there. And if you want to check with somebody else, like his uncle or his grandma, they're all going to say, yeah, we were there. It's no wonder our prophet Isaiah, Alav Shalom, said, you are my witnesses, because
That's
we
one of
all
those.
witnessed the revelation of God on Mount Sinai. And that's what really makes Judaism very unique. So if you are Jewish, please learn Torah, be involved in your community, join the synagogue. If you are not Jewish, but you have interest to learn about Judaism or the Torah, please contact us. On that note, I will say, Baruch Adonai Leolam Amen Ve'amen. Blessed be his name.
Wibbity wobbly to you too.
So let's recap why each religion is special and different from all the others. So I've got to get the list so I remember them all. So, well, I don't even know what to say about the Galactic Federation of Light. So
well, they're different, they still have continued. They have continued revelation every. You know,
Right,
they
that's
have Microsoft Mike telling them what the aliens want every day or so. Islam,
every update cycle.
Yeah.
No, next one's Christianity. So Christianity is unique because Jesus is the way. He is the bread.
Oh, he's the bread. Whereas,
as opposed to the other religions which teach you a way that you can get to the bread. Islam is unique. What did he say about why it's unique? Oh, because of the oneness of God and because of how it provides a more sort of holistic and integrated and livable and whatever other words he said approach to life and way of reaching God as well, I guess. Buddhism was unique because it doesn't have a belief in God in the same way. And, what else did he say? It was so soft. Oh, he mentioned the concept of dependent origination as an explanation for like the cycle of suffering. And the whole theology. He didn't go into details, but they have a whole theology behind how that works and how we escape that. Swedenborg, he didn't so much say why it's unique, but
because you can apply it.
What was your take on that one?
Yeah, maybe that was
sort of right. You can kind of think about it and decide what to get out of it, I guess, or approach it
still relevant
in that way.
34 years of his life, it's still relevant. Still works for him or something like that.
Hinduism is unique because it doesn't believe in heaven or hell and has a response to how we deal with the cycle of rebirth. I mean, Buddhism does as well. I'm I don't know if she talks more later about Buddhism, but she seemed to think that had a better answer to. I mean, Buddhism is kind of more depressive because it's about their concept of enlightenment is different. It's about like a blowing out, ceasing to be. Whereas in Hinduism, as I understand it, not being an expert, of course, it's about oneness with Brahman, which is different to like ceasing to be. But again, I'm sure that there's nuance to that. And then Judaism is different because unlike all other religions, it was revealed to a whole people, a whole nation, instead of like one person or a small group of people. So there we have it. That's why every single religion is unique and special and distinct from all of the others.
And so we have miracles as the next category.
Maybe we should say why atheism is special, because we know that atheism is a religion as well.
Yeah, it's the only one with Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty.
Maybe it's the only one that asks you to think critically and be skeptical about claims people tell you.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the issue, right? And this is an issue in the thing as well. It's like, how do you define religion? So I think maybe because of my naturalist presuppositions, I define religion as like a sociological thing, whereas some people like Aaron Ra want to like a religion is something which has like spirits and stuff like that in it. And I get where that's coming from, but I guess because I don't think spirits and stuff exist, I think it's a bad way of defining it. Like I think so. I do some of the complaints about atheism exhibiting features of religions. Like I'm actually sympathetic to, like, because I think like my jiu-jitsu club also like exhibits those features, or like my company that I work for also exhibits those, because it's just when you put like people in a social group with like an identity and a common task or whatever, they start like human psychology just works the same way across those different things to some degree. But again, I'm just ranting off topic. Like, yeah, what makes atheism different is probably, I think it is that it can like account for all of these conflicting data points in a way that the others can't, without like appealing to like ad hoc explanations that are more complex. That would probably be the one I would go for.
Yeah, I would say this is maybe a bit of an odd way to put it. Atheism is like the intersection of what all religions believe, because they all believe in the natural world and the stuff that happens there, and also ethical and moral aspects of human society and interaction and so on, and all of that stuff is kind of agreed upon and kind of demonstrable, and then all of the other stuff is different and hard to verify and so forth. So if we eliminate the things that everyone disagrees about and focus on the things, obviously I'm simplifying a lot here, but like that is sort of how I think about it. Like excise the things that we don't really know about and are highly speculative, highly abstract metaphysics, or what happens after death, or revelations that can't be verified, all this other stuff. And what you are left with is sort of, some sort of atheistic naturalism, and because that's what everyone basically accepts exists in some sense, and then people add on other things to that. But I'd say, well, we don't actually need to add on anything else to that.
Yeah.
It's something like that. Also, a few people have pointed out that there are different sects within Hinduism, which I fully acknowledge, and I don't claim to be an expert. I only base this on what I've learned in at uni and some other places. But I guess the point is to rather than making blanket claims about like what other religions teach, especially just in the light of your religion, it's important to actually try to understand what they say. But I think it is fair to say that Hinduism, broadly speaking, does have a very different, like it's asking and trying to answer different questions mostly to like the Abrahamic religions.
Rob, who's a Christian in the chat, says, the irony here is that so far I haven't disagreed with you both for the past around 10 minutes of listening to the present moment. Well, I mean, I think that's because what we're pointing out here is very reasonable and probably true to the best of my lights.
Well, mostly we're criticizing other religions as well, so I don't know exactly what the last 10 minutes has included. Let's move on. What are we up to now? So why everyone's different? Miracles, yes.
Miracles. I don't know.
Okay, so if this first one is the one that I think it is, this is, this one, I found this. Did you watch this? It's, I think, very confronting.
I left it to because you put like shocking or something in the what did you put? Disturbing. think, and so
it's pretty weird on it. So there's a little bit in the middle. It's a bit repetitive. You can skip through, but I think it would be good to watch like the start and the end of it. So we'll see. The first thing that's interesting is just the introduction. It's pretty. I don't even know what religion this is from. Like it's from India, but I think it's some sort of syncretistic Christian thing. I can't. Maybe someone else will know where this is from exactly, but because it's not in English. But you can.
M looks like it stands for ministries. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Oh,
it's just
it's amazing. Oh yeah. Damn, I want a part of this religion.
I know, right? I'm converted already. Yeah, because they've got this New Testament verse, but I don't know what any of the rest of it has to do with that. I don't know what he's saying. I don't think it really matters though. You get the idea of what's happening.
Prophet, an official title of prophet. You know, like when he goes to like the dentist or something, and they go, "Prophet Singh." And this guy here, he might want to put up the other hand.
Oh dear.
Yes.
बहुत बड़ी गवाही है ये अगर बता रही कि बच्ची बचपन से टोटल ब्लाइंड है अभी आपने प्रोफेसी किया कि जो बच्चे आंखों से नहीं देख पाए थे करिए टोटल ब्लाइंड
Amazing Healing by Prophet Bachinder Singh.
टोटल ब्लाइंड टोटल अभी ये बच्ची देखने लगी जब प्रोफेसी करेगी अच्छा तो देख नहीं
Wow, Amazing Healing by Man of God, Prophet Bachinder Singh.
The healing hasn't happened yet. I was confused as well.
Why are they crying?
जब बचपन से इसको देखना बिल्कुल भी देखती नहीं थी ये बस इसने बोला कि इसके लिए आप प्रे करो जब इसने दिया था खाने के लिए मैंने इसकी आंखों में लगाया मैंने बोला कि बेटा तेरे को दिखाई देता है बोलती आंटी हाँ मेरे को थोड़ा थोड़ा दिखाई देता है
Why is she like holding it back?
Well, I mean, if I was her and I was on this stage, I would be completely freaked out and overwhelmed.
Yeah. Well, that's what
I don't have
like,
any idea what's going on, and she's a kid.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying to like figure out what's going on though, and I'm like, you know, like it. I don't know. We'll see. Well,
it becomes a little clearer at the end of the video. I was very confused by this point as well.
Oh.
They like these super close-ups as well. I don't know what the deal with that is. Yeah, this is the part that drags a little bit, but I don't remember. Okay. I should have written the time. Just a little bit forward. It's not. It's pretty much. Yeah, here we go. So he's done the thing.
Oh, I see.
So she can see where he is. This is the proof.
This is all the proof. What did?
Well, there's a little bit more afterwards. He doesn't really do anything. He just sort of touches her.
Is that the same clip as before?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why she's crying, because they've taken it from afterwards. Play it to the end. you can tell what they asked her to do, right? Yeah, watch closely what happens. Chin up the nose. How could she possibly have found it if her sight hadn't been restored? I can't imagine what could have taken place.
Is this the mother who's financially exploiting her daughter's disability?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obviously the mother. I don't know if she's gaining from this in any way. She certainly seems to be buying into what's happening, unless she's an extremely good actor.
Right.
Now, to me, the most disturbing part of this possibly is the very end, as you'll see in a moment. You'll see why.
Oh my God.
It's when you see the crowd, and this is just part of it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And they've all just seen a miracle.
They've all just seen a miracle, exactly.
Wow.
This is so interesting, I think, for so many reasons. So this is how miracles happen, right? I think we just saw, we didn't even need to understand what they were saying. I don't know if anyone in the chat happens to speak. I don't even know what language that is, Hindi maybe, but it doesn't really matter. So obviously there's a healing miracle. He's healed her sight. The mother seems clearly convinced that that's what's happened. Everyone in the crowd seems very convinced. There were clearly thousands of people there. So they've all seen a miracle, and they're going to go and tell whoever that they saw a miracle. And I don't think you're going to convince them otherwise. The whole atmosphere, the music, everyone being excited. I think that's how it happens. You're not going to convince someone who's been in that situation that they didn't experience a miracle there.
Yeah, I thought
What's your reaction to that, Nathan?
It's like a moral thing where, like, I'm thinking, I'm assuming that the prophet knows that he's full of crap, like, and is basically exploiting disabled people to make money. Is my and so I'm just like morally sort of outraged at someone doing that.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, I feel so bad for the girl, as some people in the comments are pointing out. But I just, yeah, I think it's so interesting as a clear case study that we have these sorts of things still happen. It's not just in whatever tradition this. I still don't even know what that is, but it happens elsewhere as well. But this is just one that I found on YouTube. And the thing is, I don't think this. It doesn't really matter whether the prophet guy, like, knows that he's a fake or not. I got the impression that he kind of knows, but I don't think it really matters, or we can really tell. It kind of comes out the same way.
Yeah.
So sorry if that was kind of confronting, and I did say it was, but I think that's how it is. These things are often not like they're not nice always.
But it is terrifying, all those people with their arms waving and everything, you know, like, damn, like, you know, like this, the message only needs to be twisted slightly. You only need to, you know, inject some politics in there. It's just terrifying, like crowd psychology and human biases and,
Yeah, so when people would point to the 500 who saw Jesus, in my mind, something like that is, I mean, that was more than 500, right? And it's sight being restored. But in my mind, something like that is what happened. And so to me, it's not very impressive. If anything, it's a little disturbing about, you know, the sort of crowd psychology that was going on.
Well, did you see how many people there were there? It was exactly 10,000. Exactly.
Yeah.
So this next one is a bit different because it's not religious, but this is from a conspiracy theory kind of YouTube channel. And what this guy does is he sort of goes around London and interprets meaning in things that he sees, and he sort of, you know, like connects the dots between words and stuff. And what I see in this is like, I think the religious person is doing the exact same thing, but just using theology instead of like conspiracy theory language. And it might be easier for them to see it through the lens of like this conspiracy theorist than it is. I can't remember how many good examples there were though, but forward a bit.
Okay, and you throw it, ready? So Michael, wait! Oh!
Look over there, because what you essentially have is a sign from the Mayor of London saying the Feast of St. George, celebrating St. George's Day. All little pictures of dragons with forks in them, hence that funny looking dragon over there. And then interspersed with them, these statues of some of our greatest imperialist war criminals. Of course, very, very popular, that sort of thing, don't you know? So, what has essentially happened is that we've just got to the end of another media cycle. Another media cycle has ended, and what essentially we have been left with is the remnants of basically a psychological operation. It, of course, has been in the news quite a lot that a guy, the younger of these two Chechen brothers, was found bleeding in a boat, hiding from the cops. Of course, there's a party in London today. Yesterday there was a party in Boston because, essentially, they were all worshipping the fact that the police were allowed into their houses, that they got given a cordon, an order that said they had to get off the streets. A curfew, a military curfew was given out in Boston. And after the military curfew was lifted, there was a celebration of the police state. That is essentially what went down in Boston the other day. And at the end of the media cycle, at the end of the psychological operation, what we essentially have is another mind-controlled psychological specimen, heavily wounded in custody. And what we have is a mass population with an altered sense of reality about their own security, about the security forces.
So I'm going to pause that there, because you might be thinking, well, what's that got to do with miracles? The point I'm meaning to make is, so that I think you can see from this guy, right, that he's sat at home on the computer or whatever and developed this theory of what's going on in the world conspiratorially. But then when he's like going out and walking around, he's like interpreting, and you see this if you ever watch like more of his channel, you know, like the little dragons with forks in. He'll talk about how this is like symbolism that's been put there by the elite to control people for some reason, like the statues that are around, like it all fits in. And then and I think that there's something similar going on today, maybe, when people come up with like a theology or a metaphysics of miracles and so forth, and then they see you know, like the statue Mary crying, or like the Buddha drinking water. So like I think there's similar features of human psychology being exploited. Maybe I should have put some timestamps in and drawn that one out a bit better. I don't know if you have any thoughts watching that.
Well, I wondered what the St. George's Day thing had to do with what he was talking about afterwards. I don't know if he brought that back in, but it just seemed like an incoherent ramble of a whole bunch of things. But I think it does illustrate the point of what you're saying, that an incoherent ramble can become very profound if you interpret it in a particular way, and if you have the set of beliefs necessary for that.
That's what I'm doing on this channel, right?
Well, yeah, maybe that's what we're doing. But I mean, my personal view is a lot of the world's scriptures are, I wouldn't say incoherent ramble, that's too strong, but they say a lot of things that don't make very much sense and are contradictory with each other. And the way that practitioners or believers in the different religions get around this is by adopting that worldview as much as, you know, they adopt that worldview and look into that mindset, and then they read in the meaning and the like deep structure behind it that can make sense of all this stuff. Like, for example, I think that Jesus and his disciples and Paul believed in very different things. I can't prove that, but that's the sense that I get, and I know I'm not the first to say something like that. Now, of course, Christians have ways of, you know, interpreting all that away and making sense of it all that, you know, reconciles what Paul says with what, you know, is said in the Gospels and so forth. But, you know, likewise, you could take this conspiracy guy and all of his stuff and say, well, this just looks like a whole bunch of weird, incoherent, you know, ramblings. But if you spent the time and you know, unpacked it and you took the right mindset to it, I'm sure you could develop the same sort of rich understanding of whatever exactly he's worried about. So I guess the question from my point of view is, how do you evaluate these sorts of claims to understanding the world, and how do you assess their plausibility? And most people do that from the inside. It's from the inside, when they're kind of used to that, how does it feel to them? But from the inside, almost all worldviews like this feel like they make sense and that they account for a bunch of stuff. From the outside, often they seem very strange and contradictory and, full of rambling nonsense, right? That's a little different to the pareidolia line, I guess, but that's sort of what I think about when I hear that sort of stuff.
What is there a particular time to move towards in this one, or just go from the start?
Oh gosh,
if you remember,
what did I say about this one? This is hang on, where are we at?
It was just in miracles. I don't know exactly.
Miracles, Judaism. I don't even remember. Let's just I don't remember this one. Sorry,
Rabbi. We're going to roll with the last question for the day, and I think this is just a great question. It's more of a good thought. Just to think about this is pretty interesting. I mean, with Christianity, wouldn't it have been so easy for the Jew or for the non-Christian to just simply produce the bones of Jesus? Why do we have to argue the point? Why can't we just come up with physical proof that he was not the Messiah, that he didn't get resurrected from the dead? They've got this right here, and there you go. There's the answer. But now you've got the Shroud of Turin, where they're saying this was definitely the body of Jesus, when no one knows. It's just, a lot of speculation. So how are we supposed to view that concept altogether? Is there enough in the text to just... Yes, go ahead.
I apologize because I didn't understand the question.
That's okay.
That was a really badly worded question.
What exactly are you asking?
Let me
let me just take your time, because I need to be able to respond.
Let me read it straight from the email. Okay,
go ahead.
Let's see. I'm going to read the full. There's like a little paragraph here, because I may be missing something myself. I was reading your piece on the resurrection of Jesus. I also stumble when it comes to this topic. It was such an important event, his crucifixion. Forget the New Testament narratives. All anyone had to do to crush Christianity was to produce the body. I admire your ability to articulate ideas, not my strength. General compassion is my strength anyway. I cannot wrap my head around the fact that the tomb was guarded by Roman soldiers to shut up early Christians. Just show the body. That's the end of the statement. Does that help you at all?
The question is specifically, were not guards posted at the tomb, thereby making it impossible for someone to sneak?
So if you just pause it for a second, I remember why I put this one on now. So I'm interested in the whole question of Jesus's resurrection, or arguments for Jesus' resurrection, because what a lot of Christians will say when they're dialoguing with, or like the Christian apologists will say when they're dialoguing with atheists about this, is that atheists don't believe it because they have a bias against the supernatural or against miracles.
Right.
And that could be true. However, that kind of ignores the point that Muslims and Jews in particular don't believe in the resurrection either, especially
skeptical
Jews.
of each other's miracles.
Exactly. And so that's why I was looking for Jewish responses to the resurrection. This is one that I came across where I forget exactly what he says, but he makes some interesting points. And so I think it's interesting to hear from that point of view. Again, it's a sort of the whole idea is it's a compartmentalization. Christian apologists often present it as if there's Christianity or there's atheism, sort of those are the alternatives. Yeah. Whereas the Jews have quite a few things to say about Jesus as well. So let's see what he says.
Now, what the basis of this question is an M source. M source means it's only found in Matthew, and it's Matthew chapter 27, verse 62. It's part of Matthew's passion narrative. And what we find but it's really silly. Now, all right, so the point is, in Matthew 27, I'll just explain it, is Jesus is, we are told in Matthew, is crucified on Friday, as in all the Gospels. Jesus crucified on Friday. Now, what happens is, the text says that the following day, the Jews, the priests, Pharisees, came and said that, the day after, means Saturday, and said to the Romans, you know what? They're going to go and say that someone stole the body from the tomb, we have to then put soldiers in front of the tomb. So this way, it can't be said that someone stole the body. This is the next day. This is not the day. This is not Friday. This is Saturday. This is according to Matthew. Please read it for yourself. Matthew 27, verse 60, 61, 62, 63. This is how the whole thing ends. And in fact, Pontius Pilate, the governor of the empire of this region,
the governor of the empire,
until 37, we are told acquiesced to such a request. In verse 65, in the passage, the chapter ends with verse 66. The Pilate says, go ahead. Now, the reason why this is, I don't believe any of this happened, but this is a very, very bad argument, because if, in fact, let's just play the game, what if? If this is the case, when will the guards put at the tomb? Now, I do not subscribe to this. I don't think none of this happened, but I'm going to just play along with the story. If Pilate, placed Roman soldiers at the tomb on Saturday, what would prevent someone from stealing the body Friday night? It actually doesn't solve the problem. That's number one. So it's actually, this is so M. You mean M? This is so Matthew, meaning we don't know who wrote the book of Matthew. We don't know where it was written, and I don't care what your pastor tells you, we don't know. But I will tell you this, Matthew is the Schlemazel of the New Testament. What is a Schlemazel? It's a Yiddish word. There's a Schlemazel or a Schlemiel. A Schlemazel is the guy who drops the banana peel, and the Schlemiel is the one who trips over it. Matthew repeatedly makes these kinds of errors, really big errors, that make his story so, it's almost as if like God.
Does anyone speak Hebrew in the chat? Is he made like Schlemazel and the Schlemiel?
Well, Schlemiel is definitely a word. It's basically like a fool, as I understand. I've not heard Schlemazel before. It does sound like a made-up word. I assume it's a real word.
Oh man,
this guy's hilarious.
I get the point, right, being that. So, and this is a thing. Like, okay. So if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, you're just left with no hope, meaning, and purpose. And it's like, no, you can just be a Jew, and like, you can have God, you can have your morality grounded in God. You can be a Buddhist. You can have no desire for anything. You could, yeah.
Well, yeah. Apart from the Schlemazel and the Schlemiel, if you just excise that, everything he said is exactly what the atheist critics of this say. So I think it just shows that what we were sort of saying before. In a lot of cases, the criticisms that are made from one religion to another are very similar to the criticisms that atheists make with respect to those religions as well. And yeah, exactly. The fact that you don't believe in Jesus, it doesn't or the resurrection, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a anti-supernatural bias. I mean, you might. I'm not saying that ever happens, but this guy does not.
Yeah.
So, but it's just fascinating to me how similar so much of this was.
Another miracle.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh, wow. That is it.
Señor, yo lo quiero. Yo lo quiero. Yo lo quiero. Padre. Oh, sí. Que sucede de rey. Oh, Señor. Señor.
guess God needs to take his time for the miracle to happen.
He's got to produce those cells.
Got to work up to it.
He's producing the cells and the bone marrow. And he needs lots of this. He needs the music to seems the least bothered about it. The girl whose leg just apparently got
Yeah, she's just like, can I go now? She seems so bored. I also feel really bad for her because she also seems kind of creeped out by the whole situation, which you can't blame her for.
Yeah. Well, I think the leg growing back is like this classic like con artist trick. It's like the levitation from behind, where you can go up on your tiptoes and you can't quite see the other foot, where it's like it's basically a magic trick where they know how to make the leg look shorter and then they make it.
But you see, most Christians are going to say, yeah, this is snake oil, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when it reports in the New Testament that Jesus healed people and that he cast out demons and he walked on water and whatever else, I think Christians just imagine in their minds what that must have like, what that would have looked like, because like that's the real version, right? Whereas I'm assuming it looked like, I mean, obviously it wasn't presumably on a stage and had a microphone and so on, but like I'm assuming it's something like this or something like the other one that we looked at with the blind girl. Like I assume it's more something like that, because what we have is, of course, we don't have the video of it. We have accounts that are passed down. So there's what originally happened, and then there's what was reported. But even what originally happened, then I assume is something like these sorts of things. Combination of trickery and psychology. Often, when I say trickery, not necessarily, because people can do this without realizing that they're doing these tricks. They just think that that's how you do the miracle. They convince themselves that. I don't know whether that's in this guy's case. There's no way to know that. But from my point of view, it doesn't much matter. The point is that self-deception is a really powerful phenomenon, right? And you combine that with the effects of the crowd and then effects of memory and other biases. And that's how you get miracle accounts. And from my point of view, I don't see the need to postulate that there's like the real legit miracles that actually happen. And then there's all of these like fake ones. From my point of view, the fake ones and the mechanisms that we know generate them explain all miracle reports that we have, or any that I've encountered. And I document quite a lot of them in my book if people are interested in looking a bit more into that. But I think the underlying point here is that I don't speak for all Christians, of course, but a lot of Christians don't have any problem with saying that these are fake, but like we have reports of the real ones in the New Testament. And I don't quite understand this question. When Jesus healed, what did he say after?
It's sin no more or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's what we have reported him saying afterwards. I'm not really sure that that's important from the point that I'm making, which is that what reason do we have for thinking that the reports that we have passed down to us about what miracles, say, Jesus did or any other figures did are anything other than similar instantiations of the same phenomena we see today, where we have the ability to document exactly what happened?
Man of God, while being in the service last week, the world witnessed what only God could orchestrate and perform. The world saw it. The world is astonished.
Family, just last week, this man was in a coma, written off by cancer, given 2 days to live. And today he's here to testify to what God has done.
Didn't God give him cancer in the first place?
That was Satan.
Oh, maybe.
Sorry?
My brother is dying with cancer.
Your brother
Yes.
is dying of cancer.
Yes.
What is this? 2 days to live.
Yes.
They gave your brother 2 days to live.
Yes, they say 2 days.
Bring him. Where is he?
He's mustn't back. I just came here. I was speaking to my friend, and my friend said I must come here.
So your brother is not here.
Yes, he's not here.
You came from Rassenburg.
Yes.
And your brother is in Rassenburg.
Yes.
And they gave him 2 days to leave.
Yes, they say 2 days left.
This calls for an urgent intervention from God. Her brother has only 2 days to live. Cancer has him bedridden.
What is his name?
The commentary.
Masilo.
Yes, Masilo.
Masilo. Who is with your brother there?
It's my sister.
Can you call your sister now?
God is not limited by space nor time. Distance is not a barrier where God is concerned.
Stretch your hand. Let's pray. No one can limit your life. No one can give you a day to live, 2 days to live, 5 days to live. Let's break the yoke of the enemy. Mashata, pray, speak to God.
Family, the lady now calls her sister back in Rustenburg. We do not know yet what will happen next. I'm trying to figure this out.
Did he say break the yoke of the enemy, or did I mishear that?
I think
okay,
so.
So maybe
yeah.
maybe it was Satan who gave him the cancer.
Encourage the sister to be strong whilst the
I just love the commentary here. It's like, oh, and it looks like it's going to be a really good miracle today.
I know, it's bizarre. I mean, they probably had this in the ancient world as well. Obviously not over, television, but equivalent.
Well, Pastor, I've asked this woman to call.
What did he say?
She's saying my brother is no more waking up. He can't eat. He can't do anything.
It's just like that.
Yes.
So there is no improvement.
Like dead.
Yes.
Pray more.
It seems that Masilo's condition is getting worse by the minute. Family, the man's body is giving up on him completely. At this point, he can't eat, he can't do anything, let alone wake up. Lord, you have never ceased to be Jehovah Rapha. The thousands of men and women gathered here today are all standing in a corporate faith, calling on the God of the impossible, the God of all power, to manifest his divine power and heal Masilo. Doctors and their medication can no longer help Masilo. But family, I know a name that is above all medication, the name of Jesus.
Hold on, everybody. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What is happening?
It's my brother. He's very sick. Please, man of God, help us. Pray for him. Please, man of God. Please, I'm begging you in the name of Jesus. Man of God, deliver him. Pray for him, please. He's lying down. He can't do anything. He can't talk. He can't move. He can't do anything. Please, man of God.
Everybody lift your hands. We are praying for your brother.
Okay.
The Lord is a compassionate God.
Amen.
God will heal your brother.
Amen.
Your brother will not die.
Amen. Amen, man of God.
Thank you, Jesus. The expectation of the enemy concerning Masilo will not be met.
Hear me. So your brother has cancer. He can't move.
The throne of God, and when obeyed, a miracle will take place.
Be healed.
Pastor Alf is rebuking that cancer in Masilo's body. Even as Pastor Alf is speaking over the phone from Johannesburg all the way to Rustenburg, the power of God will be felt right on that deathbed where Masilo lays, because no amount of distance can hinder the move of the Spirit.
I destroy cancer. I destroy sickness in the name of Jesus. Masilo, from where you are, open your eyes now. Open your eyes.
The music again.
Open your eyes.
Whoa.
Family, we're hearing the lady clapping her hands over the phone. We believe that Masilo has opened his eyes just as Pastor Alf had commanded him in Jesus' name. You cannot box God, for he is the God of the impossible.
Did he open his eyes?
He opened his eyes. Thank you, Jesus.
Now,
So I think we could replicate this this miracle. Oh no, it's me, V. Nathan has died. I'm so sad he's dead.
Well, you want me to raise you in the power of Jesus or something?
Oh, anything that could help. It's so upsetting.
Maybe I'll invoke the power of Thor just to spice things up a bit. I rebuke the death that's come upon Nathan and call upon Thor to revivify him using the power of Mjolnir.
I'm back.
Wow, I can't believe that worked.
Yeah, it's so yeah, I mean, so what Rob was saying in the chat there, he said, Jesus says tell no one.
That.
I think that's more like the theological interpretation, though, right? Because it's like he's not quite yet ready to reveal his divinity. As my interpretation is
that's not true for all of his miracles. I don't have a mental list of all of his healings, but certainly the feeding of the thousands was a public miracle, for example, and some of his alleged resurrection appearances were public miracles. And so the point I was making is about how these miracles are constructed in a social setting, and it doesn't really matter how many. Well, it can matter how many people are there because that does change the environment, but like it can happen in small groups as well. And some apologists use the number of people as evidence to substantiate, well, it can't have just been a hallucination or a story or something because there were so many witnesses there. But a crowd dynamic has its own effects. And of course, I would also add that's what the Gospels say that Jesus said. I don't necessarily assume that is what actually he said. But I mean, not all of the healings were private. I don't know. I feel like that's not true, but people can correct me on that if that is the case. But the point that really I want to make is that I should. Well, I'm applying for PhD positions at the moment, in which some of them ask you to put a title in with your name. So maybe I'll use prophet. That might help my chances. Oh dear. But yeah, the point is that people who believe in some miracles often don't look at them in the same way that they want to skeptically analyze miracles that they don't believe in. And what I advocate is for a consistent standard to think about, well, how could we explain this without appealing to any supernatural causes? And I think that what we have is sufficient to account for all miracle claims that I've ever encountered.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously there's the added aspect in some of these of, it seems that people are being exploited. But again, I mean, how do we know that wasn't the case in ancient where we don't have the video recording of exactly what happened, or demons being cast out and similar sorts of things?
So I think we've hit the end of the miracles section. What's the I don't know what is the contradicting scripture thing? Is it like what's that category?
So I'd have to remember. So I think the Christianity one might be saying that, yeah, so Islam contradicts the Bible, and then the Judaism one is, I think, saying the New Testament is contradicted by the Old Testament. Oh, yeah, okay. Why Jews don't... no, and Muhammad and Jesus. I think I wanted to put one here for Mormonism, but I didn't. But there are certainly ones for that as well. So it's sort of what I was saying before. The traditions that come afterwards want to accept what came before, mostly. Maybe they reinterpret it. But then the earlier traditions reject what came afterwards. So Jews reject Christianity, but Christians accept Judaism, but reject Mormonism and also reject Islam.
Yeah.
So this is just some examples of how that plays out.
Now, keep in mind, Muhammad did not write the Quran. It was gathered after he died. And it was put together by the third Caliph Uthman in 650 AD.
Can you elaborate? I brought several of our teams from our church.
Okay.
And I wanted them to see, can you go over the differences between Christianity versus the other world religions such as Islam, Catholicism, Mormonism?
You mean in 2 minutes?
Yes.
That's like those are semester courses.
We'll try to.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way, Frank, being a master of every subject that exists.
Frank's an interesting case, but I thought what he says here is worthy looking at. This guy's a bit of
He's like some kind of radio guy behind the glass going, shorten it up, shorten it up. All right, why don't we just deal with Islam first, okay? Look, there are three great monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay? In my view, Christianity just completes Judaism. I think the Old Testament is true, right, and I think the New Testament is true as well, so it completes Judaism. Islam...
But the Quran is right out.
Well, first of all, Muhammad is born in 570 AD. In about 610 AD, he seems to think he gets a revelation from God.
Hang on, and 19 is a factor. No.
To say that there's only one God. And he goes to Mecca in 622, and he tries to say, in a town that had a lot of idols, because people would go to Mecca and worship these deities, he tried to go in there and say, look, there's just one God. Allah is his name. And so they threw him out. He goes up to Medina. He begins to raid Meccan caravans. And in 630, he takes Mecca by force, but he doesn't have much resistance. He dies 2 years later, probably poisoned by somebody in 632. By 638, his followers have already taken over the Holy Land. And by 732, they've streamed across northern Africa, across the Straits of Gibraltar, into Spain, and were stopped in Tours, France, by Charles Martel, Charles the Hammer. That's what his name means, Martel. And he pushed them back, and eventually the Muslims retreated back over the Straits of Gibraltar, and to this day, northern Africa is largely predominantly Muslim. Now,
so he's trying to summarize a complex topic in a couple of minutes, and he spends, I don't know, 45 seconds going on about completely irrelevant history that has, like, okay, you can start with the Prophet Muhammad, but why do we need to hear about, like, the Battle of Tours? What does that have to do with anything? I feel like he's just saying that because he knows it, and it makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about, when it's not really relevant. Maybe I'm being too cynical there.
Never claimed to do miracles. In fact, in the Quran, he says, I'm just a plain warner. I don't do miracles. Right. Miracles are attributed to Muhammad about 150 years later in what's called the Hadith, the written traditions of what Muhammad said and did. These people were not eyewitnesses. As I say, it's about 150 years later. And some of the miracles appear to be modifications of Christian miracles, like Jesus turns water into wine, Muhammad turns water into milk. Jesus feeds 5,000, Muhammad feeds, I don't know, 10 or 50,000, something like that.
Well, why wouldn't God
kind of borrowed from
help Muhammad or allow Muhammad to perform those miracles as a symbol or as a connection back to the miracles that Jesus performed, who was also a prophet? Wouldn't that make sense? That's exactly what he would do.
Christianity, and even many Muslim scholars say they're legendary. So I don't think there's any supernatural confirmation that Muhammad was a prophet. Okay? And the miracles attributed to him were attributed much later. Now, there seems to me an eternal contradiction here for Muslims.
An eternal contradiction.
In Surah 568, which is a chapter in the Quran, the 68th verse, it says, O ye people of the book. Who are the people of the book? The Christians and the Jews. Right. You have no ground to stand on unless you stand on the law and the Gospels. In other words, the Quran is telling Christians and Jews they ought to obey the Old Testament and the New Testament. The problem is, if you obey the Old Testament and the New Testament, it contradicts with the Quran. Because
something just clicked for someone in the audience. Did you?
No, I didn't.
It contradicts with
right.
The problem is, if you obey the Old Testament and the New Testament, it contradicts with the Quran. Because in Surah 4, verse 157, it says that Jesus never died. He was taken straight to heaven, so he couldn't have resurrected from the dead, because God would never kill a prophet, according to the Quran. Now, keep in mind, Muhammad did not write the Quran. It was gathered after he died, and it was put together by the third Caliph Uthman in 650 AD. Okay? There's no miraculous confirmation that Muhammad was a prophet. So it's written 600 years after the events of Christianity. Why would we take a document written 600 years later to tell us what happened to Jesus when we have eyewitness testimony of what happened to Jesus? Jesus. Right. So this is why I don't think Islam is the true world religion. Now, I'm not saying everything Islam teaches is false. That's not the case.
We can stop it there.
I just think we're
doesn't
different.
really say anything. Which is good. I'm glad that he does say that that last part. But in terms of, I think that's a fairly standard, I think, apologetic response to Islam. I think it's interesting that he mentions that if you follow the Quran, it contradicts. Sorry, if you follow the Old and New Testaments, it contradicts the Quran. He specifically mentioned about the resurrection. I got the impression he was talking about other things as well. But I mean, of course, this is what Jews claim about the New Testament, that it contradicts the Old Testament about not having to follow the law and things like that. So that, you can get around this with enough interpretive work. But also, I think that the point about, we don't have eyewitness testimony about what happened to Jesus on the cross. We have anonymous reports, which may or may not be informed by eyewitness testimony, but that's a little bit different. The reason I mention that is because he's criticizing the fact that, these stories from Islam about the life of the prophet came later. But then he calls the Gospels eyewitness testimony, which I think is kind of dubious. Even if you want to call them reliable accounts, just flat out calling them eyewitness testimony is, I think, a bit of a stretch. And so I think it's an example of sort of inconsistent standards. You want to present yours in the most positive, strongest light, and the other in the weakest possible light. What Muslims tend to say, from what I've seen, is that, yes, the hadith were written down later, and there's many hadith, right? And some are considered legitimate and some not. But the way they assess this is by looking at the, I don't remember the Arabic word for it, but there's the sequence of its where it came from. So a hadith will start like, so-and-so heard so-and-so say, who heard so-and-so say, who heard so-and-so say, and then it always should end in either the prophet or one of his early followers, right? So there's a sequence of sources there, essentially, and there's ways that they have of accrediting how trustworthy the different witnesses are and how reliable that is compared to other things. It's a whole branch of scholarship, right? What I think is interesting is that we don't have anything like that for any of the New Testament documents. They're all anonymous. And we don't have I'm saying this because, Paul said this and he said this from that's just not a part of the early tradition. Even if you think that happened, that's not preserved because it wasn't considered important. And I've seen, Quranic scholars, this is sort of what I'm talking about, isn't it? How hadith are accredited as being reliable or not. This is the point I'm making, that what Islamic scholars will say is that the Christians don't have that same methodology, and therefore the New Testament is unreliable because we don't ultimately know the sources of that. Whereas even if the hadiths are somewhat later, they can establish, at least for some of them, that different scholars will argue that some are more reliable than others. So that whole aspect of it is just ignored because it's not something that's seen as important or part of the Christian tradition. Another point that I wanted to make is that Turek's main argument was that there was no, miraculous vindication of
the miracles were made later. They weren't during the time or something.
Yeah. Well, even if that's true, the point he was making is that there was no miraculous or supernatural vindication of the fact that Muhammad was the prophet. Now, what does a Muslim say to that?
Yeah.
They might appeal to those miracles in the hadith, but a lot of them don't even, from what I've seen, take that much stock in that. A lot of them are skeptical about some of those as well. Much more often they'll say, the Quran is the divine vindication. That's the miracle, right? So he's just ignoring that because to him, that's not persuasive. It's not the sort of miracle that he thinks is important. Again, this is the idea of the criteria. What he wants is a Jesus type miracle, like a resurrection or something, because that's the standard that he thinks is relevant. Whereas for Muslims, that's just not important because that's not the sort of miracle that is relevant. What's important is something like the Quran, like a literary or the revelatory miracle. So I think that it was just from a bunch of those directions, at looking at the way that he looks at Islam through a clearly Christian lens and then judges it by his criteria. I think it was fascinating. Sorry, I was going on a little bit there. Anything you wanted to add to that?
Shall we go on to the...
Yeah, this one's interesting as well. This guy's a Jew.
Jews, and greetings to all the non-Jews. Today I want to talk about the reason why the Jews did not accept Muhammad and Jesus as prophets. Because I see there's a lot of confusions, I think, floating around there as to exactly why the Jews did not accept them. A lot of people think that because Muhammad was not a Jew, that
I would be more likely to accept what this guy's saying if he did his talk while bouncing on the trampoline. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting backdrop.
That's why we did not accept him. And I don't really think that's the main reason. In fact, Jesus was a Jew.
Also, why is he have you noticed he's rocking backwards and forwards as he's doing this? And my brain instantly jumps to the way that they do that when they pray as well, and like whether there's some weird like Pavlovian conditioning to thinking about Yahweh for him or something. But yeah, that like I don't know. That could be completely false, and yeah.
And we still didn't accept him. And another proof is that we had a prophet named Avadia, who was by birth not a Jew. He was an Edomite. He converted to Judaism, and yet we accept him as a prophet. And according to at least one opinion in the Talmud, Job was a non-Jew, and yet we accept that he was a prophet. In either way, so exactly why did the Jews not accept Muhammad as a prophet, and Jesus for that matter? So in oral Torah, we have a clear instructions on how to test a prophet. And what it says is basically like this. The first stage, there are two stages. So the first stage, we listen to what this potential prophet has to say. If he says something that contradicts the Torah, then automatically he fails the first part of the stage, and he's considered to be a false prophet. Now, what do I mean by contradicting the Torah? Where he tries to guide us away from the laws of Torah. So, for example, if the prophet comes and says, the potential prophet comes and says that I am a prophet and I have a message from God, and you should continue keeping the Torah and keeping the Sabbath, you should keep kosher, then the first part of the stage he would pass. Why? Because he's not contradicting. But if the prophet would come and say, from now on, you don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore, you're allowed to eat this and this animal, camel, for example, and rabbit, which the Torah clearly prohibited, then automatically he considered
Who's
to have
desperate
failed.
to eat camel? I've got to get my teeth into some of that juicy camel meat. Sorry, I just never heard that as a thing.
Now, if he did not fail the first stage, then we go on to stage 2. The stage 2 is basically that he has to predict something in the very near future, and that thing.
I'm just thinking as he's saying this as well, that from the Muslim point of view, they can get around this, right? Because what the Torah says when it contradicts Islam is the corrupted parts. So yeah, like
that's true.
Of course, what the prophets do has to be in accordance with what the Torah says. It's just
this is what Mormons say as well, by the way.
Yeah, about Christianity. Like I think that this is a really effective. You just say, yeah, what you believe is true. So anything that is similar between us, I can say, well, that's just a true bit. But then the bits that disagree are the false bits, because it's corrupted.
Yeah, or you just reinterpret it, which is more the Christian approach.
Whatever he predicts has to be something very unlikely to happen, and that thing has to happen to the exact details as he has predicted. So, for example, the example given actually in the oral Torah is like this. That if the prophet says, tomorrow you will see rain with blood at 6 o'clock. Rain
Yikes.
with blood, which is obviously very, nobody sees such a phenomena. It's a very rare occurrence, even if such a thing does ever happen. And we wait until the next day. And by the way, all this is done by the Sanhedrin, by the sages, by the Jewish court. And we wait until the next day, and we see that really, in the evening, the rain with blood descended. But what happened, instead of 6 o'clock, it came at 5:55, for example, 5 minutes off. Then this is considered to be a false prophet, because a true prophet of God has to know all.
These guys are way more skeptical than me. I would.
I'd probably close enough. Could you imagine though? Let's actually. Raining blood, I feel that could have a natural explanation, although it's a stretch. But the miracle of splitting the moon, for example, that's attributed to Muhammad in the Hadith. Just because I was thinking about that, right? I imagine that the moon actually split in two and moved apart across the sky, and then moved back together and came back together. And people verified this in telescopes, and NASA was looking at it and all this stuff. That actually happened, right? But he was 5 minutes off on when he said it would happen. Would you seriously was nope, you fail. Anyway, but this guy's hard nosed, so I respect that. It's no.
And if he gets one little minor thing wrong, then he's considered to be.
Well, I think it's probably mostly rhetorical, right? Because he's like he's trying to make out like just how stringent it is.
Yeah.
You know? So when we've got the prophets, it must be the real ones because these criteria are so damn strict. Like
false prophet. And now you can obviously ask a question, but if he's a false prophet, how did he even come that close? And the answer to that is that there are other methods. Other than getting the messages from God, there are other methods, and in fact, the example
there are other methods of what? Of getting partial messages from God.
Well, let's hear what he says. He's going to give an example.
Is that the advisors of Pharaoh were able to predict certain things about Moses, and but they couldn't predict them in to the minor details. They knew roughly what's going on. It's like sorcery, astrology, maybe. So this is the difference between those people and the real prophet. The real prophet knows exact details. As far as the Muhammad goes, the way I understand it, for whatever reason, our sages not consider him to be convincing enough. And I assume that he failed in the first stage. Why? Because when he came out with a message of the Quran, at least the message that I understand the Quran to be is today is that if a Jew converts to Islam, he doesn't have to keep the laws of the Torah anymore. So, for example, he doesn't have to keep the Sabbath. He can eat camel and rabbit, and therefore,
maybe it's really tempting for him. Maybe this is
But like I've heard of people eating rabbit. I've never heard of people eating cow.
He's right on the edge. It's like when he's being tempted by Satan. It's I mean that's obviously not Jewish, but it's the camel. He's whispering in the ear. You could have all the camel your heart desires.
You know that like meme where it's like they're in jail. It's like, what are you in for? And it's like one guy's in for murder, and but it's hell. It's like, what are you in for? Eating camel.
Predicted what we have in the Torah. When Hashem gave us the Torah, He split the sea for us. He led us through the desert. He rained manna.
That helicopter in the background started causing pressure differences in my ears, and I thought I was dying for a second there or something.
Struck down.
To us for almost 40
been eating camel, have you?
And when
just from wet food markets.
Manna to us for almost 40 years. And when he revealed the Torah to us, it says that all Jews, not just Moshe, all Jews heard God directly. So we were all prophets. All the Jews were prophets at that time. And in fact, it says that even the lowest maid understood more at that time than the great prophets in the future, the great prophets of Israel. So therefore, whatever we experience, nothing can ever contradict that. No other book can ever contradict that experience that we had at the Revelation on Mount Sinai.
I love how he says that we had, as if he was there.
Yeah, I thought that. I was like, were you there? I mean, it's a bit odd.
And therefore, the way I understand, Muhammad and Jesus, for that matter, failed at stage 1. But even if they passed stage 1, assuming they would say that,
they'll never get past stage 2. It's like the stages are impassable.
Well, they're very strict.
Keep the Torah exactly as it's written, but I am a prophet of God and I have another extra message for you, or a prophecy for you. Then in that case, we would move on to stage 2. And as far as stage 2, I've talked to some Muslims about what exactly did Muhammad predict that came true. And what he said was that he predicted that the Muslims will win a war against the Romans between 2 and 9 years.
Never heard that before.
According to the Jewish standard of testing a prophet, that's definitely not good enough. Between 2 and 9 years, the Muslims will win a war. If he gets 5 minutes wrong, as the example I just gave, if he gets 5 minutes wrong, that's already considered makes him a false prophet. So, but this was just one Muslim that I talked to. If somebody feels there are other things and want to comment on my video, or please be free to do, and I would love to hear and chat about it. Thank you.
Wow. So there we have it. And no it camel.
So I think Oh, geez, that's got a lot of dislikes. I didn't see that. But
wow.
is it Christians on the comments? Sometimes I've seen that for some videos, like Mormon videos.
Like,
probably
I found, like, when I went on Hamza's Den, like, oh wow, like the amount of comments I've got from Muslims saying, Nathan was so polite, he'll be a Muslim soon enough. Oh, you're so skeptical of Islam, and that, like, but like all these people just appearing out of nowhere. Like, I didn't realize I had so many Muslim subscribers. But
yeah. So again, what's interesting there is that this is an approach to the this is an approach to understanding, you know, why we might reject Christianity or Islam that has nothing to do with whether God exists or nothing to do with like miracles or anything like that, well, per se, and just about the fact that they're not seen to, Jesus and Muhammad did not seem to make predictions that were sufficiently accurate, and also that they contradicted the Torah. And again, I think that this comes down to, you know, Jews are just not going to recognize Jesus as the Messiah because of the various things prophecies he didn't fulfill. I think maybe videos about that later, but also the changes that were made, like the Trinity and rejecting the aspects of the law and so forth. And whereas Christians just have interpretive frameworks to understand that, and it's just not a problem for them. And that's not really a question of evidence. It's a question of what theology you find more persuasive, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is, you know, like earlier I said, it almost seems like what people do is just like describing how their presuppositions make sense of like the world, and then just like offering it up, and like I think that's basically what everyone's doing with their theologies and so forth, and like and I think this is because the human brain works off of like coherent narrative rather than like probabilities and facts and things. But it's also why, you know, you'll see in like what apologists do as well. They'll be like, well, here's just data points that you just can't exit, you know, morality, the beginning of the universe, because like any story that can make sense of these things, like it doesn't matter whether it's true or not almost. And theology is like falling back into that. It's like they just can't see the blind spots where like that they have for like the other theology or whatever. They can't see like the comparisons when you're inside that.
Yeah, I just think it's fascinating. I think that's the value of, well, I hope the value of what we're doing here is trying to draw that out by showing these things side by side. The next one I think is dying for a lie.
Yeah, which is obviously a common, you know, like everyone says no one would die for a lie, which seems you know, vacuous sort of truth that we'd all sort of agree to, but
for something that they know is a lie, just to clarify.
Yeah. But then the problem is that, you know, they don't see that all the religions have that. Like they all have the people who
all religions have their martyrs. Yes.
Yeah.
Triumph over all his foes takes place outside Carthage jail in Carthage, Illinois, on June 27th, 1844.
You probably increase the speed on this one a bit.
Moment when the prophet leaped.
What's that? Sorry.
You'd probably bump up the speed on this one a little bit. It's a little slow.
Out the east window and fell to the ground against the well curb. Earlier in 1838, while being held unjustly in Liberty Jail, the prophet had been told by the Lord, quote, "My son, peace be unto thy soul."
You know, like at this point, we've heard so many of these arguments and stuff that I feel like I'm going crazy and like I just believe in all religions or something. Like,
it's interesting.
Whole guy dying for God. Like,
I think it's very important to hear these perspectives from the people who actually believe them, because you'll notice that like there's a big difference between saying, you know, on this date, Joseph Smith was killed by a mob who was, you know, upset about his religious teachings and Joseph Smith believed blah blah blah, which is just an outsider factual point of view. Whereas, you know, this is presenting as if, you know, he received it from the Lord, and they've got this emotive music, and you'll see later on it's all framed as if, you know, he is a real prophet, right? And likewise, we had that from every other religion we've looked at to a greater or lesser extent, presented in this way. Yeah, and you get this kind of picture that it's just, I don't even know how to articulate it. It's not like it makes it more, it doesn't make it more persuasive, like in an intellectual sense, but it just makes it seem more real and like, well, you know, yeah, the Lord did tell him that. Like it's kind of, maybe I'll articulate this differently. There are some people who think that, yeah, well, there's another aspect to that perhaps, but there's some people who've said that whenever we hear a claim, we initially always instinctively like believe that claim before like the critical thinking or the doubt comes up. Like that's a secondary reaction. It might be very quick, but and I don't know if this is true or not, but I think that it's an interesting way to think about this. It's kind of like when someone presents it to you as if it's true, there's part of you which is like, oh, okay, yeah. And then you have that, well, wait a second, what about the reasons that I doubt that? And I think that that just becomes more visceral, that it's sort of a real thing that people believe, and that, there's a worldview in which this makes sense when it's presented in this way, which I think is why it's so interesting to see it from all these different religions.
Well, that's what Daniel Kahneman talks about in the Thinking Fast and Slow book, where he's saying like, well, system one tends to be like, it's almost like all our biases and presuppositions and things like that, and we'll just interpret things in terms of that, and all sorts of things then influence the way that system one processes information, like something called like anchoring, for example, with a like you can be anchored to certain like facts or expectations or whatever, and that has nothing to do with like base rates of probability or truth claims about the world. It's literally just your psychology being like bad at forming true beliefs, and you can get like anchored to this thing, and then you'll believe it's true. Like, oh, taste this, it's horrible, and like all of a sudden you're like, yeah, that's horrible, even if it like you ordinarily would think it's nice food because you've been like anchored to this thing, and there's all this stuff.
And if you keep trying it and everyone around you tells you how horrible it is, then that's going to really cement that belief, right? Or how lovely it is equivalently.
And thine affliction shall be but a small moment, and then, if thou endure it well, God shall exalt thee on high, thou shalt triumph over all thy foes. End quote. In this image, I tried to portray the tragedy and the triumph of this moment. The tragedy is obvious, an innocent man gunned down while under the protection of the state. The triumph is a little less obvious. In his death, Joseph had finished his work. He had done all that the Lord had asked of him, and much had been asked of him. He had had so many chances to fail, to give up, to leave the work for someone else, to become bitter and resent the persecution and trial that plagued him from his youth, but he never did. The expression set on the face of the prophet, as preserved in the death mask, shows a peaceful expression, even a slight smile. Prophet Joseph Smith died at peace with God, even in the midst of such violence.
I like the interpretation there, even a slight smile. Like, really,
I thought that was reading a bit much into it, but
oddly enough, the mob never came into the room.
I mean, you could read that in a cynical way. As well as like a slight smile. I was like, I got away from it with it, you suckers. No, I don't think Joseph Smith was actually a con man. I think that he believed in what he was doing, but I just can't help but notice that you could interpret that slight smile in different ways.
He was surprised. They kept expecting it. They kept expecting the mobbers to rush into the room with their bayonets, swords, and pistols. But the mobbers were so cowardly, they never stepped foot into the room. All they would do was to stick their guns through the door. Someone would hand them another loaded gun, and they would put it through the crack of the door, and they would fire. They were so cowardly and afraid that they never came into the room. The figure on the right in the militia uniform represents the involvement of the state government in the murder. The red highlights on the face and hands of the mob represent the blood of the prophet and his brother on the hands of the killers. The blackened hands and face were the mob's attempt.
I've got to give it to the Mormons here, though. They didn't say the blood of the prophet.
Well, yeah, because English is effectively the holy language of Mormonism.
It could have been Reformed Egyptian, right? It could have been.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
A disguise, but also symbolized the spiritual uncleanness of the mob and their murderous intentions.
So I think. Oh, sorry. I thought it was finished. I mean, we'd probably stop it there anyway. I think the interesting thing for that is for Christians or Muslims or Jews or whoever else is if they're watching that, I think they just maybe have a reaction like, this is silly, melodramatic, and this guy was a con man or whatever. Like that's what other people think about your religion, or not everyone, but like that's what a lot of people have that reaction to your prophet or your holy person. And when there's a similar religious imagery and music and whatever else, they're reacting that way. And that, again, it doesn't disprove. We're not here really talking about like whether any of this proves or disproves one particular religion, but it's just about trying to adopt a more objective outside view on how to think about, well, your faith or other people's faiths, as opposed to like one standard for one's own viewpoint and then a different standard for other ones. I think that video is quite useful for that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will ask me, well, how can you be sure that the disciples who either wrote scripture or who testified about Jesus in the first century weren't lying either about the resurrection or about the details of Jesus' life? Could this whole thing we call Christianity just be a fabrication, a lie on the part of the disciples? Well, I kind of have 3 answers for that and 5 answers for that. I'll give it to you quickly. The 3 is this. In all my work as a detective, I've learned that people only commit a murder for one of 3 reasons. That's it. And the same is true for lying, stealing.
1, God is involved. 2, like, I don't know. I'm definitely going crazy at this point, having listened to like so many arguments over a period of time.
They only lie, steal, cheat, sin, commit murder for one of 3 reasons. These are the only 3 motives that drive bad behavior. You ready? It's not hard to figure out, actually. 1 is financial greed. 2 is sexual or relational lust. And 3 is the pursuit of power. So if we're going to suggest that the disciples lied, and 3
is he saying so these are the only 3 motives that gain? What about just like being outright crazy or like?
What about revenge? Is that not a reason that people ever kill someone? I don't really think that fits into any of these categories.
Or even justice, like in a weird sense of justice, perhaps.
Yeah, like honor killings could fit into that. Yeah, I don't know where he gets these from. Is this based on some research? I've heard him say this before, and it seems like, no. There's lots of reasons you might kill someone, or I don't know if that was the only crime that he mentioned, but there's a lot. Oh, no, sorry. This is about lying, right?
Was it lying? Sorry, maybe.
Actually, I'm confused. Can we jump back? Because then he started talking about
drive bad behavior. You ready?
Oh, no, bad behavior. So, yeah, it counts for both.
Well, that's like, what about like behavioral disorders? Like
1 is financial greed. 2 is sexual or relational.
3, ADHD, like.
And 3.
What about hatred? I mean, like if you look at some genocides, it's just like people just hated their neighbors, and some of it was financial greed and pursuit of power. But I don't think you can explain all of it that way.
Craig Reed says relational lust is revenge.
Really? That's a stretch in my view.
I mean,
relational lust isn't even really a thing. You're lusting after what exactly? Yeah. But I feel like the only way this trichotomy can be correct is if you stretch all of them really far, so that you can just fit anything you like in there. So anyway, whatever. It's kind of a side point, but I just think it's a bit silly.
It sounds like it's a great, for like a comic book, what's he called? Judge Dredd or something. I lust for justice.
Yeah.
Wrong thing.
Of power. So if we're going to suggest that the disciples lied, it would only be for one of those 3 reasons. And ask yourself, what did they get out of this in those 3 areas?
What possibly could they have got out of this? Well, yeah.
Yeah, so I just commenting on this. So I see there's a few people in the chat who think that Joseph Smith was a con man.
Yeah.
We don't, without going into the details of that, let's suppose that was true, then I feel like what's hard to, I'm not saying anyone in chat would necessarily say this, but just for maybe Christians or others who might want to say this, or Muslims, I feel like it's hard to say that Joseph Smith could have been a con man, but like none of the apostles or like Muhammad or his early followers, none of them could have been. Because really the difference is that we just have a lot more documentation for Joseph Smith. And so I think what like Christians would want to say is, well, we don't have any evidence that, the disciples are involved in shady practices or whatever else, but we don't have any evidence that they weren't, right? Like the absence of evidence for any of that, you can't just interpret that as saying like, well, it must have been filled with good things, right? Let me put it another way. Imagine that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints took over the United States government and implemented Mormonism as the national religion, and then fast forward 1,000 years.
Right.
What picture would we have of Joseph Smith in his life?
Yeah.
And that's basically the situation we're in for Christianity. obviously that's longer ago, so there's fewer records for everything. But so the point is, we have a highly sanitized view of what early Christianity was like, and only things that basically early Christians wanted us to, like in the first few centuries, wanted us to know are the things we have left over. So I bet that there was a whole lot of controversies. Well, we know about some of the controversies, but also just dodgy stuff happening. I don't know, frauds, whatever. Like, I mean, I expect things like that, similar to things that I see in the early history of Mormonism that are preserved, or other newer religious movements that are better documented. And obviously, I can't prove that, but the reason I suspect it is because we observe it when we do have the evidence, and there's reason to think we don't have that evidence for that time, and that we wouldn't have it because of the what happened subsequently. So the point I'm trying to make is that I think there's often an inconsistent way that at least Christians, or maybe Muslims or others, will look at this. They'll look at Joseph Smith and they'll find, he was a treasure hunter and that he was involved in these financial schemes and so on. And they'll say, oh yeah, this is dodgy stuff. We can find reasons why he might have lied or why he was a con man. We don't see any of that when we look at Muhammad and his followers, or when we look at Jesus and his disciples. So therefore, those reasons can't apply. But the problem with that is that there's reasons why we wouldn't have that evidence if it did exist. And so we can't just assume that what we're getting is an unbiased account from there. And if you think it's psychologically possible that someone in that sort of environment could have reasons to lie or be deceptive, then it's also possible in those circumstances as well. We may not have the details of what happened, right? But it's either psychologically impossible for someone to be in that situation, in which case I don't think you can call Joseph Smith a con man, or if it is, then I think it's possible in those other circumstances as well, even if we don't have the specific evidence for it. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to make a symmetry argument. And again, I feel like that there's just not motivation to do this, because all you need is reasons to reject Mormonism or perhaps other newer religions. And you don't actually need to worry about applying those to your case, because that's true. So the only reason you apply those standards is to reject religions you don't want to have to deal with, or you want to throw out. It's like how I've also seen Christians say, well, Muhammad was involved in massacring some Jewish tribes and starting wars of conquest and married underage women and things like that. But when we see these things in the Old Testament, or very similar things, they have justifications and explanations. And even some of the things Jesus did, granted he didn't start wars, but some of the things he said, or like ransacking the temple and things like that, you could argue, well, it's a little bit dodgy. Again, they have justifications for that. So again, I think these are just different examples of inconsistent standards, that the purpose of this seems to be to whack down religious or viewpoints that I don't want to have to deal with, or that I think are false, not to actually act as arbiters of like, well, let's apply it to everyone equally, or the different possibilities equally, and then see which best fits this.
I'll be 1 second. I'm just gonna play this.
Do they get?
No worries.
Did they get? Lots of girlfriends? Did they get in a powerful?
Maybe they did. We wouldn't know, would we?
Paul started off in a powerful position, writes most of the New Testament, and ends up struggling through most. He's chased all over the empire, and ends up suffering for his faith. To do what? To eventually go back and be in a position of power he started off with? He could have stayed where he was and had power. So in the end, I'm looking for motive. And I don't see any motive for these folks to lie, but there's even more. The 5. Remember, I told you 3 and 5. There are 5 things that are required for anyone to successfully pull off a conspiracy. Maybe you haven't thought about that. Here they are. Smallest number of people who are conspiring together. 2 people can lie, tell a secret, keep a secret more easily than, say, 22 or 222. Also, keep it for the smallest possible amount of time. Keeping a secret for a day is easier than keeping a secret for a year. Also, great communication between co-conspirators. If I stop one of you and question you, you better be able to tell the other person what you told me so I can get the same data from the second person. 4, have good, strong family relationships, because family members don't ever rat off on each other. They don't tell each other's secrets. And lastly, 5, no pressure. If no one's applying pressure, don't worry about it. You're going to get away with it. Now, ask yourself the question, were those 5 necessary requirements for a successful conspiracy available to the disciples? There's far too many of them. Remember, Paul says there's over 500 who saw the risen Christ on the same day.
Well, now it's 500. I thought we were talking about the 12.
Really? If you told me...
Nathan, you're muted. Yeah.
Just kind of like the 10,000 Indian people who saw that blind girl earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, like someone pointed out that a lot of the people in that crowd might not believe it either. They were just there for the show. I can't evaluate that. It certainly seems at least some of the people there were pretty into it. But I mean, even if none of them believed it, the people who were, we don't have records from people in the crowd in the analogy to Jesus' case. We have records from people who are on the stage, and they said that 500 people were there. So the people on the stage, like one of the guys in the back could have written an account, right? And he says 10,000 people saw this miracle, and you could go and ask them. Well, there were 10,000 people there, and if you ask them, I don't know, maybe some of them would say they saw a miracle, some of them wouldn't. I mean, who knows, right? But the point is that we don't have an account from any of these people. He's just, I find this so dishonest that he's moving from what we know about in the Gospels, that, certain of Jesus's followers, like the disciples, claim to have seen him and plausibly would have been able to recognize him because they knew him while he was alive, and plausibly may have had some connection to the stories that actually ended up in the Gospels. Could argue about that forever, really. But then he just throws in this 500, which you only get in Paul, and we don't know who these people were or when it happened. We don't know if any of them knew Jesus when he was alive. It's a totally different thing that's just thrown in there as if it's evidentiarily equivalent. And as if these people had to be part of the conspiracy. Like, for all we know, and I'm not saying this happened, but for all we know, Jesus' followers could have orchestrated an appearance of Jesus to the 500 so that it looked like he had appeared to the 500. And everyone in the 500 would have said, oh, wow, look at that. And they didn't have to be part of the conspiracy to be fooled by the conspiracy. And again, I don't think that's the best explanation, but it just shows that it's the most sort of... the most ridiculous form to say that all 500 were part of a conspiracy, when I don't think anyone would claim that.
So we have more eyewitness stuff as well from Mormonism.
Yeah, well, and I also think that the eyewitnesses, this is one of the reasons I don't think Joseph Smith was a con man, because then you have to explain these as well. Anyway, maybe we could do a whole session on Mormonism where I defend Joseph Smith. I think he was deluded, not a con man.
3 witnesses and the testimony of 8 witnesses. Who are these men? What is their testimony? And why is it important? Let's go back in time. In 1823, an angel named Moroni told Joseph Smith to retrieve the gold plates. However, there was a condition. Joseph had to protect them. As part of this, Joseph was told to not show the plates to anyone unless God gave him permission. And God wasn't giving Joseph permission, so nobody could see them. Not Joseph's wife, not his parents, not even the secretary writing down Joseph's translation. Time went by. As Joseph translated the words of the Book of Mormon, he noticed scriptural passages like this. The book shall be hid from the eyes of the world. The eyes of none shall behold it, save it be that 3 witnesses shall behold it, by the power of God. And they shall testify to the truth of the book.
Well, this is interesting. This is like in the Gospel of John, where it talks about, like those people who are walking in the dark haven't seen who Jesus really is, but those who are in the light have seen who Jesus really is.
And there is none other that shall view it, save it be a few. Joseph prayed about it, and God gave approval for 3 men to see the plates: Oliver Cowdery, Martin Harris, and David Whitmer. Oliver and Martin had both served as scribe to Joseph. When angry mobs harassed Joseph and his wife, David invited the Smiths to stay in his father's house. All 3 believed that Joseph Smith was a prophet. Together they went into the nearby woods and prayed. The angel Moroni appeared with the plates to Oliver, David, and Joseph. David Whitmer said, "We were overshadowed by a light, more glorious than that of the sun. I saw the gold plates, as plain as I see you now." Shortly after, he appeared again, this time to Joseph and Martin. Later, Joseph received permission to show the plates to additional witnesses. This time, Joseph gathered a group of 8 trusted men from his friends and family, and he handed them the plates. They turned the pages and ran their fingers over the engravings. The 2 groups of men recorded their experiences in the testimony of 3 witnesses, and the testimony of 8 witnesses. Every copy of the Book of Mormon includes their words, right at the front, addressed to all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people. They testify that the gold plates were real. And even though some of the witnesses would later leave the church for various reasons, all 11 of them stood by their testimony of the plates for their entire lives. Why are these testimonies important? The 11 men were fulfilling the law of witnesses. As Paul explained in the New Testament, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established. In other words, when God wants his children to know something, he sends multiple people to testify. Thanks to the testimony of the men who saw the gold plates, we don't have to rely solely on Joseph Smith's testimony. We have multiple witnesses affirming that the gold plates were real, and the Book of Mormon is true. All of us can receive a personal witness that the Book of Mormon is true. The Holy Ghost can teach every one of us what is true. In fact, at the end of the Book of Mormon, the prophet Moroni makes a promise to anyone who reads the Book of Mormon. If we ask God, the Eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are true, he will manifest the truth of it unto you by the power of the Holy Ghost.
So if we apply the criteria that Wallace was discussing in the previous video to this, I'm getting feedback again on.
Oh, sorry. Let me try and fix
myself in echo. It's very disconcerting. What was I saying? Yeah, so I don't remember what all of them were. One of them was if they're a family. Well, these people actually don't remember if any of the 8 were related to Joseph. Sorry,
for a conspiracy.
For a conspiracy. Yeah. Sorry, I don't remember if I think some of the 8 may have been related to Joseph, but they certainly all weren't. And none of the 3 were. And what did they have to gain from it? Like particularly the 3 witnesses, I don't really think they gained a whole lot out of what they said. I mean, it's not obvious. Again, the appeal that I don't remember all the others, but I think that if you apply that to the case of these the 3 and the 8 witnesses, you would end up with a sort of a similar. If you applied it consistently, you would end up with a similar. You should end up, I think, with a similar conclusion, especially because when you consider we have so much more documentation about the Mormonism case, when we know almost nothing about what most of the 12 were even doing. So, I mean, that's why I sort of quit to think when you'd gone that, you know, with the members of the 12 getting a lot of girlfriends. I'm like, well, for all we know, they could have been. Like, how would we suppose they were, right? How would we know? How would we know one way or the other? I don't think that these are the sort of things that would have been preserved in the early church, because they would have seen this as, you know, lies or as things that detract from people's faith, just as the Mormon Church attempts to sanitize its own history. So again, I think that it's inconsistent to just assume that everything was like, you know, good just because we don't have the records. The question from my point of view is more that, do you think that this number of witnesses can like lie or engage in a conspiracy, or can they be genuinely mistaken? And if they can in one case, then why not the other case?
So this is a Buddhist now with the eyewitnesses.
Oh yeah, there's a really interesting story in here that he gives.
I was talking to one of the members in Perth, and we're talking about this English comedian. This was a long time ago, you know, when I watched the TV. His name was Roy Hudd. He was quite well known on TV in UK, but he wasn't that well known in other parts of the world. But it was actually an interesting story. He just finished doing a show in London, and there was a new one-way system, so he got lost in his car. And he turned down a street he'd never been down before in this life. And all the memories came back to him of his previous life. Because those streets in London, interior they changed, but outside they look exactly the same the last 100, 150 years. He remembered that street. That's where he used to live before. And the other interesting thing, in London, if it is someone who's reasonably well known, famous in their last life, they have these blue plaques. If you've been to London, they have all these blue plaques. You know, Sir Winston Churchill lived here, or Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin here. All these famous people have these blue plaques, and there's a blue plaque on the house where he used to live. In his previous life, he was one of the very famous music hall entertainers called Dan Leno. He said, that was me in the previous life, he said. He knocked on the door of the house, and because he was a well-known TV personality in England, the owners of the house recognized him. Roy Hudd, what are you doing here? He said, I used to live here. He said, no, we've been here for years in my previous life. And he took them all around the house. And he pointed out, he said, there should be a door here. He said, no, there's never been a door here. Later on, they checked in the plans. There was a door here in the previous owner's time. And his recall was absolutely perfect. He's just going down that street, just jogged the memory, and it all came back to him. And he actually wrote about that in an article. It was such a powerful experience. And because he was well known, it was published. But somebody told me the other part of the story. In those days, there were two TV companies in Britain. There was BBC and what they called ITV. And he did most of his work for ITV, and the head of ITV was a devout Catholic. And when he read that story, he just stopped employing Roy Hudd. It ruined his career. Because
for this guy, is he meant to be an eyewitness to all of this, or is this a story that someone told him?
No, this is a story that he's heard. Well, from what I gather, I don't think he was. They said this happened a while ago.
For people to believe in reincarnation. And I never knew that before. That was just told me by one of these people who also knew the story. But what was fascinating there, that here was a guy in his previous life was an entertainer. And in his new life, he still had that character and that ability to entertain. The character keeps on from life to life.
I didn't know that. So if you're reincarnated as either a god or like a dog on Buddhism, this type of Buddhism, do you retain your character?
Well, I've not actually heard that before as well. I mean, karma carries through, but that's not. I guess that's sort of character. Anyway, but what I was, sorry, I've lost. Yeah, so one of the reasons I thought this was interesting is because it's. I don't know if you'd call this a miracle per se, but it's a sort of story that helps to promote, I guess, confidence and trust in a certain belief system. And in this case, it's someone having knowledge of that he shouldn't have had, and even mentions that he suffered from telling the story because they didn't want to employ him or whatever. And this is, I guess, just illustrates to me that these stories are actually very similar in different belief systems. There's just slightly different nuances in terms of exactly how that manifests in the given belief system. But I'm sure people were there who were, I don't know exactly who he was talking to, but other Buddhists there or people who were interested in those teachings would have, probably taken that very seriously and thought that that's a sort of a manifestation of the truth of what he's saying. But Christians have their version, Muslims have their version of that, and Mormons have their version of that.
I think one thing that skeptics will often say about eyewitness testimony is that it would be far better if we had pictures or something like that. So I found also some technologically inspired eyewitness testimony.
I've not seen this one.
It's pretty undeniable, though. I don't know where we go from here, James.
Well, but there's two personages, right? I mean, doesn't this prove Mormonism, right? There's God the Father and
But the shocking thing about this one is like you might think, oh, this is just silly.
Well, that's what I thought. Surely this is just a spoof thing.
First, 2 million.
Oh, geez, 2.4 million.
And
I start by giving thanks to God Almighty. Chewbacca standing next to Princess Peach.
There's a lot of skeptical people in there, but there are
there's some weird stuff.
Next
All
one.
the ways for God to manifest. He does it on Google Street view.
Right. So.
Welcome to our viewers.
Is there a timestamp in this one? Do you remember?
Oh, which one are you looking at? The Hinduism one.
Lovingly refer to as Swami
I don't remember this one.
for blessing us and giving us
man.
in Prashanti Nilayam the privilege of presenting.
I think there was a timestamp in here which I seem to have neglected putting in. They tell about. Let's jump to. I don't remember. Jump through it a bit. They tell about this guy is really prominent in India. Yeah, well, no, around where you were. Maybe it's like 4 minutes in or so. They tell a little earlier, I think. Yeah, around there. They tell a story about a miracle from earlier in his life.
Okay.
To you was formally unveiled for the first time. That unveiling was done in what was then British India, in a small town named Uravakonda, in what was then called Madras Presidency. And the one who revealed the message was a small 14-year-old boy named Satyanarayana Raju. Earlier that morning, Satya left for school as usual, carrying his bag, complete with books and notebooks. However, after going some distance, he returned, flung his bag aside, and announced to his startled elder brother and sister-in-law that he was no longer their Satya, and that he was leaving home, family, and school for good in order to serve humanity. Leaving his brother in a sort of shell-shocked condition, Satya then went to a nearby garden and sat on a rock there while a small crowd gathered. After a while, Satya led the crowd with a small bhajan that we all know, and which of course has not only become justly famous, but also marks the curtain raiser on the Sri Satya Sai Avatar, the incarnation of the divine in this Kali age. All that happened on 20th October 1940. To appreciate the significance of that event, we need to go way back to the year 1926, to the small and little-known hamlet called Puttaparthi. Here in this house in Puttaparthi, in the early hours of 23rd November 1926, was born a little boy, the same boy whom we saw earlier.
Jesus?
This boy, whose full name was Satyanarayana Raju, was the grandson of one Kondama Raju. His father was Pedda Venkama Raju, while his mother bore the name Ishwaramma. The Rajus were known...
Son of David, son of... there's interesting kind of parallels between the features that people sort of remember and find important and stuff.
No doubt poor, but their moral stature was so high that all of them, Patriarch Kondama Raju in particular, commanded great respect amongst everyone in the village, both the rich and the poor. It was clear, right from birth, that there was something most unusual and extraordinary about young Satya. In age and size, he was just another boy. But in all other respects, he was different. He was mature, far beyond his age, and had a mystical aura about him. Particularly noteworthy.
What is a mystical... How do you have a mystical divine aura about you?
Yeah, I think the bit that I watched was a little bit later. I mean, it's fine. This is really fascinating because the way the Gospels talk about Jesus is I'm getting very similar vibes to that. And someone mentioned that this guy died a few years ago. I'm aware of that, but he still has quite a large following. He's supposed to be the most recent incarnation of something. I don't even remember what exactly. Oh yeah. It's got these weird. Hang on. Oh, I guess I couldn't just open it and find it myself. That also makes sense. There's these really weird graphics at some point that show some miracle that happened. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it's around the part you're looking at. I don't remember exactly.
Every single one of
10
those
minutes or so. Yeah. A couple of minutes here.
Here is Mrs. Vijay Kumari's description of a truly awe-inspiring Leela that she witnessed during the Patha Mandiram days. One day in 1947, we went with Swami to the Chitravati river. All of a sudden, he disappeared from our midst. We then heard his voice, which said, "I am here on the hill, and I'm going to now show you all Surya Darshan."
He did. Who else was it that disappeared around a lake? And
vision of God as Son. We began to wonder. It is past 6 in the evening, and the sun has already set. And now Swami is saying he would show us the sun. That was when we began to laugh. Just then we began to see a pink light behind Swami. Quickly, pink turned into red.
And Moses and Elijah tabernacled with him.
The hair is just amazing.
It's like better than mine.
We began to feel very hot. The heat made us sweat profusely and was unbearable. At the same time, the scene we saw was beautiful, indeed beyond description.
Beautiful beyond description.
Finding the heat unbearable, we loudly complained, "Swami, it is too hot." He replied, "Is that so?"
What an ass.
I'm melting. Is that so?
And then slowly the heat began to decrease when Swami suddenly announced, "I am now going to show you the moon." Even as he uttered those words, the sky behind him gradually began to turn silvery white, and the air started to cool rapidly.
With these noises. With these exact noises.
Soon we began to feel very cold and started shivering. Our teeth began to chatter, and we screamed, "Swami, it is too cold." Taking pity on us, Swami made the chill disappear, after which he said, "I am now going to show all of you the third eye. Watch carefully and don't look here and..."
Did he ever
This is where it gets good.
Of why he showed them any of these things, or did it is there any?
I don't know. I assume there is.
As we stood there watching his full form, we suddenly saw only his face, huge in size, filling the entire sky. Even as we were watching all this with awe and wonder, an orifice appeared in between his eyebrows, from which flew giant sparks and huge flames. Instead of being lost to this extraordinary spectacle of divine glory, we now became very worried and anxious as we could see only Swami's face.
Is this an eyewitness who's speaking? Probably if I watched the whole video, I would be able to gather that. But
yeah, I can't verify what she's saying. But
obviously, I think that's the implication.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's probably enough. But I think so. There's a couple of lessons here from my point of view. One is that I think it's generally a good move that Christians don't usually try to show like animated versions of at least some of the miracles. I guess they show kind of Jesus appearing, but not so much like, well, some of the other, like the bread miracle or how he heals lepers, because it just looks, when you try to animate these things or like show representations of them, it's hard to make it appear not silly. But more seriously, we're laughing at this, and partly that's just because of the horrendous presentation. But I mean, to a lot of people, this is serious stuff. Like they actually believe this, right? And again, it's not obvious. I mean, Nathan was asking like, why are these happening? I don't know. I don't know the details of what the theology is, but
gained by like
I'm sure,
being really cold.
Well, why did God appear to Moses as a burning bush? What was the point of the burning bush? Why couldn't he just turn up with the commandments? Like, it's an issue of, and there's a lot of random stuff as well, but in the Old Testament that you could ask similar questions of. But again, from my point of view, it's really easy to laugh at this because it's so like different and foreign, and the flames coming into the third eye thing. But if you actually think, like, if you actually present it objectively, like what's sillier about that than anything that Christians, any of the miracles that Christians claim. And it seems to me the evidence for this is very good. Like it's much more recent, and we definitely have many accounts of these sorts of, things taking place. And we know when they're supposed to have happened and who's supposed to have observed them. So why should we be more skeptical of those than in other cases? Now I can already sense, I haven't looked in the chat, I can already sense people saying that Swami has been associated with some scandal and people claiming that he was a con man as well. I think that pretty much every religious figure, that's going to be the case. Like, people will claim that. And I think that, again, the issue is it's just a sort of a, I can't verify that as well. I generally don't think that these religious figures are con men. I think that it's more parsimonious to believe that they basically believe their own propaganda. We could talk about that for a while, but I think that makes more sense of the facts available. But the point is that just accepting these claims for other religions, but then when anyone casts aspersions on your set of beliefs, just rejecting it all and saying, no, like, that doesn't fit with what we read of Jesus in the Gospels and things like that. So basically, like, judging your own religion by its propaganda, but then critiquing other religions based on like skeptical criticism of them, it is sort of inconsistent. That's sort of what we're trying to show here. That, like, each belief system has its own propaganda or way of showing itself in a positive light. And that's how it judges itself. And then it judges other religions either by the standards that it sets itself or like using a skeptical lens. Now, this one I haven't seen.
I managed to track down 3 primary witnesses who reportedly saw the live alien.
Hello. It's James.
I'd like to start off by saying that this is like, the holy grail of witnesses for me. So I am like so happy to be here right now. Can you describe to us what happened in January of 1996?
Então, você pode descrever pra gente o que aconteceu em janeiro de 96?
A gente estava voltando do serviço que ela trabalhava.
So it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This was not the usual way that they would take to go back home.
E olhei, falei assim, só para ela assim, gente, olha ali.
She saw a little creature that was.
Oh gosh! I didn't expect a full-on CGI.
With no hair whatsoever, red eyes, and 3 horns. She pointed to the other girls and started running the other way.
If they all had the opportunity to speak to the world about their experience, what would they like the world to know?
Para mim não foi boa, não. Eu se fosse para me passar por isso hoje, eu não passaria.
They said it wasn't a good experience at all. If they could choose, they wouldn't go through it again. And only people who have been through what they have been through can tell how they felt and how it all affected their lives.
The close-ups of just
their lives.
Como isso afetou a vida de vocês?
Em tudo, no trabalho, na escola.
She said that it affected everything, like from friendships to work to school. People
changed lives. Why would they make it up?
Thinking they were crazy or something.
What did they gain from this?
Não pode chegar, não, foi assim, pegamos e levamos para tal lugar.
She just says that she hopes that one day the whole thing will come clear and she will, her word will be taken seriously and they'll know that she was always telling the truth.
Sounds like she might have had difficulty with people not believing her.
Yeah. And persecuting her for her beliefs.
Yeah, well, exactly. So again, we're trying to, and there's lots of cases like this. I document some of them in my book. There are a lot of people who report seeing aliens or being abducted by aliens, and not just as individuals, but including as groups. And it seems you can apply a lot of these criteria about, well, what do they have to gain? And they suffered persecution in various ways. You could apply these similar criteria. And so, why should we not take that as seriously? Again, my point of view is that we can understand all of these sorts of experiences as a combination of psychology, sociology, and cognitive biases and all this other stuff. Again, I talk about this in my book, Unreasonable Faith. But the trick comes if you want to identify one set of miracles or type of miracles or paranormal claims or whatever as like veridical, but reject the others. And I think that the problem comes in trying to say, well, why is the criteria you're using or the methods you're using to debunk others not apply to the ones that you think are veridical? Why is that not sufficient to account for the phenomena that you describe as well?
Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the Jewish and the Christian scriptures. The Jewish and the Christian scriptures, we know that the Bible is divided into the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Again, look at all the people.
The Bible, according to the Catholics, has 73 books. According to the Protestants, they have thrown out 7 books as apocrypha, doubtful from the Old Testament. So total Bible contains 66 books. So the New Testament of the Catholics and the Protestants contain 27 books. But the Old Testament of the Catholics contains 46 books. Of the Protestant, it contains 39 books. The Old Testament speaks about the stories about the prophets that came before Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. And the New Testament speaks about the life and the times of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. We'll first discuss the prophecy of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the Jewish scriptures. It's mentioned in the Old Testament, in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter number 18, verse number 18. It says, Almighty God says, I shall raise them a prophet from among thy brethren, like unto thee, and I shall put my words into his mouth, and he shall speak all that I command him. This prophecy says, I shall raise them a prophet from among thy brethren, like unto thee, like Moses, peace be upon him. So the Christians, they say that this prophecy refers to no one but Prophet Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. And when we ask them, why does it refer to Jesus Christ, peace be upon him? They tell us because the prophecy says the prophet to come should be like Moses, peace be upon him. And Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, was like Moses, peace be upon him. And when we ask them, how are they alike? They tell us that Moses and Jesus, peace be upon them, both of them were prophets of God, and both of them were Jew. That's why this prophecy is talking about Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. If these two are the only criteria, for the fulfillment of the prophecy that he should be a Jew and he should be a prophet of God, then all the prophets mentioned in the Bible after Moses, peace be upon him, fulfill this prophecy. For example, Prophet Solomon, Ezekiel, Isaiah, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, John the Baptist, peace be upon them all. All of them were prophets of God and all of them were Jews. All of them fulfilled the prophecy. If we analyze, we come to know that this prophecy befits no one better than the last and final messenger, Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Let's analyze what does the prophecy say. The prophecy says, I shall raise them a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, like unto Moses, peace be upon him. If we analyze, Moses and Muhammad, peace be upon them, both of them were born naturally. But Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, he was not born naturally. He was born without any male intervention. And this is mentioned in the Quran in Surah Al-Imran, chapter number 3, verse number 45 to 47, and is also mentioned in the Bible, in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter number 1, verse number 18, and the Gospel of Luke, chapter number 1, verse number 35, that he was born without any male intervention. He was born miraculously. Therefore, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is like Prophet Moses, peace be upon him, and Prophet Jesus is unlike Prophet Moses, peace be upon them. Further, if we analyze, Prophet Muhammad and Prophet Moses, peace be upon them, both of them were married and they had children. But according to the Bible, Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, he was not married and he had no children. So Jesus is unlike Moses and Muhammad is like Moses, peace be upon them all. Further, if we analyze, Prophet Moses and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon them, both of them, they died a natural death. But Prophet Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, he did not have a natural death. According to the Quran, we believe that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, he was raised up alive. Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 157 and 158. He did not die, we believe. Even if you read the Christian Bible correctly, even according to the Christian Bible, we can prove He did not die. He was not crucified. But the Christians think that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, he died on the cross. He was crucified. For more details regarding this topic, refer to my video cassette and the debate, was Christ crucified?
Just £19.97 available.
Well, I'm spruiking my book, so you can't begrudge the man a spruik to his book or video cassette.
Yeah.
I don't have any video cassettes, though.
Yeah, we need to put this out on video cassette for people.
I don't know how old that was. But yeah, so I don't remember exactly how we finished that out, but drawing connections between Moses and other prophets and Muhammad as well. So there's a set of videos. I think that was just a little example of that, where because Muslims think that Muhammad was prophesied in the Old Testament, and that you could find support for why he is messenger of God. Just like Christians believe that the Old Testament gives prophecies of Jesus. Which one's this one? Oh yeah, and Mormons say that the Bible provides prophecies of the Book of Mormon, or that there will be a Book of Mormon.
And with another epic intro.
We need one of these intros. I think that's why we don't have as many views, as we don't have one of these epic intros.
Well, we need to invent our religion.
Nope, got the chiasm of that. The God you worship are nothing. That could be our little byline.
I mean, I can make that noise if you guys want it, who are watching.
I don't.
One major reason the Bible is not read today is simply because it is hard to understand. And many people feel the God of the Old Testament is too harsh and even cruel. Paul told us the problem is that there was a veil covering the meaning of the Old Testament. But he said that veil is done away in Christ. He meant that many unusual things in most of the histories and stories in the Old Testament are strange because they contain parables or foreshadowings of Jesus Christ. So the God of the Old Testament was really not a cruel God delighting in the blood of animals and even Isaac. He was a loving God who was foretelling that he would come down and offer his blood and make his offering as God's son to atone for men's sins. More and more books have been written to explain this, such as this one. I was really excited to see such books because in the 70s, after my own intense study of the Bible, I realized the same thing. The Book of Mormon had helped me know that the biblical writings often carried more than one meaning, one more obvious and others hidden or veiled. The Book of Mormon teaches that the Bible is full of many types and shadows of Jesus Christ. In segment 1, we saw that some of the Old Testament bridegrooms, like Adam, Jacob, and Boaz, who were real people, were also modeling in their lives what the Savior would do in his role as bridegroom. And we saw in segment 2 that the Lord's holy days were given not only to celebrate events of the past, but were also veiled prophecies of the Lord's far greater works in the future. We will see through a final veil when we understand that the Lord's prophecies of Israel itself carried more than one meaning. When he spoke of regathering the Jews in the last days, he was also speaking of another regathering of the lost tribes, beginning with the descendants of Joseph. You see, some of Joseph's seed, like Joseph himself, had been led to a foreign land, in their case, the Americas, and they also wrote their history. That history is recorded in the Book of Mormon. One of its major purposes was to verify the Bible is true, for the Lord does foresee all things, and he knew that the Bible in time would be disbelieved and unread. A major purpose of the Book of Mormon is to verify that the Bible is true and to turn people back to it. Let me show you at least 7 biblical prophecies where God showed a second witness made by descendants of Joseph would verify the Bible. Prophecy number 1 came in the blessings Jacob gave to his Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. He blessed Ephraim and Manasseh that they would become a multitude of nations. But more particularly, he prophesied that through them all of Israel would be blessed. But how has that prophecy been fulfilled? Would the Lord make that prophecy and then let Joseph's seed completely disappear and fail to become that promised blessing to others? That prophecy has been fulfilled. Jacob's prophecy was fulfilled by the record kept by descendants of Joseph in ancient America, now translated into the Book of Mormon and distributed throughout the world by descendants of Joseph in these last days. Prophecy number 2. In fact, the blessing Jacob gave Joseph himself was the longest and most beautiful of any he gave to his sons. It even exceeded the length of the blessing.
The thing I'm struggling with the most is just how weird all these religions are. Like, you know, like they all have like, they're all talking about like weird conceptions of like seed and the, you know, is like would the Lord let his seed die, or like and like these weird kingships in weird cartoon form. I just find the whole thing like it gives me the creeps. Like, is it like there's a common creepy theme amongst like Mormonism, Islam, Christianity? Like,
well, Hinduism has some weird stuff as well. But I mean, yeah, I think every religion has a lot of weird, both sort of historical, mythological, and metaphysical stuff associated with it. And I guess the point that I see what we're trying to draw out with this series is that people in a religious tradition don't see that about their own. They only see that about the other ones, partly because they judge everything by their own traditions, and partly because they're used to it, and then they see it obviously in an insider's way. And I mean, we don't need to go through all of these. We just had a couple of examples of the biblical prophecies of the Book of Mormon. Obviously, you can, we're not going through all of these videos, but just trying to get the idea of it. You know, to Christians, these are going to be completely unpersuasive. But I mean, again, that's the inside of you, right? That unpersuasiveness and like, these are silly, these are ridiculous. That's pretty much how non-Christians see the alleged Old Testament prophecies of Jesus, or like how Jews see that as well, right? And that's how non-Muslims see the alleged Old Testament prophecies about Muhammad. You know, no one takes prophecies of other religions seriously. They only seem reasonable within that religious tradition. So what do we got to end out with? Impossible without God. I haven't seen these ones.
I mean, two of them, one of them's like the Islam one's 45 minutes long, the Christianity one 30 minutes-ish long. Do you remember like timestamps in any of these at all? Or the Mormon one's quite short.
Oh, sorry, I did put these ones up. This is like the
Kwaku.
Sorry?
Kwaku, I think that's his name.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at this one. I'll see if I can find the timestamp for the others.
One man claimed that Joseph Smith was a blockhead, and that the Book of Mormon was the most gross, the most ridiculous, the most imbecile, the most contemptible concern to be palmed off upon a society as a revelation. Yet over time, even some of the Book of Mormon's most skeptical critics have felt compelled to change their tune. For instance, Joseph's famous biographer Fawn Brodie saw him as a myth-maker of prodigious talent, and Harold Bloom, a Yale-trained literary scholar, considered Joseph Smith to be a religious genius. This dramatic shift may lead some to wonder, how did Joseph the blockhead suddenly transform into Joseph the genius in the eyes of his critics? In truth, this change had little to do with Joseph himself, and much more to do with a 588-page book that he dictated to his scribes in less than 3 months. As people began to analyze the text more carefully, it became clear that it was far more complex and sophisticated than most had ever imagined. What makes the Book of Mormon's sophistication so remarkable is that it can be demonstrated on so many different levels. The text has over 200 named characters, over 150 named locations, multiple migrations, distinct cultures, 3 calendar systems, a system of weights and measures, complex source texts, genealogies, lineage histories, political histories, authentic legal cases, realistic battles, multiple literary genres, embedded flashbacks, brilliant doctrinal discourses, numerous fulfilled prophecies, and well over 1,000 proposed intertextual relationships and Hebrew literary elements. Amazingly, these features are all intricately woven together into a coherent narrative, which is essentially free from error. For instance, the Book of Mormon has over 600 passages of geographic relevance scattered throughout its text, and yet virtually every city, Land, body of water, hill, or region maintains a consistent spatial relationship with other geographic features. Another example of consistency comes from the lengthy genealogical record found in the Book of Ether. The first chapter introduces a list of 30 different kings beginning with Ether and going back to Jared. This list then serves as a framework for the rest of the book, which precisely chronicles the reigns of its kings, except in reverse order, trying to keep track of the various sets of plates through their transmission through prophetic caretakers nearly 250 pages earlier, thus offering a remarkable example of the Book of Mormon's intertextual relationships. Chapter 17 through 27 in the Book of Alma actually contain a flashback within a flashback, allowing readers to view the destruction of Ammonihah from two different perspectives. Complexity. But it's enough to demonstrate that the book is anything but ridiculous, as many early critics believe. Some have even compared the Book of Mormon
feel like
the Book of Mormon's impressive complexity, but it's enough to demonstrate that the book is.
So he's not like explicitly saying that it can't have been any other way, is he? Or does he say this? It must.
I'm not sure if he claims that or not in this video, but I mean, you can make a cumulative case argument, I suppose, because he has other videos as well.
I feel like it's.
I mean, I don't entirely disagree with this. I think the Book of Mormon is actually quite a sophisticated and complex work. So I spent a heck of a lot of time reading it. For example, the chronology of it generally holds up quite well. There is a little inconsistency with the reign of Hezekiah, which is one of the only areas where it actually matches up to the external chronology. But I mean, internally. But I mean, I think that Joseph Smith was a really good storyteller, and he was able to keep track of a lot of that. But anyway, I don't think that shows that it was. You could say that about Lord of the Rings as well. It doesn't prove that it's divine.
In this one.
So you can look at the Christianity one, because that was just a few. I put a timestamp on that one, and I'll see which of this one. I think it's just giving the general idea of it. So if you about 1:30, you'll see what he claims, and then he starts talking about that.
Even when I tell you that, it's not going to mean the same thing to our hearts as the concept of a bodily resurrection would mean 2,000 years ago. So I want to talk about the impossible faith, because it's impossible to explain Christianity and its rise to prominence apart from the resurrection of Jesus Christ on the third day. Why? Well, let's talk about how not to start an ancient religion. Number one, don't get crucified in a culture of honor. See, we forget that 2,000 years ago, the Greco-Roman culture was a culture of honor. The most shameful death anyone could endure was the death of crucifixion. Crucifixion was a degradation ritual designed to utterly humiliate someone. Have you ever seen the imagery in films where someone's honor is breached and they will kill themselves? Well, that imagery is far from us, because we do not live in a culture of honor. 2,000 years ago, it was a culture of honor. And if you were degraded in your position in life, if you were demeaned in any way with regard to your value, let alone crucified, even the imagery of having your arms and your feet nailed to be publicly humiliated, this was a degradation ceremony. We don't know much about it because the Romans wouldn't even write about it. But the gospel writers write in detail about it, because this was an insurmountable embarrassment. The Apostle Paul had to go and pretty much explain it and said, look, this is foolishness to the Gentile world and the Roman world. It's foolishness to them, because that crucifixion is a form of degradation that we don't even understand. So first of all, you're going to start an ancient religion, don't have your leader crucified. Secondly, there's a little issue about being from Galilee. Don't be from Galilee. Don't be from a tin-horn town that was absolutely unrespected in the ancient world. Now remember, Judaism was considered a superstition back in this culture in this time. So we have a Jewish carpenter, and by the way, a carpenter's trade was equal to a slave's trade. It was an abominable involvement. So and we're going to go down a list here and show that if you want to start a new religion, don't have your Redeemer, first of all, don't have him be God in human flesh. Don't have him be born with reference to his Jewish stock. Don't have him be from Galilee, the tin-horn town. And definitely don't let him wind up crucified in utter degradation, where his own followers even run away. What I want you to see one thread throughout my little talk.
I'm kind of confused here. Like, is he saying, so if he were to invent a religion, don't have all these things because it wouldn't work. But then the example of a religion in Christianity, it clearly did work. So everything he's saying is sort of false from that point.
Well, no, he's saying if you want to invent a religion, these are things that would count against you. But it's not. But because it succeeded despite these things, shows that it's not an invention. I think, it'd be, again, listening to the whole thing, it'd be easier to understand, I think. But it's just, it's showing the line of argument. It's similar in the Mormon case and in this case and in the Muslim video that we'll see. It's that we can't explain how this happened without, either you can't explain how it happens without a miracle, or at least a sort of a divine intervention or miraculous event is the best explanation as to how this could have happened. He's taken this a bit further and said that you can't explain it without that. And then he's listing a bunch of things that are, different or distinctive about Christianity, like, God in flesh and so on, even though there's none of the other major world religions claim that, but there are lots of people who have claimed that, which is something that I find interesting because Christians sometimes pretend that Jesus was the only person to have, well, actually, I don't believe Jesus did claim to be God. I think he would have been stoned on the spot if he did. I believe he claimed to be the Messiah, but that's not the same thing as being God. That claim, I think, was added later. But even if he had, he's certainly not the only person to have claimed that. And I put a timestamp on for the Muslim video. Again, just like 4 to a few minutes after that, just to give the flavor of his argument. People can check these out if they're interested. It's about 4 minutes.
Yeah. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As radiallahu anhu. So the
He skipped over the favorite part.
Is whether or not Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam was that prophet. Does that make sense? Good. Now let's talk about why we believe he is a prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. I'm going to try to mention 7 quick proofs for this evening. There is no real order, and they certainly are many more than 7 proofs, but just so you all can keep up with the count, we'll itemize them that way. The first proof of his prophethood, alayhi salatu wasalam, that he was indeed, without doubt, the final prophet of God, is the suddenness or the overnightness, if that's a word. It is now, if it wasn't a minute ago. The overnightness of his mission. Even non-Muslim historians have noticed this. Like Thomas Carlyle in his book, Hero and Hero Worship, he says, it totally goes against the imposter theory, the claim that Muhammad was an imposter, alayhi salatu wasalam. The fact that he lived his entire life in this completely unexceptional way, right? He was just born like everyone else, lived a normal life, worked as a shepherd, then a trader. And then he says, until the heat of his years is gone, until all life could offer him was some peace of mind, some rest and relaxation, did he overnight speak about a message from the heavens? That doesn't make sense whatsoever. He says after he worked all these years, his greatest ambition apparently is to have the good honor, integrity, reputation of his neighbors and his family members. And then after he passes the peak of his life, after 50 years, Thomas Carlyle is saying, all the irregularities happen, all the miracles happen, all this stuff happens. So that what? So that he can be called a liar and tear down everything he built and then go after a career of ambition that he can't even enjoy? He says, I can have no faith in such a claim, the imposter theory. It just doesn't add up. Then he goes on actually to explain something really cool. He says, if a person were claiming to be a carpenter and they had no background in carpentry, any person would be able to expose them, right? Like if someone were to come to your house, say, I'm going to build for you a bookshelf, I'm going to build for you a entertainment center or a couch or something, and I'm a carpenter, I'm a woodworker. The moment they start, if this was the first day they ever touched a hammer and a saw and nails and wood, you'd be able to tell in a moment. Like, get out of here. Just like you throw them out the door or the window, right? So how does a false prophet, he's saying a false carpenter couldn't build a house, he says. So how can a false prophet build a whole religion? How does he come out of nowhere and bring forth to the world an entire message and an entire book that everybody gave up trying to contend with? How does that even make sense? What's very interesting also? Sometimes you wonder why Arabia, why the Arabs, why Mecca? Allahu a'lamu haythu yaj'alu risalatah, the verse says. Allah knows best where he places his message. Think about it. Was there any other place on the planet that was so isolated like Arabia? Like all the other greats of the world considered
Australia.
uniters. Like Aristotle climbed on the
Well,
shoulders.
they didn't have literacy, but God could have revealed it to them.
Climbed on the shoulders of the great generals. They were just the standouts from their civilizations.
Well, Muhammad didn't have literacy, right?
Had no civilization.
Well, yeah, not personally, but that they did have writing in there. We can probably end it there. Again, you get the idea of the type of argument, and this is only one of his 7 arguments as to why Muhammad was a prophet. So again, these sorts of reasons are not going to be persuasive to anyone who's, I think, not already a Muslim or kind of close to that, like more or less believes or close to believing. But the point I wanted to make with some of these is, again, just to show the symmetry of the arguments. There's very similar arguments used about how, you can't explain this faith without recourse to miracles or divine intervention or something like that. And, generally it's the people within that religion regard that as persuasive, and people outside of it don't. So, Nathan, what did you want to say in way of summary about this sort of series? Was sort of your idea. So what do you think about what we've gone through?
So I just think I hope that people can see the parallels. I hope I know I like to joke a lot and stuff, but I hope we've presented those parallels fairly. So because I think people should be able to look at this, and if you're say in one of these camps, you should be able to go, oh yeah, why is it that we disagree on these points when the arguments are so symmetrical, and yet we all agree the rate at which this pencil's going to drop if I let go of it, something like that. Like why is it that we see this disagreement? And I think it genuinely should trouble you. Say if you're a Christian and you see these Hindu sort of I don't even know what the right word is, sort of incarnations or whatever, who that you just see all the exact same features coming out in all these cultures, all these religions, the same arguments. There's some special revelation, it couldn't have come about anyway, the patterns in the text, the special life that this person had, the eyewitnesses of the aliens, and so it should just be overwhelming to the point of either coming to a conclusion that probably they're all false, or at least you shouldn't be putting your flag in a particular camp where you're not so certain, is my view.
Yeah. So I feel like this effort's almost doomed to failure necessarily, because most people, you take people from any of the religious traditions, and they watch out nearly 5 hours now, and I see some of this in the comments as well. So I could know in the chat as well, so I could kind of see the exact reaction is to say, well, yeah, all of those other religions are false, or at least incomplete, and mine is true, and then here's how I justify that. But the claim we're making is not that you can't do that. In fact, that's the opposite. The claim is that everyone can do that, because everyone has their own criteria or their own reasons, justifications that they have to give. The point, rather, is to try to see your view from a more objective or external standpoint, right? To see how the commonality applies. To put that another way, suppose I use these criteria or this type of reasoning to reject other religions. I don't believe in the miracle claims of the Hindus because of this, or I don't believe that the Quran was divinely inspired because of that, or I don't believe Joseph Smith because of this, that, and the other thing. So let's take that general line of reasoning, the criteria or the type of evidence or whatever it is that you're using, and apply that to the tradition that you believe in, right? And then ask the question as to what results do you see when you do that. But the thing is, you have to do this fairly. You have to be trying to be objective about it. I know no one's perfect, but the idea is to at least make an effort to take an outside view and not just grab any special pleading or inside knowledge type of argument that you can, because there are always plenty of those. Again, what we're saying here is not that there aren't such reasons. Actually, it's the opposite. There's always plenty of such reasons. But if you try to step back from that and take an external standpoint and then apply the same type of standards to your tradition as that you apply in rejecting these other ones, I think, I'm not saying automatically necessarily that you'll find it lacking, but I think at least it provides a new perspective on it, and I think at least should reduce confidence in a lot of the overstatements, like, oh, this can't have happened without God, or these miracle claims are just so overwhelming, the evidence for them. I think that those are clear overstatements, and that looking at it in a comparative viewpoint helps to reveal that, even if at the end of the day you still come and think that your tradition is better evidence than the others. Of course, nothing we're saying proves that that's false. But I think it is, you can have a much more justified sort of nuanced view if you try to do this, take a more comparative, objective standpoint, rather than only look at it from the perspective of like, what are the reasons mine is true and all the others are false? Because then, as we've seen, you don't try to apply the same standard to yours. There's a one mindset is debunk the others, and then the other mindset is defend mine, and you don't apply the different standards there. You're hypercritical of Muhammad or Joe Smith, for example, but those same criticisms that could be leveled aren't applied to Jesus or the early church fathers or the disciples or whoever else, or vice versa.
Aliens, the Galactic Federation of Light. Microsoft.
Well, yeah, that too. But actually, and those more fringe groups, actually, the aspect of that I think is interesting is, pretty much everyone regards those, or almost everyone regards those as really wacky and fringe. But the question I have is, how can we objectively say that they're not? How do we know that they're false? Like, I'm not saying there's reason to think that they're true. What I'm asking is, like prima facie, just like in terms of a prior probability or something like that. Why do we accord that so much lower probability than, say, the Quran was divinely inspired, or that Jesus was the Son of God, or that Joseph Smith received it? I mean, generally people have, they say they at least regard their own religious tradition as somewhat plausible, and then say, well, look at the evidence, and then conclude that it's true. But if you come to it thinking that it's ridiculously improbable, just like the heavenly whatever it was that we looked at, or some of the other ones, then the evidence we have is probably not enough to get you to thinking that it's reasonable. It might just be it's slightly less implausible, or the aliens is another example of that. So what I fundamentally ask is what is being appealed to establish that one, like the alien sightings or the UFO call or whatever, is like so low probability, and the other ones are kind of moderate. I think it's really hard to answer this question without already appealing to theological concepts within your own tradition. And that's sort of fine if you're sort of content to do that, but I guess realize that that's not something that's going to be convincing to outsiders. That's basically taking it as a starting point or something like that, and then finding reasons to not reject it, which I'm not saying is wrong, but I just think it's a different thing from thinking that everyone else should regard these reasons as plausible as well. Basically that, people should regard your religious tradition as plausible because appealing to concepts within your own tradition, it makes sense. That's maybe convincing to you, but it's not to other people. And I think the UFO cult is an interesting example of this, where it's not actually that obvious as to why that's so implausible. It's just kind of a bit countercultural. But anyway, I hope that I'm kind of getting across what I'm trying to do with this, because I feel like that these arguments that I try to make usually just fall completely on deaf ears, because people I just feel most people don't get the whole comparative, try to apply objective standards approach. And again, I want to reiterate that it's not supposed to be a knockdown to any particular tradition, because it doesn't follow from this that like all traditions are equally well evidenced or equally poorly evidenced. Obviously, that's what, like, I don't think any of them are true, but I do think that it will get you to a better sort of understanding and a more objective, viewpoint on things if you try make the effort to do this. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah,
what I'm saying here.
That makes sense, and I think. I don't know. I think we can see as well, like in lots of the examples we've used, where the harm starts coming in. It's when people are being financially exploited, when people are being talked into politically behaving in certain ways, or group mentality behaving in certain ways,
or emotional manipulation in different ways.
Yeah,
you're abandoning God or your family and things like that.
Yeah. So the skepticism is important in that respect, and that we recognize our biases and try and get past them.
Yeah, and that's you can adhere to one of these religions without taking such a closed-minded dogmatic view that you engage in these sort of practices that are harmful. And I think that being skeptical and open-minded does help to safeguard against that. Not maybe completely, but I think that is, and that's why I promote this sort of stuff, because I think that a world in which everyone tried to think about things more critically and in a more sort of comparative way, not just in their own framework, but looking at other frameworks as well and trying to make an objective comparison, even if they ultimately stay in their own tradition, would still be a much better place. So I guess that's my invitation there to other people who might be watching. The other thing I want to say is that I do also present this as a kind of it's not a justification so much, but as an illustration of why I reject all religious traditions. Not like every practice or every belief, because there's some good, I think, in every tradition, but just that I see so many fundamental similarities, surface level differences, and a lot of fundamental similarities, especially in how they're actually practiced and how people justify them. And when I try to apply an objective standard as to, well, how can I evaluate the miracle claims or the prophecy claims or the life-changing claims or whatever it is, basically I get to a point where I reject all of them, or that is, I can explain all of them just using, the laws of nature and psychology and sociology and what we know about history and so on. And I don't find any that stick out as not being explained by that. And that's where I sort of end up after this process, of course, acknowledging that there are a lot of things I don't understand and my knowledge is incomplete. And so there's an implicit invitation there, I guess, for people to show me what is missing from this perspective, what can't be explained. From within a naturalistic point of view. And, there might be things, but I guess that the challenge is to not just say, oh, well, our religion is special and, make the same arguments, but to actually try in a good faith way to say, yes, I understand that a lot of people do say this, but when we do apply that standard, we actually do see that. And so I'm open to that sort of argument, but I just, what we've been talking about for these hours, I think is an illustration of as a sort of why I don't see it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know how similar that is for you, Nathan.
Yeah,
I think you're maybe slightly more agnostic than me.
I'm more agnostic, but I think it's because I'm like more fallibilist than you, and I think it's probably just based on me being a bit more crazy and less rational. So like I want to just say like I really, really have no idea what's going on out there in the world in reality, and almost like the more and more I learn, the less and less it seems that I know, and the more weird, wacky questions come up, and so maybe I'm not making a stronger claim. I mean, like, I agree as we go through these. I think that what's being said is like that probably false. But I guess I want to like say for me, what I'm doing is withholding judgment, because like it could be the case that they're right, or on my crazier days, I might be thinking, well, maybe there's the same God standing behind them all in some way. So, but I also think that is like just the same crazy human thinking happening in me that I see like leading people to these false conclusions. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, people might be interested. I've argued before, and I think I would still hold to this, that the epistemic probability of a theistic God existing is about 1 in 10. So that puts me in an interesting category, because most theists will put it significantly higher than that, even if not at 100. But most atheists would put it far lower. Right. But you see, a 90% probability, and this is just some theistic God, like this is not, obviously any specific religion would be lower than that, but and I won't try to fully justify that now, but the point I want to make there is that's low enough for me to assert that I believe it is the case that no God exists. That's why I call myself an atheist. But it's also sufficiently high to be quite open to being proven wrong, or to other evidences that people might want to bring up. And I mean, I'm a fallibilist about belief anyway, which means that I think it's acceptable to assert knowledge if you're justified, like if you have a sufficient justification to assert that you know something, even though it might be the case that you're wrong. Obviously, you can't actually know something that's false, but I think you can be justified in asserting knowledge, even if it may turn out that you were wrong. And so that's, when I say that I think that all religions are false in that sense, that's the sense in which I'm saying that. But I do grant a lot of these religions much more plausibility than most atheists would. But I also think that I grant them, like, for example, I think Christianity is more plausible than Islam, but I don't think it's like 100 times more plausible, which is, I don't know, or like, Christians would probably put it many times differently to that. And even Mormonism, for example, which is put quite a bit lower than mainstream Christianity, but I don't put it nearly as low, I think, as many Christians or others would. I mean, and I would argue that part of that is an attempt to have sort of consistent standards across different religions, in terms of not just taking like one of the perspectives as the way to judge all of them. But anyway, so I hope that's sort of been helpful for people, and that they find this interesting. One thing I wanted to address, there's been a number of comments in the chat asking a bit more about my beliefs about Mormonism and so on. It would be good to do a whole session on Mormonism. Ideally, it would be great to have an actual active Mormon on.
We'll see if we can get Kwaku on, who was...
that would be really awesome, actually, if he's open to that. because that would be, I think, a more interesting conversation. Because again, like a lot of these things, I often find myself, because I'm an ex-Mormon, I have a lot of criticisms of the church, and then there are things that I think are big problems. But I also think there are a lot of bad arguments against Mormonism, and I think that they get too hard. Their attack, because pretty much everyone likes that. Like the atheists hate on them, the Christians hate on them. So I find myself in a more middle position where I will criticize and I do reject it, but I think that they sometimes get it a bit too rough. So I particularly want to be able to hear their perspective on this.
Yeah. So I guess what I can do then is for the next episode in 2 weeks' time, I can see if Kwaku will come on. If not, then it might be some other date, and we can, in the meantime.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be the next one necessarily, but that'd be cool if I haven't seen a lot of his stuff. I've seen a few of his videos. I presume because I've seen him debate before that he's probably more open. A lot of Mormons won't even countenance talking to an apostate, which I would be.
Right.
So hopefully he's okay with that. But
well, I'll have to see.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
Yeah. Cool. And then we can have some backup lined up of maybe like the classic argument from the soul, maybe with Eric Hernandez, or fine tuning argument like you mentioned earlier.
Fine tuning would be interesting. I think people would. I have some different views on that as well. People could criticize. Or I see that Capturing Christianity is doing a series on Kalam, a debate with
rationality rules. Yeah,
that's one.
Yeah,
that's been going for a few months, but they don't seem to have finished that. But I'd love to do Kalam as well, because that's what I wrote. Like half of my books on Kalam.
Well, how about we have Kalam as like maybe in 2 weeks' time, unless Kwaku wants to come on that time.
Yeah, absolutely. That should take priority. And if you have any other ideas for guests as well, that would be happy to talk to us. That would be interesting.
Okay.
Chat's just completely debating Buddhism now. It would be great to have a Buddhist on as well, but that was
sign or something. Right. We'll wrap it up there then, guys. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Only 5 hours.
For the whole 5 hours.
That's positively brief for us.
Right.